General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan health departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche public portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau District staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche public portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google type search on the home page, or you could click the property search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There is also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche public portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WISN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that when you're ready to browse to the repository and find the documents waiting for you, you again confirm that all information is correct before clicking the button which sends the sample to the state reporting website. When you do that, it disappears from the queue and automatically stores itself in the appropriate folder based on county, lab name, or WISN, depending on what you prefer. It also tracks all those little pieces of data we gathered which can be used for tracking and creating reports in the future. When you click the button to send this report to the state tracking site, you invoked Laserfiche robotic process automation. And while you normally wouldn't watch the process, I want you to see here how we trained the Laserfiche bot to log on to the website. We trained it to expand the selection list on the left and then navigate to the appropriate page. It then performs just like a human, entering a WSIN number and clicking the Find button, and then it's able to select the appropriate laboratory and wait for the system to recognize that lab and then enter each piece of data. The bot would then click the Save button and close this window so it could start entering the next report. While we only showed a single report here, you could actually send multiple reports at once and the Laserfiche bot would do your work while you go grab a cup of coffee. I hope you were able to see that these automation tools could potentially save an incredible amount of time, remove the need to store physical paper files, and remove the potential for human error. If you would like to learn more about what we designed for health departments, please reach out and we'll provide a more in-depth look at the system and work to understand how Laserfiche could work for you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to meeting you soon.
Elgin Corporation is celebrating 50 years of success after its founding in 1970 by World War II veteran Lieutenant Colonel Joe Glasser. Since its beginning, Elgin has led in the passive treatment and dispersal market. Its humble beginnings started with the perforated drainage system, PDS, and grew with the development of the GSF system. Elgin produces all of its products in Windsor, Connecticut. The geotextile sand filter, GSF for short, is distributed from Australia to Europe with greatest use in the United States. The first installations in 1982, this product is versatile and proven. This treatment product is 100% passive in gravity dose designs. However, more complicated sites employ a pump for pump to gravity and pressure dose configurations. Designers enjoy the high flexibility of the system. Capable of use in trenches, beds, and mounds, there is a system configuration that fits whether you find yourself on a sloping site or a site with a high water table. The GSF system is your tight lot, high water table, and poor soil solution. Due to the flexible design, tight lots become dream lots, high water tables become gentle sloping lots, and poor soils are just another soil when employing the Elgin GSF system. The system excels at intermittent use sites as there are no startup procedures needed for the product. The GSF module is comprised of cuspated core wrapped with a geotextile fabric. The module is designed in such a way to maximize the vertical surface area inside the product. The vertical surfaces inside the GSF module promote the growth and management of the biomat. As the system is dosed, whether through a toilet flush or the pump in the pump tank turning on, effluent flows down the distribution pipe into the GSF module. The effluent is then filtered through the GSF module before passing through to the surrounding sand. Each dose charges the module with effluent, raising the water inside. As the effluent passes through the geotextile fabric, the module backfills with air and a biomat forms on the fabric. The air promotes and facilitates the growth of aerobic bacteria, which eats away at the biomat. This management process helps promote the long life of the product. After the effluent enters the sand, it flows to the receiving soil in an unsaturated environment. That is to say, the sand pores above the receiving soil are not entirely filled with effluent. Rather, they are filled with pockets of air. This process provides treatment and dispersal in the same footprint. The Elgin team takes training very seriously. Even though the GSF system's design and installation are quite simple, Elgin and its partners provide multiple avenues to become a trained designer, installer, or regulator. We have 3 methods that we commonly use to include classroom training, on-site training, and virtual training. The Elgin team is founded on training. Since their military service days, they have trained, taught training, and designed training to help others learn. The team is led by Captain Jim King, Petty Officer First Class Eric Daniels, and Private First Class Scott Moore. Elgin's team is made of leaders, veterans who now serve the on-site industry's needs. They will bring a training experience to you and your team on all topics from basic design and installation, commercial system design, or more complicated subjects. All you have to do is contact us at 800-444-1359 or on our website at www.elgin.com/training-request.
Sunrise paints these cherry-colored clouds, wakes the earth, shining rays out on the ground, brings to life our town below the base, where there's great food and better people. Everyone's a friend, all are welcome. Where the compass ends, to raise a toast to one more day. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. Take me there, take me where it's pushing, pulling me along. Takes me slow, my heart is full. Everything's right from wrong. Smiles dancing, sun and snow. Nothing ever looks so pretty on my mind, oh my. Take me there to Traverse City. I'm dreaming of a paradise, and mine is in the north. This feeling brings me back, always wanting more. Close my eyes, and the moments and memories always make me smile. Calling me, it's drawing me in. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in.
Hello everybody. Good morning. Welcome to day 2. Thank you for being here. I hope you had a fun night last night and enjoyed the conference content yesterday. Hello virtual people. Today we get to see some amazing keynote speakers, and I'll introduce Amanda Smith here in a second, but first I have to do a little shameless plug. So there are different groups within Michigan that have committees that are like more specific to your region. So there's Southeast MEHA, Northeast MEHA, UPEHA? I think they should change that name. I don't know. And Southwest MEHA. So also along with re-energizing MEHA, which is this, we need to get those clubs going again, get those organizations going again too. So I was going to throw out some names for people you can get a hold of if you're in those regions. So Northern MEHA would be Kyle Keller. You'll see him around here today. He's right over here. So if you're interested in Northern MEHA, please see him. Southeast MEHA is Nora Birch. She might be online today. If you need to get a hold of her, she's a good contact for Southeast MEHA. For Southwest MEHA, I'm going to throw out Becca Folkert's name. She's right over there. So if you want to talk to somebody about Southwest, she's the right person to talk to, Southwest MEHA. And then for UPEHA, is that how they pronounce it? I don't know. Okay, UPEHA. You can talk to Tanya over there about that if you're interested in UPEHA. So I think that's the end of my shameless plug. So I'm now going to go into introducing Amanda Smith. So Amanda directs the education programs for MRLA, including ServSafe Manager Certification, ServSafe Responsible Alcohol Service, ServSafe Allergen, and ServSafe Food Handler. In addition, she works closely with local public health, the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Michigan Food Safety Alliance, and the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. Amanda holds a bachelor's degree in Business Administration and Communication Arts from Aquinas College and a Women in Leadership certificate from Cornell University. Additionally, she and her husband have 3 active children, and she serves on numerous boards and committees to support their passions. Awesome Mom Award. After 159 days of state-mandated shutdown and mass employee resignation, the way the hospitality industry serves has been changed forever. Operators are innovating new ways to balance ambience, food safety, pandemic precautions, and the overall budget while simultaneously stabilizing their workforce, managing third-party delivery contracts, and learning new ways to connect with customers. Take a look inside the reconstruction of Michigan's hospitality industry and see how our state's second largest industry is reinventing itself. The revolution of the economic powerhouse that is hospitality is just getting started.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, can you guys all hear me? Am I good? I'm good? All right. Note to all of my female friends in the audience, don't wear a dress. They don't have a place to put your thing, so you're tied to your podium now. Can't move or I'm going to drop the sound and make horrible microphone things happen, and I don't want to do that to any of you. So, it's a long bio. Sorry about that. But I think this is my 10th MEHA conference. If I'm counting right in my head, I have been with the association for about 15 years. Nothing that I had ever done in industry, nothing that I had ever done at the association prepared me for March of 2020, and I think everybody can say that. So before we get to where the industry's at, we're gonna go back and talk about maybe how, and I know you all live this, but I'm gonna try to give it to you from the standpoint of the restaurant tour, okay? So, March 10th, we go into the state of emergency, right? Okay, well, what does that mean? What does state of emergency mean? We don't know. Only 6 days later, we shut down all food service operations. And then we realized, oh, we can actually still do to go, which was critical. And there was a lot of work to make it so we could still do to go. Our lobbyist team, our CEO, they made all that stuff happen. So again, you're only gonna get the food service part of this and the part that I was able to really help with. I'm not gonna give you every detail because I only get an hour. We could be here for 6 days if I tried to give you everything that happened. So immediately, that's almost 400,000 people that were impacted. Going into COVID, we were like 6 people shy of 600,000 employees. At least 400,000 were laid off immediately. The 200,000 were there, weren't necessarily doing the job that they had been trained to do. So we look at our team, right? Who are my core people that I can't lose, and how am I going to keep them there? That meant our managers are now working lines. That meant our best servers aren't out on the floor anymore. They're now answering phones and making sure that they're asking all the right questions to package your food to go. That was a lot. I'm going to say overall, this last sentence, the industry was lost. We didn't know how to go forward. We didn't know how long this was going to last. Well, the association did what the association does. We started pumping out resources as fast as we could. And a lot of that meant translating those executive orders. Where's Becky Kay? I always say Becky Kay is my famous person to work with. Well, I'm giving her love and she's not here. No, but I always say she can speak food code, she can speak regulator, and she can speak restaurant. And that is such a thing. I don't have a law degree, but I suddenly was speaking executive order into restaurant operations and became a translator. And some of those EOs didn't come out just quite right. Like the ones that said you had to do this, and I'm texting Sean saying, hey Sean, do you realize the executive order is a complete violation of food code? How am I supposed to tell restaurateurs to operate? So we got better with executive orders as well. And we started talking about how do you flip over to takeout? How do you make it so you still have some sort of revenue stream coming in? Selling groceries to go was a great one. Remember back in spring of 2020 when there was no toilet paper to be found? We had these individual rolls of toilet paper that you buy in these giant boxes on the shelf, and we can't let anybody in the building. So we started selling them. You would maybe order, I don't know, 500 pounds of meat for your pizzas. Well, if you had takeout business, that's great. Maybe you had a bunch of it that you weren't using. Package that up, sell it as deli. You have a delivery service going out anyways. So we saw some of our operators start delivering grocery food as part of that. Cisco, Gordon's, US Foods, all of those guys had to shift what they were ordering. So to say that the supply chain became a hot mess is an understatement. And we're going to talk about supply chain a lot as we go through this presentation. So our friends at the National Restaurant Association, which if you haven't met Renee, she's here, she'll be out at our table. They brought a bunch of ServSafe courses online in really, really fast fashion. They made some of the Serve Success and some of the ServSafe food handler programs available for free. Hey, if you're home and you're not working and you don't know what to do, brush up that resume for when you can go back. Really great opportunity for people. Liquor buyback programs, social zones. I know here in Traverse City, Front Street was closed so that they could do outdoor dining right out into the middle. These were really creative, inventive things that we did in really short fashion. I mean, at this point, we're only 45 days in, and all of these things are starting to happen and take fashion as fast as they can. April 6th was the day that we opened relief fund applications for the first time within the foundation. When we opened that relief fund, we had 4,000 applications in the first 24 hours. So we got 693 people, or 15% of the people that said they had a need, that they did not have a savings account enough to hold them through this shutdown, some sort of emergency money. But to say that that wasn't close to enough is an understatement. So back to the fundraising board we went. There definitely became the need to get the industry opened and do so safely. So the roadmap to reopening, that was a fun project. That took taking what the federal government said, what the state of Michigan said, what the FDA put out, what anybody and everybody put out, translate it all together, and put some processes down for operators to follow. New safety measures, 6 feet of social distancing. Are we measuring from that chair? Are we measuring from the table? I know you guys all got those calls and all got those questions too, right? What does 6 feet mean? Well, 6 feet, 6 feet. Just use a tape measure. No, 6 feet's not 6 feet. We have to know exactly how we're measuring. We had to figure these out. So we finally got open, June 8th. It's the day I got a guinea pig at my house, the day before my daughter's birthday. But yes, my entire family went to a restaurant on June 8th. Felt like everything was going great, except for guests were not real sure about that. They weren't sure about the safety measures. They weren't sure about eating where it smelled like bleach everywhere. They were confused about the rules. They were confused about the fact that they had to wear masks at the table if they weren't eating. There was just a lot of insecurities that we started to work through as a group. We started putting out more resources. So now, MyOSHA put in policies for what the PPE needed to be. What is that personal protective equipment? How do we do that? Then they started coming out with PPP funds. PPE and PPP are very hard to tell apart. And people would call and ask about PPE, so they'd come to me, and all of a sudden they're asking how they're supposed to fill out this legal form. And I'm like, oh, no, you need to go over to GA. You need PPP money. So we worked through a lot of that. But those resources started to come, and things started to feel good. We got to July, and now we decided that the businesses are going to be responsible for mask enforcement. Our offices are in Lansing. Quality Dairies are in Lansing. One of the founders of Quality Dairy grew up in the town that I live in now. There was a shooting at a Quality Dairy. There was a dead body over someone trying to enforce a mask policy. This webinar on you are not security, but how do you de-escalate a guest? So you know you have to get those guests to wear the masks, otherwise you're gonna get in trouble for not doing what the law is. But how are you gonna handle those disgruntled employees? This webinar led to the development of a national program that's still free of charge to this day about how to de-escalate and how to handle angry guests. That is still an issue. When we talk to long-term employees, when we talk to GMs, their hardest part right now, all the way flash forward, is still handling angry guests. People were confused, people were angry about the pandemic, and somehow that decided we're gonna take that out on hospitality workers. I'm still not sure how we got to that point. I'm not sure what's wrong with us as a society that we think that's appropriate, but that's a big part of the struggle that industry is facing to this day, is how do we manage these expectations and this attitude? Why is everyone so angry, and why are you coming out in public if you're that disgruntled? Okay, we still have a supply chain mess, right? Oh, thank you. When we got to August, some of the schools started to come online. The free programs for schools had been continuing to go this whole time, right? So all these resources are being made. Where can you get food access? Where can you get resources? Remember back in April of 2020, we had this giant pandemic outbreak at the processing facilities that do the beef. Now we're in the heat of summer. We can't get beef. We can get beef, we're paying triple what it's supposed to be. Chicken wing prices were skyrocketing. We have a member who has 7 properties. One of his 7 properties even has chicken wings on the menu. He would order chicken wings through all 7 businesses just to get enough of ration chicken wings from his suppliers to be able to operate the one business that does chicken wings. Think of some of the biggest employers that we have, and we're still selling half of our food at least to go right now, right? We're putting those in takeout containers, Buffalo Wild Wings chains across the state. Wings are part of everybody's menu. They hold up pretty well in styrofoam. They're pretty easy to send out. You can upcharge for multiple sauces. This is a great takeout item. We can't get them. And then we had a week where we get 7 different phone calls from 7 different board members. They don't get any takeout containers. So remember back a few other slides ago, we talked about all this takeout technology and all these containers and how you're running your to-go operations, only now you can't get takeout containers. See these dilemmas, right? Some of the things that we did out of innovation necessity had a lot to do with those supply chain and interruptions. Long story short, if you go someplace and they don't have the right SOP for a food group, it might have been necessity because they couldn't get something. Okay, so in September, we got some more supplies. We got a $2.5 million allocation to help redistribute more relief funds. Those grants were awarded up to $500. We did a lot of that. They had to show proof of employment dated back to March 10th, and we got a ton more people, a little more relief, trying to have them come back to industry. The other really critical thing that happened in September is as guest insecurities, I guess, became an issue, you saw a bunch of people put out a pledge or a promise or a commitment that said, we're doing what we're supposed to. The only program that came out was the Serve Safe Dining commitment that had a training requirement. So we said, we're doing what we're supposed to. We're adhering to all the federal and all the state laws, but we're also training. We're also making sure that our employees have the food handler. We're making sure that they've taken those COVID courses that are free to them. And we're really trying to make sure that that manager in charge is able to make sure everyone's operating safely within that business. They were the only ones that had that training. To this day, there's still a Serve Safe Dining commitment. Doesn't have the 2020 logo on it anymore. It's got a 2022 logo. But it's very important that we don't push empty promises or shallow promises out to the consumer. It's very important that we can back that up with training and safety measures and expertise. And the association really tried to make sure the consumer was hearing, this is what we're doing, and we've also trained our staff to do it. Now, MyOSHA required that we trained our staff to do it, but we did it, and we made sure that we communicated that. The more we can build consumer confidence. Things are going pretty good in the life right now, right? We're starting to get supplies, we're starting to build consumer confidence. We get to October. Everybody remember what happened in October of 2020? Kids had been in school for a little while, we started turning on our furnaces, we started being indoors again, and we saw those numbers start to skyrocket. This is the first time that we heard the word ghost kitchen. We had a lot of heavy focus. How are we gonna get through the holidays? Our books are real empty as a collective industry, right? We've maybe been at 50% capacity. We've had limited capacity, we've had limited product availability. We were shut down completely. How are we ever gonna get our numbers for the year to somewhat be able to continue to negotiate with our landlords? So more webinars, how can you make money? How can you package Thanksgiving to go? How can you package Christmas dinners to go? What about all those holiday parties? What about those open bars that used to really kind of set up the business to get through the cold winter months? That was a lot of where we were at and what we were doing and what we were promoting. Dun, dun, dun. Welcome to November, friends. November 15th, we went through the second shutdown. Estimated numbers, 250,000 employees were laid off again, right before the holiday season. How many of you in this room have ever served? How many of you served in December and got like triple the amount of tips you normally got? Not having the holiday tip money devastated the employees. There wasn't enough relief fund money, there wasn't enough PPP money, there wasn't enough whatever category you're looking at as a way to solve this problem. The supply chain instantly went into another spiral. They had just started to get everything back in order in October, and now we're shut down again. What are we gonna do with all this food? Well, now the Hospitality Relief Fund did food giveaways in partnership with Cisco. Instead of them just backing those trucks up to the food bank, we handed them out at industry-specific events. We handed out pieces of prime rib. We handed out really nice pieces of steak. We handed out avocados and all these other things that have limited shelf lives, and we did these industry events. I want to blow that map up so you can see that every single one of those dots is a person that received money or food from us in 2020. We moved a lot of resources around. We had a lot of great fundraising partners. We had a lot of great resources, but our members, employees needed income. None of that paid your bills, right? So how do we actually find our employees now? The other highlights that I didn't know where else to put them in, because we sprinkled them throughout 2020, webinars on crisis communication, how to handle a COVID-19 outbreak in your building, how to do HR law, and how to do HR law, and more HR law. When you have a business in Ann Arbor and you have someone who goes to Northern Ohio and they can't come back to work, right? That was part of the EEOs back in 2020. If you crossed the state line, you couldn't work for 10 days. But their coworker could drive to Traverse City for the weekend and come back and work. Well, employees did not like that at all. They did not want to be off for 10 days because they crossed a state line. Letters of the law. So HR law, HR law, HR law. We have a legal center, and one of our favorite attorneys on the HR law, her name's Lizzie Mills. I think she's my best friend, honestly. Through those 2.5 years of talking to Lizzie every day, what do we do about this one? What do we do about that one? And we just kept talking about training, retraining, retraining, retraining. We changed every policy. We changed every way that they did things. We used to plate dishes, now we're putting them into go containers. Are we giving silverware? Are we not giving silverware? Customer satisfactions, all of these things were critical. All right, for my data people in the room, sorry, a lot of stories first. For the data people in our room, here's the economic report as of December 2020. I'm not going to read all of these to you. You guys can see some of these highlights. 33% of Michigan operators said it was unlikely that they could last another 6 months. 33%. That's a lot of people. 2/3 of hotels reported that within 6 months, they're going to run out of cash. These are real numbers that we were facing. 48% of the operators said they considered temporarily closing their operation until everything passes. Some of them had. 63% of hotels said that they didn't have enough staff to even maintain their standard operational levels. So the great thing about restaurants is we can be closed on Monday and Tuesday, and maybe even on Wednesday now, so that we can staff the 4 days we have to be open. Hotels have to be open 24/7. They can't just not have staff in the middle of the night. There has to be somebody here. So it's been very interesting to watch how they handled things and how these numbers came into play. This is another key thing to remember. Hospitality is an experience. When you dine, it should give you a feeling. When you go into a hotel, you should have a feeling, right? It's not always tangible. Hospitality isn't always something we can measure. It's something you feel. It's something that you know you're getting. At breakfast this morning, we were talking about when we entertain, we bring out the full fat. We put the full stuff into the sauces. We use real butter. Maybe that's not how we do things on a normal day, but when you're in the hospitality, you get 100% of those flavors. Guests did not get that feeling all of 2020. You know, I remember being on a phone call and saying, I'm okay with somebody dressed like Darth Vader handing me a to-go bag from McDonald's or even from a Buffalo Wild Wings and having my chicken wings that way. I am not going to go do a $200 dinner for a special event and have the whole building smelling bleach and have Darth Vader be my server, right? Hospitality is about the smiles. It's about that welcome environment. It's about that sense of community. So that's where we were really struggling. And you saw different operators be able to get it and get it figured out. But some of those high-end places, some of those places you only go for grandma's birthday or your anniversary or those things, those guys are really, really struggling right now to hold on. Okay, we kicked off a new year. We had a $45 million project this time for employee assistance grants. This was a hybrid using the same relief fund model that we had done, only this time Treasury paid everybody directly. And these were a little bit more payments. So again, we're trying to make sure the people that are shut down are staying with some sort of income. You're talking about, we're still 300,000 employees that don't have an income, and the people that are working are not getting that tip money that they used to because everything's still to go, or people are coming in and they're angry and they don't like the environment and they're not tipping as well, and there's just all this confusion. February 1st, we got to reopen, and everybody called their staff back, and we did a big webinar on how to call your staff back. Nobody came back. I mean, nobody came back. Supply chain, well, they didn't really do much better either. And I want to be careful when I say that, because Gordon's and Cisco and US Foods and all of these guys are great partners of ours, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. I know I was in one presentation that Cisco did that said they added almost 200 new vendors in the state of Michigan alone to try to keep the supply chain open. But the manufacturers can't get the food to Cisco, Cisco can't get the food to the restaurant, right? We go all the way back to April. Grew up on a dairy farm, know a little bit about beef. You don't grow a cow in 6 months. So when we shut down all that beef processing and we didn't have any beef, that doesn't fix. That doesn't fix in 2 weeks, that doesn't fix in 6 months. That's almost a 2-year process to correct and get the beef supply back where it needs to be. So again, more challenges. March 11th was a big day, a lot of celebrations. The American Rescue Plan was signed into law, and relief money for operators was listed in there. This was very exciting. Well, guys, it's March of 2022, and the state's still sitting on a whole bunch of that money. So we're not quite sure how that's all going to work out just yet. But let's just say our lobbyist is a very, very busy man. Okay, what else were we doing in 2021? Vaccine clinics. Let's get the hospitality workers vaccinated. Let's help build some consumer confidence, saying everybody's vaccinated. Let's make sure that our workers are vaccinated. Statewide partners, great things. We're working with DHHS, we're working with the Small Business Administration, we've got the Restaurant Association involved, we've got a couple other players involved. We had gift cards, we had resources, we had all of the local health departments teed up. Not a whole lot of people came. Not a whole lot of people came to get their shots, which I cannot imagine how frustrated all of you in this room were trying to run those clinics and not having people come, or having people come with their Google, Facebook epidemiology degree and ask questions that nobody knew how to answer. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Facebook epidemiologist or the constitutional scholars were more annoying through this process, but we had phone calls from both. I didn't know that Michigan had so many constitutional scholars. Amazing. Would have thought we were at the Smithsonian instead of... Anyways, enough on that. Back to the slides. I think the mistrust, the misconception, bad research from Facebook really slowed our efforts there. Capacity restrictions are still preventing, right? We tied those vaccine numbers to our ability to grow capacity restrictions, and so we're still operating with capacity restrictions. Finally, June 22nd, 463 days of closures and capacity restrictions were finally operational. 1 in 5 of our operators are reporting a financial crisis. I didn't give you all the data. Every survey had like 27 bullets. That 1 in 5 number is the one I want you to remember. We're saying about 3,000 restaurants closed permanently, but 1 in 5 were still in financial crisis a year ago. Okay, we get to July, we get to August. Consumer demand is awesome. We're working with MDARD, we're working with MLive, we're getting all these studies, we're surveying all the people in Michigan. Everybody wants to get out. Everybody wants to enjoy the nice weather. There's outside events. It's pure Michigan, people. Come on, there's a ton to do where you don't have to be inside. Weather's nice. COVID numbers are pretty low right now. We got a little bit of a problem. There's no staff. So everybody wants to come to Northern Michigan, but there's no staff. We were actually here last July for a board meeting, and the woman who does the sales was pouring our wine. The person who had cleaned the rooms for 17 hours was pulling dishes because they had an all-team effort to make it work. That's a lot of burnout, guys. It's a lot of burnout when you're doing your day job and somebody else's and somebody else's and somebody else's. It's really hard to stay focused, motivated, and provide that experience we talked about before. Here's the official labor study. Here's the real numbers. 88% don't have enough staff. So remember, we are the second largest industry when you put the hotels and restaurants together. We collect sales tax funds the state. We're not operating at capacity, we're not collecting sales tax. We saw all kinds of creative things start to happen. 81% are limiting their room inventory of hotels. It's a big number. 97% of operators are saying the inflation on those raw products is killing our ability to operate. 64% wants Congress to do more. They want more relief funds, they want more funding, they want more solutions coming. Everybody got this funny little thing in their head that when September 4th came, all the employees would come back. Everybody, right? You guys heard that? There's this whole thing where like, okay, the extended unemployment, the extra funding, all the padding is gonna go away. Guess what? We're still in a labor crisis now. September 4th was a couple months ago. We still have that labor crisis. All right, into fourth quarter of last year, there were some other things that happened. Michigan, especially northern Michigan and the island, they use a lot of H-2B visas. We cut those at the federal level. So right now, everybody is working through their H-2B visas. They applied back in November for their H-2B visa workers that are coming this summer, and we cut that number again. How are we gonna operate some of these huge resorts, and especially the island, without those H-2B visa workers? Massive calls for legislative support, more rescue plan dollars, get those dollars spent, get them out there. The hospitality industry was identified, how are we gonna get those funds? And then the Delta and the Omicron came, and that just messed with everything. So we saw yet another holiday season. 2020, 2021, holiday seasons, totally devastated by this pandemic. I talked a lot about the restaurant industry. Most of you work in the restaurant industry, but I wanna make sure that from the hotel side, because we are the Restaurant and Lodging Association, the business traveled hotels are dying. Business travel is still very restricted. The hotels are struggling with labor. The sanitation practices, the PPE funding that the hotels have gone through have been astronomically added to the bottom line of expenses. When we talk with MEDC again, we're showing there's a demand for consumer travel, especially domestic, especially for those road trips. Nobody's all that excited to get on a plane yet, but people are definitely wanting to do those road trips. Tourism industry in the UP and northern Michigan has been fantastic for what they can do. They don't have the staff and they don't have the ability to do stuff. How many of you have tried to make travel plans and found out you had a 2-room minimum stay? Nobody will do like a single overnight. You guys ran into that with your families? We don't have the ability to change those rooms, so we're doing 2-night stays. Makes a little more profit to try to cover that room change. But everybody noticed that your rooms probably didn't get refreshed last night. You probably didn't have fresh towels for this morning. First, that started as a pandemic thing to keep the employees safe, and now it's just a necessity. You might go online and the hotel might say it's sold out. You might drive by that hotel that you wanted to stay at that said it was sold out and stay down the road and see that that parking lot's half full. They're only selling half those rooms. These are all strategies to help maintain to some minimum level of customer service. So where are we right now? Okay, it's the first quarter of 2022. We're looking at a 40% inflation rate statewide. That's how much we've increased salary. I did notice when I came in on 37, McDonald's is paying $21 an hour and Burger King's paying $17 an hour. I don't know if you guys came in on the same road I did, but that's a lot of cash. Yeah, we're headed into peak tourism season in northern properties for our third season without enough staff. They have to change what they're doing. Food costs 7 to 21% inflation number, depending on who you talk to. If you're a steakhouse, you're north of 21%. If you're a pizza place, you're probably holding right around the 7%, except for cheese and dairy spiked about 3 weeks ago. So I'm sure you're seeing this as consumers, but the raw costs for the operators are all over the board. And then came the fuel surcharges. Anybody get any fuel surcharges on your personal lives? Where businesses are seeing a ton of those. There's minimums being put on. There's just not enough cycles to go around. So we're starting to see that. Also heading into tourism season, there's a natural protein increase. When people start grilling, the price of steak start to go up. That's just a cycle that happens every year. But if you're already at 21%, and now you're paying a fuel surcharge, and now you know going into summer you're going to be facing those natural increases, that's a lot to manage. That's a lot of number crunching and a lot of pencil time that people are trying to figure out how to manage those and still run profitable operations. Supply chain is getting better. It's definitely getting better. We're starting to see some of the ports open. We're starting to see some of the stuff come through, but it's not good. It's not dependable. And you still have people maybe ordering 2 or 3 times what they actually need to make sure that they have the right supplies on staff to be able to manage. We have potatoes coming out of our eyeballs. It's the little powder that makes it so your fries don't stick together that's stuck on a dock somewhere, right? So French fries, that's a pretty basic part of the food service industry. Yeah. So, right? Better? Not good. All right. Going forward. Are we ready? Sorry, I have to drink water. This is my world now. Going forward and workforce development. How are we going to do this strategically and quickly and smart? So, we added the Hospitality and Tourism Management Program through Department of Education. These are high school pipelines developing students to come to work in the industry. Michigan ProStart program's about 21 years coming down the line. It's teaching restaurant management and culinary arts. These kids have a ServSafe Manager certificate when they graduate. Manager. The hotel will have a food handler certificate. Restaurant Ready, community-based organizations working with at-risk youth. At-risk youth, at-risk adults, persons who are justice involved. That's the nice way to say incarcerated. We are working with all those populations to show them a pathway. These programs have lowered recidivism rates in other states, and we have brought them in. The HOPES program is specifically designed for justice involved. It's a grant-based project. The community-based organization is following that individual for a full year upon parole. There is fidelity bonding offered by the state of Michigan, and there are workplace opportunity tax credits that make really good business sense. But when I say we are churning every rock, we are churning every rock to find employees. ServSafe's a big part of this. So obviously the association, both on the state level and the national level, are ServSafe proponents. It has a lot of resources, guys. We're talking about an 8th grade reading level for the manager, a 6th grade reading level for the food handler. We're talking about videos, PowerPoint, slides, any and every way that we can teach the material, we're gonna teach the material. The MichiganFoodSafety.com website has a ton of short videos, short snippets, really focusing in on those. We're working on some translated videos that should be posted by May 1st. They're still being edited, but we've got a lot of those resources coming. This is what I do in my spare time. We have a new hospitality and tourism, a new hospitality training institute in Michigan, the new HTIM, as it's called. This is a workforce development program. So as we're shuffling employees and we're sending people all over the place, the person who showed up to work became the manager. Does that mean you're highly qualified? Nope. Does that mean you know the food safety laws? Nope. That means that you're a good employee, you showed up, and we've added to your responsibility. The Hospitality Training Institute of Michigan is designed to close that gap. It's designed to very quick fashion teach people some basic employee management skills, giving feedback, building schedules, onboarding a new staff member. It includes the ServSafe Manager certification. We need to make sure that they understand how to keep food safe, and if they're managing, how do they make that happen for the rest of the team? This program is new, it's innovative, and we are just finished a pilot in Midland. The online class starts April 15th. We'll have an in-person session that starts the 25th of April in Lansing at our offices. This is a lot of workforce development. We've expanded staff. We're really trying to provide workforce solutions and make sure that the people in the industry have the skill sets that they need to do the operation, to keep food safe, to operate profitably. Financial literacy is a big part of this process as well. Going forward, one of the other things we're going to have to really focus on is meeting consumer demands. Didn't restaurants always have to focus on meeting consumer demands? Yes, but expectations have changed. Our habits changed. Consumer habits changed greatly. We saw the National Restaurant Association relaunch the Kids Live Well program. This program is designed for kids' meals. It has a 550 calorie component for those youth, and it also includes the beverage in that calorie count. Consumers want healthy kids' meals for their children. They want us to do better as an industry. We are trying to embrace this and full embrace it for everything that it's worth, but we also have a few staffing issues, right? I'm not sure what comes first. I'm not sure how we balance all of this going forward. We're trying to meet consumers where they're at. This is a real short video. Do I have sound on my computer? You know what, I don't think you guys can hear that, so I'm gonna skip this video, but when we share these slides out, you'll be able to play it. The other thing, plant-based new proteins have really skyrocketed. People want healthy food for themselves too. When we had to cook at home, right, we had to figure out how to do things, we got very used to doing this. We saw things like walnuts and cherries and berries and other things that have antioxidants that can help fight cancer. Saw a lot of that stuff come out. Somewhere in the middle of all of this, the pandemic, you saw suicide rates skyrocketed. We saw mental illness skyrocket. A lot of that can be controlled a little bit with diet and exercise. And so people are looking for food that's not only going to make them not hungry, but that's going to help them make sure that they have good nutrients in their bodies. This is a full report. Again, it's available online. It's all about what's hot. It goes through all the different categories. I know those are chicken wings and pies and things, but honestly, a lot of that is how do we do things with plants? How do we keep people interested in coming out and trying what we have? Plant-based nutrition is also something that not a lot of people know how to do well, so they're very interested in dining out and trying those things. Takeout continues to drive sales. Takeout needs to be flawless. The sealed for delivery, anybody get Domino's over the last 2 years? They've got the cute little sticker, it's got their logo on it. Somehow breaking that seal changes your psyche so that you feel like that pizza was made for you and it's safer, right? Y'all believe that? I hope so, because we made a bunch of stickers that told you how to do the temperatures and how to heat them. You can download those stickers online. Ease of use. If your operation hasn't upgraded your technology so that you can make it easy for people to place a to-go order, you're not in the mix anymore. You have to make it easy for the consumer to place their orders. Ghost kitchens, ooh. Sorry, selfless plug. Where are my co-presenters? I see Rodney. Well, he doesn't get introduced, he left, sorry. What? Anyways. We have a ghost kitchen panel today, but ghost kitchens are another great opportunity for us to see more revenue coming into businesses without the storefronts. Much more on that coming. That communication of safety doesn't stop. People need to know that you're keeping them safe. The sanitizers need to be visual. Just because you're no longer mandated to have sanitizer in every so many feet doesn't mean you get rid of it. I want to be able to find sanitizer. I don't want to be looking for it. Visually clean your surfaces, right? People eat with their eyes, they eat with their nose before they ever actually try your food. If there's smudges on the table, if there's dirt on the doors, there's perceptions. This is not new by any stretch of the imagination, but it's now more important than ever. You pick up that salt and pepper shakers on the tables and there's still the crumbs on the table. Like, I'm done, I'm leaving. Like, guys, we have to maintain those sanitation practices. Take the COVID-19 ServSafe classes, they are free. Make sure you are taking the COVID-19 precautions with every new member. They're 15 to 20 minutes and they're free. Like, make sure we're doing that. Upskilling staff, right? We have a lot of new people, making sure that we're upskilling. Short, easy, digestive pieces of information. A lot of the workforce development stuff that I went over is broken into very small pieces. They all stack on top of each other. We're seeing apprenticeship in the hospitality industry. We've never, ever seen that before at the level that we're seeing it right now. But that's a way that we can grow our own talent. We can take those really good employees, instead of just saying, okay, now you're the manager, we can say, let's put you in the apprenticeship and give you the skill set to be the manager. That Hospitality Training Institute also does all the related instructional design for the apprenticeships. So we're really giving operators the ability to grow their talent going forward, and including all of the food safety measures that they need to operate successfully in all of those courses. Diversity and inclusion for the entire business is going to be more important than ever. If you are not a welcoming establishment for your employees and your guests alike, it's not going to make it. We have to make sure that we're welcoming. Pronouns matter, word choices matter, how we greet our guests matter. And it's not just about the tip anymore. Now it's about everybody recorded that, right? Everybody recorded everything. Everything's on social. These are the stresses and anxieties. If we're not doing it right, we're gonna be called out by the consumers. We need to build cultures that are doing things correctly. Here's the one that makes all of you guys in this world cringe. Innovation. Sometimes in food service, we get innovative and we forget things like food law. It's happened from time to time, right? Well, I saw that they used to dry their sausage in the basement in Germany, so I decided I'd do it. Any of you ever found one of those? It's happened. We have a food variance module. We have a form that they can work with, each one of you at local public health, to be able to complete it in a timely fashion. Food variances, I think, will continue to happen. We're gonna have to be cutting edge. We're gonna have to push the edges. And the biggest balance, really, I think, going forward is gonna be that blend of technology and humans, right? You don't wanna actually see the human when you place that to-go order. So that technology, that online POS system, whatever the platform, whatever website I'm purchasing through, needs to work real smoothly. But that's that purchase. When I come in, I want the human. I want to be embraced. I want to feel that hospitality vibe that we were trying to talk about earlier. We need to find that blend. If I'm doing lunch and I'm running, I want that instantaneous gratification, here's my food, but I don't necessarily want it to be greasy and nasty. I want it to be a healthier but still super fast option. If I'm going to dine, I want my guests to be welcomed. I want my guests to be embraced. I want good customer service. Remember that labor shortage? Really hard to be really good at customer service when you don't have staff. So this is a fine balancing act that we're working through right now. All right, this is the part where I say, what kind of questions can I answer? And I know Sean has questions, so where did you go? Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh.
So, frankly, the food service jobs are low paying, have no benefits, and have really inconsistent hours, and are like the least desirable jobs in the county that you go to any factory and get a job, frankly. So how are you working with both operators and members of your organization as well as legislatures to address this and maybe make food service more desirable?
Well, I would argue that I'm sorry. Oh, sure. So one of her questions was in their county. It's a manufacturing-based county, and manufacturing historically has paid considerably more than most restaurants have paid. I think we're seeing that wage gap shrink When you're talking about a 40% increase in wages, we're seeing a lot of that close. We're also seeing a bunch of insurance programs being offered. Telemed only based insurance where it's all digital. Those are very popular with restaurateurs right now. And a lot of people are changing how they operate to include those benefits as well. I think that 40% wage increase also includes a lot of benefit increases. And I think wages are up everywhere. I think the manufacturing people are short. I know the truck drivers, they're screaming for those. All wages are up, and it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. What other questions? You guys got to have more questions. Y'all just going to hold out for the ghost kitchens? You going to save them all for that presentation later? Yes, ma'am.
This question is more specific to Lodge. How has Airbnb been, are they interrelated to this at all in terms of because I think that people are using more Airbnb right now. Are they affiliated with the association?
So there is legislation that our government affairs person can speak on a lot better than I can, but I'm going to try to give you the 500-foot answer. Airbnbs are the wild, wild west. There's no regulation, there's no tax structure. When you look at your receipt from a hotel, you're going to see that CBO charge, the destination charge, you're going to see a bunch of tax charges. The state's hemorrhaging money by not taxing the Airbnbs, and the CBOs that are doing the promotional campaigns for the region are not getting any revenue. You're also seeing the price of houses go all over the place, especially in destinations, because people that have large sums of money are coming through and buying up all the prime real estate and running them as Airbnbs. So we are working on that legislation. The American Hotel and Lodging Association has been a great partner of ours in helping us put that legislation together, and there are a lot of national people watching what's happening in Michigan to change that regulation. You've also seen old apartment buildings bought up and flipped into Airbnbs or extended stays that are not regulated. They're running them through the Airbnb, and I don't mean to pick on Airbnb, VBO, all of those guys. It's a collective group. They are doing some of that, and you're seeing, like in cities, especially in Chicago, where the housing just isn't available to the people who live and work in Chicago because they've jacked the prices up so high by offering them as rentals. Airbnbs as a whole, right, like they're fun, they're easy, they're normally in great locations. Sometimes they have great pools and stuff like that. There's no regulation, there's no standardizations, there's no sanitation codes, there's no guarantee that their employees are even going through a set of books like they would be in a formal hotel. So working to close that parity gap is definitely a priority that we're working on. Yes?
So conferences like these coming to like Traverse City, have you seen are they starting to come back again? Because even this was a tough decision to make to come back. Are you seeing these organizations come back to hotels and lodging?
Yes and no. So right now the consumer travel is still driving what's happening. It's more vacations. People are more traveling with their families. That's where the top markets are right now. Business markets are coming slowly. I think you guys are about 50-50 online and in person right now. I think we're seeing a lot of hybrids, and I think that trend's going to continue for a while. For those of you that worked on the Planning Commission, it's expensive to do the hybrid, right? You're renting all the space, but you're also renting all the AV, and you're making all the things happen to have a good quality broadcast product go out. Running them in both formats is a little more expensive for the organization producing the conference. Which I don't know how long you'll see the hybrid do both because of the expense, but right now we're definitely seeing that hybrid, and especially with national programs where you're trying to, airfare is a requirement. This is a statewide, so most of our guests here all drove in, right? When you have a national conference that's trying to come together and it's requiring flight, that's where you're really seeing the business traveler still a little bit more restricted.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I don't want to put you on the spot,
on your experience and the information that you have, that once we ever get past this pandemic, that there will be more of a stabilization in the restaurant and lodging industry, you know, being able to have enough people and stuff like that. Do you ever see that coming back?
Twofold question. Okay, so Hospitality Training Institute of Michigan, we're working on management, right? You ever heard that saying, people leave employers, they don't leave jobs? We really want to put good management on the ground. We talked just real briefly, I know this is not a workforce development conference, so forgive me, that's my heart and soul. I want to make sure I balance that. A lot of those workforce development programs are designed for youth or at-risk individuals or justice-involved individuals. So they need a really strong leader to provide them with open arms when they get there and ensure that they continue to develop. If we can do that and make sure that those employees stay and know that they have an advancement, if you've read anything about Gen Z is not going to stay anywhere if they cannot see a clear path forward. That's why that apprenticeship model is so valuable. Knowing that if you do this and you reach these competencies, you move up a wage. If you do these competencies, you move up another wage. You finish this apprenticeship and you want to keep going, there's a second apprenticeship, right? You can finish the line cook, go into kitchen manager, you like managing the kitchen, you want to manage the full restaurant, you can go into the restaurant manager. Everything built to be stackable credentials. The trainings are going to be short, they're going to have quick certificates, but they're going to build on top of each other. That's going to be critical. The other thing is technology is going to come into play. We're going to use AI. We're going to use more website-driven stuff. It's a lot easier not to comp your order when you placed it online, right? If the server rang your order in incorrectly or there was a miscommunication between you or the server, we're going to run into a situation where I may be refunding you. You ordered it online. You picked the things. We gave you what you did. It's a lot less of an argument. I think you're going to see that technology continue to grow. One of the strategies that we've seen a lot of people do is maybe I have 5 of the same concept that I own. I looked really hard at those financials of those 5 concepts, and I have 2 of them open and 3 of them closed. But my staff from all 5 of them are now running the 2 that are still open. So if we get to the point where those 2 are profitable and staffed and things are going well, I still own that property. I might reopen a 3rd one or a 4th one, but that's not a by December. So the time frames, I think, are the part in that crystal ball I can't answer. Yes, ma'am.
Does your organization have anything over like Uber Eats or like not Uber, but DoorDash? And so are you involved in that?
Yes and no. So a lot of legislation has happened on that front. And one of the biggest concerns, and one of the things I've texted quite a bit with some people that may be retiring about is when we create the food, we have all these food code standards that we have to have. We have all these windows of time, cooling hours, all these other things. When DoorDash picks up that food, I can verify that that food is perfect. That third-party delivery, see, I always use one brand and get myself in trouble. When that third-party delivery picks that food up, what happens to it from the time it leaves us until it gets to you, the consumer? Right? We've all seen DoorDash bags on bathroom floors, or at least seen them float around social media. Do they have their dog in the car with them, or are they only running delivery? Did they leave it in the back of the car when it's 106 outside, so it's 200 degrees inside there? What happened to that food? But you, as the consumer, are angry at me as the restaurateur because you paid me. Well, you pay the DoorDash app, but you think you paid me. There's definitely been some legislation to try to put some standards in place, some food safety measures, even if it's just a basic food handler. They're $15. They take about 45 minutes to do online. It's not hard. Actually, National has gone so far as to make an actual third-party delivery service training video that I think is 15 minutes and $4. Am I right on that, Renee? The third-party delivery, pretty close. It's super inexpensive. But definitely those relationships are just so important. And we've seen the rates be astronomically different across the board. So just like everything else that you have a partnership with or a working relationship, negotiating that contract down to a justifiable rate's key. We've seen people paying 17%, and we've seen people paying closer to 35% for their third-party delivery services. If you're up 40% in labor, 20% in food, and you're paying another 20%, that doesn't give you a whole lot of structure left to do anything else internally within your operation. Did you have another question, or did I not?
You touched on it, just having food safety be brought up into that and like know that it's in the future.
Well, as long as they get it to you in 4 hours. I don't know that I want to eat food that left that restaurant 4 hours ago. Am I over on time? I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm here rest of the day. I am doing a ghost kitchen with Rodney and and you. Sorry, that just happened. I'm so sorry. We're doing that panel this afternoon, and then I'm also doing one on a managerial guide that we had developed in 2019. So it doesn't include COVID standards, but it includes a lot of information on basic operations. So that one's later on this afternoon. If you have any other questions, I'll meet up with you.
I'd like to introduce our next speaker, and she is born and raised in southern Alberta, so she traveled a long way to get here. So I really appreciate her accepting this. Paul Meningini was going to speak, and luckily Amber is very knowledgeable in this field, and we're very glad to have her here. Amber spent the better part of her approximately 20-year career focused on leading key aspects of major product development in the U.S., Canada, and internationally, with a focus on land acquisition, regulatory approvals, environmental permitting, and stakeholder outreach. As a project manager, Ms. Pasteur leads, mentors, and develops diverse teams of technical and non-technical subject matter experts. She has an extensive track record in project execution with a focus on securing permits and approvals, understanding and translating technical data, and leveraging technical and non-technical aspects of a project to find solutions to address stakeholder issues. During her career at Enbridge, Ms. Pasteur led a team that was accountable for the design and implementation of consultation programs on over 30 energy products, and further led the front-end project development on over 25 pipeline projects. She holds a Master's of Arts Journalism from the University of Western Ontario, a Bachelor of International Management from the University of Lethbridge, and an MBA from Cornell Queen's Executive MBA program. Please welcome Amber Pasteur from Enbridge.
Excellent. Thanks, Brian. Thank you, Martin. Is Andrew here? I just want to say, Andrew, thank you for making the tough decision and having this in person. I have missed this. How amazing to be here in person and to see your faces and not be behind a TV screen. I want to take you back on a journey. 2016. I spent 30 minutes with someone who changed my thinking. Now I want you to think about that for a minute. When was the last time you had a brief encounter with someone, and in that encounter you actually had a permanent shift in how you thought about things? Today I would like to share my experience with you, and just maybe you'll leave here feeling inspired and hopeful about the future of the Great Lakes Tunnel Project and the future of energy in Michigan. And if I really shoot for the stars, and I love shooting for the stars, I'm hopeful we're going to share the same vision on what the tunnel project means not only to Michigan, but to the North American energy. It's a reliable and affordable source of energy and an example of how energy and sustainability can actually coexist. And I think this project is a real-life example of that principle in action. So now come back with me. We're going to go back to 2016. I spent a transformative 30 minutes with a woman named Suzanne West. I don't expect a single person in this room to know who Suzanne is, so let me just tell you a couple things. Suzanne spent her entire career in the oil and gas industry as a woman. That's a different topic. She worked for Imperial Oil. She then transitioned to a company called Gulf Canada. Is my mic guy, are you good? I'm going to move this down a bit. You guys can hear me okay? She moved to Gulf Canada, and then she decided she was going to start her own oil and gas exploration company. After she attended a retreat at Richard Branson's private island, and I do mean the Richard Branson Virgin Rockets into Space, Richard Branson, she came back inspired to begin her next endeavor, and that was to focus on environmental stewardship in a new oil and gas company that she wanted to call Imaginea Energy Corp. Now, sadly, Suzanne died of brain cancer in 2018. She never got to have that dream. She never got to realize it. But I was lucky enough to spend 30 minutes with her in 2016, and it changed my thinking forever. What was going on in 2016 for me? I sat with her, and I'm going to confess to all of you, and everyone on the web there, that I was feeling a little sorry for myself in 2016. I was discouraged. I work in projects. I work in energy projects. I work in pipeline. I've done renewable, and the world was tough. We were taking a lot of hits. Lots of very well-organized environmental groups coming to the table, and we were seeing with great success. They were using pipelines as a proxy to promote an anti-hydrocarbon agenda, to promote climate change agendas, and quite frankly, they were having great success, and I was feeling sorry for myself. And I sat in front of Suzanne, and I shared this with her, and she said two things to me. First, she said, get over it. Get over it. Environmental groups for decades have been marginalized. This is their time. Let them have their time. Stop being a baby. And then she very wisely and kindly pointed out to me that both energy companies, both the energy industry, and quite frankly, the majority of these environmental groups were stuck in what she called the tyranny of or. And the tyranny of or is when you position these issues with either you care about the environment or you're a greedy capitalist and you support industry, quite frankly. And when you get into that position, you start saying you're either this, and if you care about the environment, you can't support industry. And I would suggest to you, and what she suggested to me, is instead we all need to have a vision that is centered around and. This is the vision we should be striving for. We can care about the planet, we can care about people, and we can still have companies who are delivering energy, and these are private companies making a profit. And none of us should settle for anything less. We should come to the table with this vision in mind. We have to start coming to a conversation of and. And I would suggest to you that I think as we also are on the precipice of this energy transition that's happening, a conversation of and becomes even more and more important. The energy transition is happening. It is happening. And we have to get on board and we have to start thinking about this. We have to start thinking about the fact that we can safely and reliably deliver energy, and we can care about protecting the Great Lakes and the people and the communities of Michigan and the people who rely on having affordable energy and the people who rely on having jobs. And I think that I'd like to say that this and vision of the future becomes even more critical, as I said, as we move to that energy transition. And I just want to take a minute and tell you a little bit about Enbridge in particular. So as you can see, we are investing right now in that next generation of energy. So when you look at this map, this is where Enbridge operates throughout North America, actually throughout the world. It may come as no surprise to you. You can see the blue lines. Enbridge is responsible for delivering about 20% of natural gas that's consumed in the United States. In Ontario and in Quebec, we actually deliver gas distribution right to people's homes. 3.8 million people rely on the gas that's coming right to their homes. We transport about 25% on our system of North Americans' crude oil demand. And we're actually generating enough renewable energy now to power over 900,000 homes. And how are we doing that? Well, Enbridge actually has 23 wind farms, 17 solar facilities, 5 waste recovery, a geothermal near Boise, Idaho, and a hydroelectric facility as well. So I think that vision and moving that forward, caring about those old three, we're already trying to start to invest in that new generation. Now I want to bring it closer. Let's bring it down here to Michigan. Why are we all here? How did we get here? Now I'm going to take you back in time a little bit farther to 2017. So in 2017, the former governor of the state of Michigan and his administration came to Enbridge and said, we are concerned about the water safety in the Great Lakes. And he dedicated part of his administration and in their time to protecting against a potential incident in the Great Lakes. Does everybody know here what I'm talking about? Line 5 crosses at the Straits of Mackinac. It separates into 2 dual pipelines. Those pipelines were installed in the Straits in 1953. And then it crosses the Straits of Mackinac. That's about a 4-mile crossing. And then it comes back on the other side to a pump station. I assume that most people are familiar with Line 5 and the dual pipelines on the Straits. But if you're not, I just want to be clear. So the governor and his administration came to Enbridge and said, we don't like this. We've got to protect our water. What are you going to do about it? So we signed a first agreement. That's my colleague at the time. He was the vice president of U.S. operations. He signed this agreement with the state, and they said, here's what we want you to do, Enbridge. We want you to think about how you can replace those dual pipelines. So what are the alternatives? So we did a study, and we looked at 3 different alternatives for replacing the pipelines. One of those alternatives was a tunnel. So digging a tunnel underneath the straits and then putting a pipeline inside that tunnel. They also said, and I don't have it noted here on the slide, they also said, and not only that, I want you to go to every single watercourse crossing in Michigan where Line 5 crosses, and I want you to tell me what's going on there. What does that crossing look like? What's the state of it? And then they also said, you know what? We're worried about anchor strike in the Straits of Mackinac. Have anybody been to the Straits of Mackinac? You know that the Straits is a really important corridor for large vessels that are moving goods. And they said, what are you gonna do, Enbridge, about preventing anchor strikes? So off we went. We had 6 months, go. So they signed that deal in November. We had to present all these reports in June or July of 2018. That was my entire life, I think, for those 6 months, was working on those reports. And then we came back and we signed a second agreement in October. And this time, the governor and his administration said, thanks for that. Hey, this tunnel idea, we like it. So we need you to promise you're going to keep working with us because we think of the alternatives you looked at, that's the one we like. And then we also said, you know what? We also want you to address some of these other watercourse crossings. So the St. Clair River, do I have anybody up here who's familiar with St. Clair? Anyone from that area? Have you seen that HDD? That HDD is done. So that was part of these agreements. So now that we did a new horizontal directional drill, so we replaced a section of pipe with a new HDD under the St. Clair River. And we also said, you know what else we want you to do? We want you to make a commitment that if the weather is really bad in the Straits and the waves get to a certain height, we want you to shut down the pipeline, Enbridge. So that's the way it's going to be, and that's what we're going to do. They also decided and said, and we like this anchor strike stuff you've done, so what we want you to do now is put something in place to monitor vessels and make sure their anchors are up. So over the last several summers, what Enbridge has been doing is sending out boats, little boats that will go out as vessels are coming through, and they're saying, hey, is your anchor up? And if the anchor's not up, we're trying to get in touch with that boat. That now is being replaced with something we call the ESMOC, we like to call it, the Enbridge Straits Marine Operations Center. So now that is up and running. We've installed 7 cameras around the Straits of Mackinac. So now in a control center, I just visited this place about 2 weeks ago actually. We can see every vessel that's moving through. We can communicate with that vessel. We have these cameras that zoom in on these large tankers and different kinds of carriers, and we can see if their anchor's up. And if their anchor isn't up, we can reach out to that vessel and go, hey, what's going on there? What's going on with your anchor? So that is in place right now, and we've got actually a brand new facility we're going to be moving to in the next couple weeks. And I believe it's something that people can go and visit and see if you want. So just keep that in mind. So that was in October, of 2018, and then December of 2018 came. And this is where we signed the third agreement and the tunnel agreement. These are interrelated. So by this time, the governor of Michigan and the state has said, guess what? Enbridge, we want the tunnel. We want you moving forward with this tunnel, so get onto it. And then the third agreement said, okay, and you can continue to operate the dual pipelines as long as you do it safely. So there's enhanced inspection protocols. We've got to be managing the spans. We've got to be looking at the coding, so that you have to keep doing that. And those enhancements on the pipeline inspection of the dual lines are going to continue to increase until you get this tunnel in service and you get that pipeline replaced. Now, I will share with you, specifically when it came to the tunnel, there was a little bit of skepticism, I think, at Enbridge, a little bit about the idea of the tunnel. We have been operating the dual pipeline safely for 69 years in the Straits. They are probably the most watched segments of pipelines on our whole entire system. And we take pride in that and operating them safely and making sure those pipelines are safe. So when we made this agreement, though, the task was you get a team together and start figuring out what a tunnel looks like. So we hired some of the best tunnel engineers and tunnel construction companies that we could find. I've literally toured the world, understanding tunnels, visiting tunnels, figuring out what a tunnel across the Straits would be with my colleagues, with my engineering and my construction colleagues. And we actually, I think, or I know I have for sure, and I think I speak on behalf of most, that we found ourselves embracing this idea, the tunnel idea, for 4 reasons. I often refer to it as a no-brainer, actually. First of all, It's a super smart way to protect the Great Lakes. We're gonna build this utility tunnel, to put the pipeline in it. There's no chance of an anchor strike, and it virtually eliminates any incident occurring on that pipeline that would impact the Straits of Mackinac. So not only is it protecting the Great Lakes and all of the water and all of the communities that rely on it, but it's also a great way to protect our infrastructure. Number 2, it protects energy delivery for the Great Lakes region. Over 65% of the Upper Peninsula relies on the propane that's shipped in that pipeline. Over 50% of the state of Michigan relies on the energy going through that pipeline, the Detroit airport. So it's a good way to protect and make sure we have that reliable, affordable source of energy. Creates jobs. This project will be well over a $500 million project, so it's good for the economy. And it serves the interests of our customers that we're accountable to as well, those producers and those refiners that use that energy. So when you think about it, that vision of the end, that end vision that I was talking about, it's environmental, sustainable, and economic interests all coming together for something that's better. So the agreements between the state of Enbridge, I do also like to point out, though, it did incentivize both parties to work together. So as part of that, I believe it was Law 359 that came into effect. It outlined, Enbridge, this is your role. You're going to build this tunnel. You will pay for it, and you will also pay to operate it. When you're done building it, you're going to pass the keys over to the state of Michigan. This is a utility tunnel. So while Enbridge will have a lease to operate the pipeline, that segment that will go in, I can tell you right now we're also, the state is in the middle of negotiating as we speak with a fiber optic company that also wants to be in there. So it is a utility tunnel, so it can't just be about the pipeline. We also needed to make space for third-party utilities. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. We're going to dig into the tunnel because I love to talk about that. It also, like I said, does require that this is something that Enbridge is accountable for paying for, not just the construction, but also the operation. And that is specified in all of those agreements. Now, let's talk about this tunnel. Okay, first of all, I need to know my audience. Do I have any geotechnical or geologists in the crowd? Oh, shoot. Okay, you guys can keep me in check. I give you permission to keep me in check. I've learned a lot about this stuff. If you feel something that I'd love to hear what you think or what your thoughts are about this. This is me. Remember I said we did a world tour? This is me inside my very first tunnel. Now listen, I know it seems weird. When you stop to think about it, we're in tunnels all the time. Like when you travel, if you ever go by train or on highways, you're in tunnels all the time. So I don't know why I got so freaked out the first time I was in a tunnel in construction. But I did have to talk myself off the ledge a little bit as I got onto this little train that dove in deep. So this is me in my very first tunnel in construction. I am inside the TBM. Can you guys hear me if I move away a little bit from this mic? You guys back there, lady in the white, good? Over there? Good, good. Okay, so this is a tunnel boring machine. This is, they call this excuse my language a little here, they would say that's the door to hell right there, because that's at the front of the tunnel boring machine. So excuse my language a bit, but I'm going to tell you why that's the case. So this is Cleveland. This is a tunnel project that was being built it wasn't under a water body in part of it, not here. And so that was deep inside the tunnel. So first, a very little bit of information about building a tunnel. This describes for you the steps that go into actually major projects in general. This one happens to be a tunnel, and it starts here with a feasibility study. That's what we did in 2018, essentially. So we said, okay, we want to get across the Straits of Mackinac. You go out there, you find what you can about the geology. We did drill 2 boreholes on either side of the straits, and we went out and said, is the land there? Yep, the land is there. In fact, on the north side of the Straits of Mackinac, Enbridge owns 40 acres. We're like, beautiful. Great place to build a tunnel. We got all this laydown area. That sounds perfect. We're going to go across. Seems right. So we did that feasibility study. Check, check. So then what you want to do is you're going to create your project team. Put your team together. Who are your experts? It was really important. Enbridge has never built a tunnel before, so we had to make sure we had the right people advising us. We have an owner's engineer, we have an engineer of record, and we even did a model where we engaged construction firms early on, because any engineers in the crowd? I know Derek is. Anyone else want to confess to being an engineer in this crowd? Let me tell you a little something. Engineers are fantastic. They play a very important role. But sometimes you get the dudes with the dirt on their boots, and they go, what was this engineer thinking? How am I supposed to build this? This doesn't make sense. That guy sat in his office with his pen and his paper and his drafting board. I can't freaking build it like this. So is there project managers in this room? I hear a couple yes. One of the coolest things you can do early on in the project is bring some of those construction people on early. And then you have that. I'm picking on Derek because he had the pleasure or unfortunate pleasure of sitting with me at breakfast. I happen to know he's an engineer. And we could have that discussion back and forth. This is how we think we want to do it. What do you think? So we got them in early. The next thing, so assembling the right team, all of projects come down to people. It's the right people. Amanda today, when she was talking about that service industry experience ebbs and flows around the individuals providing that experience. It's the same thing on a project team. I don't care, you could have credentials up and down, fill this whole wall with credentials. If you can't be part of a team, what good is it, right? So you've got the people. The next step was a geotechnical investigation program. I cannot overstate enough to you how important it is in understanding the geology and understanding the earth. I'm going to throw this out. Think about this. What is the material you use to build a tunnel? What's your material? So think about it like this. If I say a pipeline, our material we use is steel. So when we build a pipeline, it's steel. When you build a tunnel, what's the material? Concrete, interesting. Anyone else? The bedrock. Concrete plays into it, and I'll show you, we're gonna talk about the liners of this tunnel. It's the bedrock. The material for building a tunnel is the rock and the soil and the earth. It's Mother Nature. And unlike an Evraz factory where I can roll in and go, show me the steel that you're using, let's make sure the quality control's in place. Sadly, Mother Nature isn't that simple. You have to go in and find a way to understand what is the nature of that material? What is the quality? Can we do it? So the geotechnical investigation is absolutely instrumental in the underground world. What steel is to a pipeline, the earth and the soil and the geology is to the tunnel, and you got to understand it. It informs the 3 biggest decisions that you make when you're building a tunnel. It tells you the type of tunnel boring machine you need. And you guys, I hope that you're going to all walk out of this with learning enough of this language to just be a little bit dangerous. You will impress people at dinner parties with your knowledge of building a tunnel. Nobody invites me to dinner parties anymore, by the way, so just a fair warning on that. So it's called a TBM, stands for tunnel boring machine. The nature of the rock is going to tell you what kind of machine you mean, and we're going to dig into that. The second thing it tells you is where are we going to put this tunnel? Horizontally and vertically. Did I get those right? Horizontally and vertically. Let's get those right. So you need to know exactly where you're going to place this in the ground. It's not good enough to say we're going to join one side of the straits, the north to the south. Where? Where specifically? Do the GPS coordinate specifically. And the fourth thing it's going to tell you, and this isn't the sexy thing, it's a little bit surprising, back to the concrete, we committed to build this tunnel with a concrete liner, so you need to understand the interaction between that concrete and the earth and the soil around it so that we can put the liner in. So those are 3 of the biggest decisions, and they all ebb and flow in understanding your geology. The next step is the concept development. This is where you get the design done. This is where you get 100% design, and this is where you file for permits. Nothing moves beyond this step until everything here happens. We're in permitting right now. We will stay at this blue dot until we get all of our permits. Not one shovel in the ground in construction until all of this happens. The other thing with tunnel boring or tunneling is the tunnel boring machine is a long lead item. And supply chain isn't just in the food industry now, the challenges. It's across the board. Our tunnel boring machine is a highly sophisticated piece of equipment. I want to tell you there's less than 4 manufacturers that can build the type of tunnel boring machine we need for the Straits of Mackinac, and that's a long lead item. We can order that a little bit. Our design is done. We can start looking at that. Does anybody know we had a big milestone with the tunnel project recently? Anybody want to take a guess what it was? Following the news media a little bit? We issued the RFP. We issued the request for the proposal to pick the tunnel constructor. The TBM is procured by the tunnel constructor. I'm going to ask you why that's the case. Why is an Enbridge? So I want you to percolate on that, and then I'm going to come back, and we'll do bragging rights. I have no prizes. We'll do bragging rights. You can say you're like the smartest person in the room, I guess. I want you to think about this. Why wouldn't Enbridge go ahead and procure this TBM if it's such a long lead? Think about this. We're going to talk about it. Construction, then once you get that tunnel built, what do we know about tunnels? Tunnels are all about logistics. You got one way in and you got one way out. So not until we get that tunnel dug across the straits, we remove the 500-foot long tunnel boring machine, then we can start putting in the pipeline. When we first met with the construction contractors and the engineers about this project, I used to tell them, guys, at the end of the day, you got to think about the pipeline. This is a cool tunnel project. The industry is very excited about this project. We have 5 of the best tunnel constructors in the world bidding on this project. People are interested in it. They're interested because of the geology. They're interested because of the pressure. It will be a challenge. Everybody wants a piece of it. We as a project, you guys as Michiganders, we're all going to benefit from that because they want to do this project and they want to do it right. This is a resume project. So we're excited about that. But at the end of the day, the pipeline has to go in. So I would joke with them and I said, your tunnel is a sweater on the dog. The tunnel's the sweater, the dog is the pipeline, to get them thinking about the fact we're going to build a tunnel, but remember it also has to be able to accommodate other utilities. We have the pipeline in there, we have to have space for third-party utilities, electrical, fiber optic cables. So have a little fun with those tunnel constructors, because for them they like to think about the tunnel. And then once it's in place, we're going to test. We're going to hydrostatic test that pipeline. We're going to make sure all the systems are in place, and then it goes into service. I spent too long on that, so I'm going to move along quickly. Let's talk about ground conditions. So remember I was telling you, understanding the geology drives the 3 most important decisions. So how did we do that? So back to the summer of 2019, we dug, and I want to refer to my notes here. We did 7 boreholes on the south side of the Straits of Mackinac using a rig like this. So it's a rig, it's got a drill there, so we're going through and we're getting cores and we're testing the geology. We're trying to understand it. Then we did 6 borings off of this there's the bridge in the background. I love this photo. So the bridge is in the background there. This is the jack-up barge. Jack-up barge has limitations though, right? 70 feet max of depth. So we did 6 borings from a jack-up barge, and then we mobilized a dynamically positioned vessel. It came over from the UK, as a matter of fact, to do 14 boreholes over through the channel. Any guesses on why we used a dynamically positioned vessel? By the way, this vessel can hold its position to centimeters. And I'm using centimeters even though we use inches because inches is not precise enough. 2 centimeters, this vessel can hold its position. Any guesses on why we did that? Why would we mobilize a vessel like this to do this work? Any thoughts? Ideas? It's the first time the CP vessel's been in the Great Lakes doing this kind of work too, by the way. Ideas why you might want to do this? This was a lot of effort and quite expensive. What?
Positioning, coordinating.
Yeah, like why not? That's exactly right. It doesn't have to anchor. So I want you to think about this. You've got the straits, I think at the deepest part of the channels, it's 275 feet of water. And then we want to go 320 feet below that. So imagine what that, that's something, you need to have a really stable platform to be able to do that. This vessel, it's actually cool. It's got a moon pool here. I think of Game of Thrones every time I say that. I don't know if there's any Game of Thrones people here, but there's a moon pool here. And there's the rig, and it goes down. It has a diamond core drill bit, and it goes down. So at the deepest part, so this is what we did. This is what we learned. This is our program. So in total, we did 29 boreholes we have 29 boreholes of data telling us about what the geology has to offer for us. The Straits of Mackinac is what we call brecciated. Geologist back there, nice. I like the tie in the shirt. Do you want to comment on what I mean when I say brecciated? I'm putting you on the spot. It's completely unfair.
Yeah, it's a conglomerate, really.
Yeah.
It's a lot of broken up, old, 400 million year old bedrock.
I'm glad I put you on the spot. You nailed it. You nailed it. So what he said was it's a conglomerate. It's chaos. It's Mother Nature rock chaos. And I'll tell you, and he even nailed it, 400 million years old. That's exactly right. So what happened I like to say that the borehole program and the cores, it's like doing Ancestry.com for the Straits of Mackinac. Think about this for a second. The earth and soil that we recovered in this, what we call the Pointe-aux-Chênes formation in the Straits, is 400 million years old. It hadn't seen the light of day in hundreds of millions of years until we took our DP vessel and went down there and pulled up a little 3-inch core. I like to go to the core shed and touch it. I like to go to the core shed and touch the rock and think about that rock is 400 million years old. It's pretty freaking cool, if you ask me. So there are the brecciated nature of the Straits of Mackinac, and my colleague Lisa, she's amazing. So I'm gonna go right to the line, and then I don't want to get myself in trouble. I'm not a geologist, but we have 3 formations. So this is just the overburden. It's just the overburden that's here on top, and then you've got the Pointe-aux-Chênes, the St. Ignace, and the Bois Blanc here. When a geologist uses the term formation, they're not using that loosely. Like it means something. It means that geologists have looked at this, they've agreed. There's certain rock property characteristics and soil and earth characteristics you'd expect to see in those formations. The brecciated part of it means that what happened 400 million years ago was there was this layer cake of geology in the Straits of Mackinac. Something evaporated with salt, it all crumbled in on each other in a big jumbled mess and then re-cemented itself over the last several hundred million years. To some extent, it makes this project a little bit challenging on one hand. On the other hand, it's awesome because we know what to expect in the Pointe-aux-Chênes. It made some decisions really easy. It's a chaos mess, and the tunnel boring machine has to be able to manage it all. So in some ways, Mother Nature kind of did us, we're not trying to figure out, is this seam, how long it is. We know what's there. All of our boreholes hit the top of rock, and so that helped us make those 3 decisions. All right, I just want to make sure I told you. So a question that you'd probably ask if I didn't answer it, some of these go down 100, some of these go down over 320 feet into the earth. Any guesses on the deepest one? It's not this one, surprisingly. It's this guy right here. 19-17, so that's borehole 17, is actually, because when you think about how deep it went from the top of the lake bed, so this is the deepest part of the channel. This is a riverbed from, I don't know, hundreds of millions of years ago, too many for me to put, old. The Straits of Mackinac was a sea at one point, and there was a river long time back. This area, geologists are so excited, they geek out on this. I had this geologist I was out at the core shed not that long ago, and he said to me, and one of our leaders at Enbridge, he goes, "This is priceless, this data." Because it is special, because this is the most we've known about the Straits. The bridge had some of this stuff. The bridge, they did work, but they spanned the deep part of the channel. So we needed to get it. So geologists around Michigan, around the world, quite frankly, are geeking out over this stuff. It's pretty cool. So doing the geotech program, though, wasn't just about pulling up these cores of rock. That's the thing. We also did tests. So we did in-hole tests. We use these caliper tools, they're called, a 3-arm caliper. So this is real life data. This is inside, too bad, I don't know which borehole this was in particular, but we're looking for how the rock is laying together. How does it all mesh together? So we did, sometimes we use sound to see how it reverberates off. Sometimes we use just visual. And then another really important test we did on the boreholes was something called a Packer test. And that helps. Hydraulic connectivity means how permeable is this ground. In tunneling, you don't want water. In tunneling, you don't want water. You have to manage and control water. Water is your enemy in tunneling. You don't want it coming in. So you need to understand the permeability of the ground, because if you know that there's water, you plan for it. So you make sure you've got the tools, you've got the right equipment, so that you know the water's coming in. So a Packer test is, imagine you've got this 3-inch hole, and then what you do is you use these inflatable kind of like balloons, and you segment a section off, and then at high pressure, you push water. So you got a Packer here, and you got a Packer here, and then you pump water here, and then you see how it goes. See how quickly it moves into the rock, and it tells you the permeability. All right. And then we also did the laboratory tests as well. These are kind of interesting because we sent, not every single core, there's hundreds and hundreds of core boxes, I'll show you. But we would take sections and we test it for abrasivity. We test it for strength. How strong is this rock? Is it competent rock or is it not competent rock? Because again, it's just about no surprises. You just want to know, and the Breccian nature of the straits, actually, like I said, it really helped us make some of those good decisions, knowing where we could expect. But so we sent it away. We did all these tests. So here, in this photo, you can see this is a sample from each of the formations and what we saw. So here is the Pointe-aux-Chenes box. So if you go back and you touch this little piece of rock right here, the cores come up in 5 foot. So you come up in like 5-foot intervals. So when you're drilling to get a core 300 feet into the earth, you don't pull up like a massive 300-foot section. We would bring them up in 5-foot sections, and then you put them in core boxes and you note them. And then we set up the core shed. And so this is a woman, she's actually doing work looking at some of the boxes. So we set up this core shed in Sheboygan, and we got it from west to east, north to south, east to west here, so that you can go into the core shed and literally walk down the rows of the core boxes and see how the Straits of Mackinac came to be back to 400 million years ago. Yeah, it is really neat. So we laid them out. And then this is, again, our engineers and our construction teams come here and they look at this stuff and they study it. And I go around and just touch all the rock. I can't believe I didn't put a picture of Iggy. Iggy the echinoderm. I have to name, we have a piece of rock. I named it Iggy so that I could remember it's called an echinoderm. It came from one of the boreholes more on the south side. And it is a fossil. It's like a little shellfish, this echinoderm. At the time, 400 million years ago, it would have been like kind of the largest kind of living creatures, and it's in a piece of the rock. You can see it. You can see the shape. Yep. Who cares? Hey, why do we do this? What do you do with all of that? So actually, it creates a document called a geotechnical data report. It's 2,500 pages of light reading. It actually summarizes all of the data, every single test we did, every single core we pulled. It gives you all of the information about all of that material, and we use it, again, to get a detailed understanding of what are the rock conditions, what are the properties, and we put it all in there, and we can make sure that how we are designing this tunnel and how we're going to construct it is going to make sure we can do it safely and efficiently. So that's what we do with all that data. What did we learn? I'm going to share with you guys. So when we went out there, we're looking for buried valleys. So remember how I said there's that deep valley? So we wanted to see how deep is the deep valley. People didn't know. Geologists disagreed about it. Geophysical data, that's where you use sound and or different kind of you send signals down and you see how they bounce back at you. that's all we had about what we thought that valley might be. So now we know better. We actually have a sense. We wanted to see if there was karsts or voids. Karsts or voids, if you're tunneling along with a TBM and you came into a karst or a void, you need to be prepared to do that, because that can be a problem if you don't have the right machine. And we were looking for gases. Anybody on the Detroit area here, a tunnel project, had an issue with gas, with methane gas. So we wanted to make sure we were looking for that. And here's what we found. We don't anticipate any of these conditions. The formation where in other parts of Michigan where they've had gas, it is a completely different formations. They're not these formations, so it's not totally surprising. But we discovered in our geotech program that we don't anticipate any of these conditions, but by the way, the TBM that we're gonna go with would be the TBM you'd need to manage those conditions if they're encountered. We did learn about the variability in the rock. We did learn that there's some clays and different materials. So that influences your cutting tools. So your tunnel boring machine has these cutting tools at the face, and how hard the rock is gonna drive how often those cutters need to be changed. So it's really important you understand that. And then finally, we do feel confident we've got all the data we needed. All of our boreholes, like I said, identified the top of rock, and we're gonna make sure our TBM suits all the conditions. So the data that we got gave us the data we needed to design the project. So what is the design of the project? This is a typical tunnel boring machine. It's an image of one. So our machine will be 500 feet long. At the front here, this is that cutter head that I was telling you about. It rotates, and then it has different kinds of cutters in different shapes that move differently at the face. These are purposefully designed based on the rock conditions we know we're going to encounter. So you don't just go into the tunnel boring machine depot and order a tunnel boring machine and off you go. It is specifically designed for the conditions of the geology in the Straits of Mackinac. Our machine will be designed for our project. So this is where the cutter is, and then behind this you've got a chamber, and this is the cutting chamber. So there is a space here, and when you change the cutter tools, this is where a person has to go. So they go into this chamber. So if the face of the TBM is here, and you've got this cutting tool here, they go into this chamber, and they will remove the cutting tools, and then we will change them. It's just like your axe. When you're cutting wood, or if you took your axe and tried to put it through a pole, what does it do to the steel? Knives, they need to be sharpened. It's the same kind of concept. Those tools will need to be changed. And then we've got something called a shield. So you can't see it, but it would look something like this. So it's kind of like a tin can, and it will sit there. So all of this is like behind a shield, and at the back of the shield is the equipment that you need to erect your concrete liners. So in this image, you can see the concrete liners are behind here, and then those are done mechanically. The TBM will mechanically put those liners up. So then that's the shield, and then the rest of this equipment, we call them, in the shield also is where the electrical and all of the equipment that operate the cutter head are positioned in. You've got a control room. You have a driver of the TBM. Somebody is controlling it. Somebody is monitoring it and watching it and observing it and making decisions. And then these are all called gantries. So the gantries are the bulk of the length of the TBM. That's all your hydraulics and your electrical cords and your piping system to remove the material that you're excavating. Those are in the gantries. And so all of this stuff here is in atmospheric condition. So the Straits of Mackinac, we expect is high at the deepest part of the channel up to a high pressure situation. So think about it. If you have, 350 feet of earth above you and then 275 feet of lake, that's a lot of pressure. We think it could be as high as 17 bar. So just for some context, we're sitting in this room, this is at less than 1 bar. So at 17 bar of pressure, no, you can't just send a human being out in front of the tunnel boring machine. So this is all atmospheric, and then this area let me go back. This area in the red dot will be at the pressure that the TBM is realizing. So it will be at whatever is out front here. So if that's 17 bar pressure, this area will be. So all of this is done, all of this is at atmospheric pressure. So while the tunnel is being mined, you could walk as a human being up to this point and you'll be fine. Beyond that, something special. Oh yeah.
What's the diameter?
Yeah, 21-foot internal diameter of the tunnel boring machine. Okay? All right. So the tunnel, the gentleman who said about the concrete. So again, and I just want to make sure. How am I doing for time, you guys?
About 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, good. All right. All right. So the part of the commitment as well was that this tunnel will be lined with concrete segments. So the concrete segments have gaskets, and it will be in 6 pieces. So these are 15, our tunnel segments for the Great Lakes Tunnel will be 15 inches thick. There'll be 6 of them, and they'll be assembled in the tunnel. It'll look something similar to this, although this looks like more than 6 pieces to make up each ring. So imagine that scenario, that as your tunnel is moving forward, then it's also behind it. It is erecting these concrete rings in 6-foot segments. And then they have gaskets in here that seal them, because we want it to be as watertight as we possibly can make it. This is like the material you do have in your windshield wipers. So that's similar. As it goes up, they come together and then they create a watertight. So maintaining the TBM, like I was saying, means that sometimes you have to go and change the cutter tools. This is a photo of someone in that chamber changing out the cutter tools. This is messy work, and it is not for the faint of heart. And whenever you are doing maintenance on a tunnel boring machine, it's called an intervention. And just like your car, some interventions will be planned, some interventions will be unplanned. I promise you that right now. Sometimes it's just going to happen. So when we do an intervention, that's what we're doing, is we're changing out those cutters, and this is where the working chamber is. All right, let's go. We used all of the data to talk about the vertical alignment of the tunnel. So what we did was the team, all of our engineers, all of our construction experts, we looked at the data. We looked at 3 different alignment options. At the end of the day, we're going, and this, by the way, 10 times exaggerated. This is not, it's not like this, but I needed to fit it on the slide. So it's exaggerated by 10 times. It's a softer curve. We went with this orange alignment because we decided we want to keep it in the Point Chien. We want to keep it in that competent rock. We want to keep it in the rock bed. So that's where we're going. We're going with the deeper alignment, but we did extensive evaluations of all of these different alignments. The horizontal alignment, this is how it will look as it goes across the straits. This was mostly a function of where the portal will be for the TBM and where we'll receive it to remove it. The spacing. So we did an exercise where we said, okay, what needs to go in this tunnel? And we was like, well, we need our pipeline. It's a 30-inch pipeline. And to maintain the pipeline, we need to have at least 30 inches of spaces all around the pipeline. We need to have space for third-party utilities. We need to have a sump at the deep part of the tunnel, so we have to have space for that. And we need to be smart about the risks with doing interventions. So if you're sending a person who, by the way, they have to live in a habitat to go up to 17 bar with a special cocktail of different gases. They live in that habitat for several days, and then they come and you attach them with an airlock. If you need to do that safely and with the least amount of risk possible, more space is a little bit better. So when we took all of that into consideration, the tunnel is going to be 21 feet in diameter inside. I know, it seems crazy sometimes when you see what 21 feet is. It's like, what are these tables? Like maybe 8? So 3 times almost the tables. On the Mackinac side, we're going to launch the TBM from a 400-foot long portal. It'll be 50 feet wide. It will actually be covered. So this image doesn't show you. We want to cover it for 2 reasons. To keep out the inclement weather, to manage sound, to manage light pollution. So it'll be covered. So we'll launch the portal. We'll have the material that comes out will come out in a slurry pipe, so we need a treatment. We want to reuse and recycle as much of the water as we possibly can. So our tunnel boring machine is it's called a slurry TBM. It maintains the pressure at the face, and then the material is excavated. It comes into the slurry. It's crushed in a rock crusher. And then it comes back out through pipelines, and we put it through a series of 3 treatment facilities to pull out the water and reuse the water, reuse the bentonite. On the north side, the TBM is going to come. There's a shaft 70 feet in diameter, and then we'll remove the TBM as it makes daylight on the north side of the straits. By the way, when we got into detailed design, we realized we didn't want to be on the north side. There's all kinds of different wetlands and protected and endangered plants. And we thought, no, the south side would be less of an environmental impact. So that's why we reduced the footprint as much as we possibly could on the north side. Tunnel construction. This is the one thing, I'm running out of time. Brian, you got to keep me on track here. The one thing I want you to really appreciate, and this is the thing I think that people don't get, is that when the tunnel is mining, you are never encountering the earth or the soil. Ever. If you're in the TBM, you've either got the shield or you've got the concrete liners. So when you're in there, you're never seeing the earth. The only place that you actually see the earth is at the cutting head. That's the only time. So it's kind of like being in a submarine. A little bit analogous. So you imagine you're in a submarine, you're at an atmosphere, you're breathing, and around you is all water. That's kind of what it's like being in the TBM. The TBM advances. I like people to appreciate this too. We're moving 6 feet, and then it puts up a liner. And then it moves 6 feet. It's slow. This is not moving swiftly. We think it could take up to 2 years to dig across the straits, in fact. So this is not lightning. This is not a lightning pace. This is move 6 feet, put up a liner. We also decided to go with a slurry TBM. What that means is we want to use a slurry mixture, so we want to balance both the earth pressure and the water pressure. That is why we picked a slurry TBM. It's because we want to be able to balance the pressure at the face. So you use this slurry, so it's balancing out what that pressure is. Now, you may not realize the pressure, though. You may not. If you get good, competent rock that doesn't have high permeability, you could be well under the straits and have it be at atmospheric. It really just depends on the nature of the rock. But we know that there will be times when we're going to be at a very high pressure. So that's why we picked the slurry TBM. What's next? We're into the permitting, and that's where we are. Oh man, Brian, do we have time for questions?
We can take a couple questions. You're sticking around for lunch.
Yeah.
Sticking around for lunch, if we have some questions, can we do that at lunch just to keep things on track?
Yeah. So did you want to take a couple if there's any?
Let's take a couple right now if anyone's got any questions.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? No? Oh, yeah.
So the volume of water, right? You're creating a slurry to remove the excavated earth, right? So what are we talking about, like in terms of?
You mean how much water how much will be in the bentonite mixture, or how much water do we anticipate will be coming at the front of the face?
In order to operate the machine.
Yeah, you know what? It isn't a large amount of water by any stretch at all, and I have that exact number, and I could look it up for you. I don't have it at the top of my head, but it's not a huge volume of water. In fact,
okay.
It is not a huge volume of water.
And you'll
We use it. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Come from the lake. So we got a permit. We did receive our Eagles permit, our NEPTES permit. So we did receive that permit, and it was at the lowest possible kind of permitting classification when it comes to our water need. It is not a huge volume of water, but I will get that number for you. Yeah.
Now, from the beginning of the project to completion, what's the time frame?
So the question was, from the beginning of the project to the completion, what's the time frame? We're probably looking at least 4 years. From the time we get our permits in hand and can start construction to the time we'll have it in service. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, can you reuse the tunnel boring machine after this?
No. no, because again, it's a 21-foot diameter designed specifically for this rock and soil. Some of the parts will go for scrap though, so I think there will be some, but it won't be reusable. Nope. Yeah, Thomas.
Well, why did this process not start 20 years ago when the lifespan of the original pipeline was at an end?
Right. Okay, so the question is why didn't we start this process 20 years ago when the lifespan of the pipeline? So first, I want to clarify, the lifespan of the pipeline is driven by your maintenance and integrity program. While you have a design life, pipelines, if they're maintained appropriately, like any infrastructure, like the Bridge of Mackinac, it's the exact same thing. It would have had a design life. The actual life, we have tunnels that have been in operation for centuries. It depends on your maintenance. It depends on how you do it, or how you maintain and keep up the infrastructure. So with our pipelines, we maintain them, so we will continue to operate them. 70 years we've been operating that pipe safely now, it still will. Why, I think also the question though, I think for me the interesting part of your question is though, well, you still have these dual pipes on the bottom of the lake, like why didn't you look at this sooner? You know, socially we change. Things that we accepted before now, we start realizing we don't want to accept anymore is the only answer I can give. But what I can tell you is we're moving ahead right now, full steam.
All right, we'll save the rest of the questions for lunchtime.
Yeah.
We gotta move on.
I'm sorry, Brian. That was...
General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan Health Departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche Public Portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau District staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche Public Portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google-type search on the home page, or you could click the Property Search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There is also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche Public Portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WISN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that...
We good? All right. Well, welcome everyone this morning. Really appreciate you being here. Welcome to our virtual attendees. I appreciate you being here. A couple of notes to our virtual attendees. One is there is a live chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to put them into the chat and we'd be glad to answer them for you. And then the second thing is I did want to let you know, or remind you that the camera does add about 90 pounds. So If you were here in person, you'd think, wow, Rodney, you're looking so skinny, but it's the camera. So yeah, the three of us today are going to talk about ghost kitchens. I'm going to talk about kind of what is a ghost kitchen, and then Amanda's going to talk about the business reasons that the industry has converted to this ghost kitchen idea. And then Scott from Detroit is going to talk about what are some of the regulatory challenges that they've started to encounter with some of the ghost kitchens. So when we have a new thing come up, we tend to look at our Michigan food law or our food code for, well, how are we going to apply our law or code to it? So with ghost kitchens, does anyone know what how the food law defines a ghost kitchen? They don't. Excellent. Look, we still have candy left. How about the food code? What does the food code say about ghost kitchens? Nothing, exactly. So if the food law doesn't define it, and the food law doesn't define it, and the food code doesn't define it, how do we determine what a word means? Does anyone know that? What do we do?
Make it up. Make it up. Yep. No. Email them.
All good answers. Actually, I mean, what we legally do is we apply the common dictionary definition for that word or phrase. So, but since we don't have time today to explain to our Gen Z folks what a dictionary used to be, let's just look at what Wikipedia tells us a ghost kitchen is. So, I do want to credit Trattoria Pizzeria de Luigi in Royal Oak. During the pandemic, when they had to limit the seating in the restaurant, they actually put ghosts at some of the tables to indicate how, to limit their seating. So I thought that was pretty creative. So if you look at Wikipedia, it says a ghost kitchen is also known as a delivery-only restaurant, a virtual kitchen, a shadow kitchen, a commissary kitchen, a cloud kitchen, or a dark kitchen. But basically, it is a kitchen that is generally considered for delivery only, delivery or to-go only. So they credit the phrasing of ghost kitchen to being first used in 2015 in New York, and it was a term that they came up with to describe restaurants that were suddenly using the third-party delivery apps, and where they started to see one restaurant would list multiple different brands on those third-party delivery apps. So, I have Rodney's Restaurant, and suddenly I've got these third-party delivery folks in my market, and maybe I was competing with 20 other restaurants, and a lot of people thought, well, what if I just add 2 more names under my own restaurant and start delivering out of my own kitchen? So they started having these kind of ghost, because there was no brick and mortar restaurant for these other 2 restaurants I just created out of my own kitchen. So that was how the term was first used to describe those restaurants. Multiple listings under one restaurant. But here in Michigan and in the media nationally, we've actually seen a lot of different things called ghost kitchens. So that was kind of the impetus for having this conversation today, because our team, I know, has gotten a lot of phone calls from you guys going, someone's proposing a ghost kitchen, how do we treat that? And it's like, well, what are they talking about? So we kind of wanted to run through the different iterations of what a ghost kitchen might be, or what somebody might claim a ghost kitchen is. And then, like I said, talk about why it's happening and some of the regulatory challenges. So one thing, for instance, I read this huge article out of California, and it was actually national news. In fact, I saw it on TV first, how Cracker Barrel is opening their first ghost kitchen in California. Did anyone else read this? And I'm like, wait, what does that mean? It meant they were opening up a Cracker Barrel without seating. So it was delivery and carry out only. It's like, really? That you're all excited about that Cracker Barrel simply took away their dining room? But we've actually seen a lot of other businesses Here in Michigan, some of the P.F. Chang's. I know some of you have gotten plan reviews for P.F. Chang's, which typically were these huge square footage stores. And they're just doing delivery or carry out only. And there have been some local news stories also referring to those as ghost kitchens, delivery only or delivery primarily for the third-party delivery apps. So there are actually, under the first grouping, the ones that the original New York definition basically, we have seen a ton of those nationally and in Michigan. So if you have a Smoky Bones near you, if you look on the third-party delivery apps, you'll see you can order food from Wing Experience and Burger Experience. Well, that's all coming right out of that Smoky Bones kitchen. If you have a Chuck E. Cheese near you, and you go on to a third-party delivery app, and you find, ooh, Pasquale's Pizza, that sounds so much better than ordering pizza from Chuck E. Cheese's. Well, you're getting the pizza from Chuck E. Cheese's. Now, in many of these cases, it may be different ingredients, often is different ingredients, and sometimes it's not necessarily different ingredients. So it really just depends. And I won't read through all of these, but we do have Chili's and Maggiano's Italy's in Michigan. So again, same thing, third-party apps, you'll see those names coming out of that kitchen. Applebee's does Cosmic Wings. Got a couple more there. Red Robin's, we have Red Robin's, have got a bunch of names coming out of their kitchens. Wingstop, that's kind of an interesting one because thigh stops. It's like we want to keep our original integrity of wings in our restaurant, walk-in restaurant, but we'll deliver you thighs. So Hooters, but even folks like Denny's doing it. Denny's and so again, a lot of these you may have seen here in Michigan. Are there others that people have seen in Michigan doing this kind of thing where you've discovered that, wow, maybe gotten a phone call, and this is where a lot of, well, I don't want to steal Scott's thunder of the regulatory challenges, but you might first discover that it's happening when somebody calls up and says, hey, I got sick at a Wow Bao, and you look in your list of restaurants and go, Wow Bao, we don't license a Wow Bao. And 5 phone calls later, you find out it's coming out of the Fazoli's kitchen. So have any of you had any experiences? Yes?
Ours wasn't chain related. It was a local owner who operates a bar and has their own menu. And then they had connected with the National Ghost Kitchen.
Oh, okay.
And they were doing burgers out. It wasn't on their original menu.
Got it. So, and again, I don't want to steal Scott's thunder or Amanda's thunder in terms of some of the reasons why and some of the licensing challenges. So, but again, thinking about some of the other ghost kitchens, you might also, I already talked about that one, got ahead of myself, Cracker Barrel's, P.F. Chang's. The next slide is a segue to what Sarah said, which is some restaurants aren't necessarily well, hers is a little different. So if I own Rodney's restaurant, I don't necessarily want to do 3 different menus of my own out of my kitchen, but Andy might come to me and say, hey, Rodney, I had to close my wing store, but could I make my wings out of your kitchen just for delivery only? And so instead of the previous big lists of the national chains doing their own several menus, it might be a case of there are 3 or 4 different business owners doing 4 different menus out of that one brick and mortar store. So so do people have examples of that around the state they've discovered, where you found one business owner that suddenly was wanting to use this space and maybe got approval ahead of time, maybe didn't? I see a few nods of heads, so anyone want to share or no? No one wanted to share, virtual people. Okay. And then we also have other businesses that are springing up actually to match existing kitchens. I kind of like this concept with people who are looking for kitchens to operate out of. So like in Ann Arbor, and I don't know if you guys have dealt with these folks, they got quite a nice website, but Ghost Kitchens in Ann Arbor. So they've actually gone through, and if Andrew wants to just sell wings out for delivery only out of an existing kitchen, you can go into their app and enter your information in, and they'll try to partner you with an existing restaurant in the area that is willing to provide that space to do that. So, you know, it's kind of an interesting concept to kind of partner up existing restaurants. I just wanted to show you this to show you that this concept is out there. So, you know, you don't maybe hear about it the first time when someone calls you. But yeah, this is one of their web pages. You click on it and it kind of matches up what you're trying to do. And so I thought that was interesting. So another type of what people are calling ghost kitchens is we'll have a central commissary type kitchen that's being built with the intent of having a lot of different operators out of it. Again, for delivery. So, and do any of you have those in your community yet? Yep, quite a few of you do. So, and this isn't really anything necessarily new. Yes?
Have you heard of incubator kitchens? That would be the same type of thing, correct?
It can be the kind of same thing. So, and that's, we'll get to when we're talking about some of the regulatory challenges, and it just depends on what you call an incubator kitchen versus you call a ghost kitchen. We've, I think, more thought of incubator kitchens as a startup for people trying to see if they could do a business, maybe someone coming in making cheesecakes a few days a week, maybe somebody else coming in doing stuff just for catering, so multiple license out of a single kitchen. In this case, they're building, they tend to be building these centralized kitchens to provide like one-stop shopping for the food delivery businesses. So when the food delivery business goes to this place, there might be 6, 7, 8 different brands that are on their menus, and so it's just an ease of operation that, you know, third-party deliveries get an order, there's a chance it's coming from one of those 7 places, and so they may sit in that parking lot waiting for an order from one of those 7 places. So we are seeing specific central commissary type kitchens being built out. We're seeing them where they're all owned by one person and that one person is handling all the brands. We're seeing them where a person is building it out with the intent of having multiple restaurants or brands all under their own licensure and name. So we're seeing both of those. We're also seeing food service establishments serving pre-made food items or food items from other brands using their ingredients, which probably goes to what Sarah was talking about. So you might walk into even a mom and pop type restaurant and it's like, wait, I can order a White Castle burger here? And it's like, well, yeah, because they reached an agreement with White Castle brands or whatever, and they either have the ingredients or they have the actual pre-made item in a lot of cases that they're just, you know, selling you. So, and again, if you search for ghost kitchens, a lot of people are referring to that as it is still a ghost kitchen, because I don't see White Castle, but I can get a White Castle burger out of, you know, Rodney's sit-down restaurant. So, and then we're also seeing some ghost kitchens on wheels, which Scott will talk about quite a bit. So instead of having the ghost kitchen in a historic brick and mortar building, we're actually seeing people build out basically an STFU that's sitting in a parking lot for the third-party delivery people to go to and just pick up the food from. And in some cases, it's national chains like Wendy's, and others, it might just be a local private owner doing it. So
are there multiple or just a Wendy's?
I think both, yeah. So you might see them just doing one menu item out of there, or you might see them doing a couple of menu items out of there, or a couple different brands out of there, yeah. So you might see plan review applications for that I'm gonna just build this, you know, STFU mobile concession trailer, whatever. So Scott will talk more about that. And then we also have seen businesses, we actually have seen STFUs, and I know some of you, this will strike a chord, that because a lot of the events were getting canceled, they instead have just found a permanent place to set up and operate, and they've added their menu to the third-party delivery systems. So going back a couple of years, they never intended to do that, and I know some of us maybe have been, wait, can they do that? That's not what an STFU was intended for, kind of thing. They should be mobile, but you know, none of us predicted this change of environment. So actually pretty smart and creative of them, I think. So, and then to wrap up, we actually also then have ghost kitchens, which are doing business as ghost kitchens. They're called ghost kitchens. So, and have any of you seen that storefront yet? Because they're Walmart. They're showing up, and Walmart's building them out. where they used to have a McDonald's or Subway. They're building out these ghost kitchens. And what the ghost kitchen there is it's actually licensing or distributing. They have licensing and distributing agreements with up to a couple dozen different national brands. And they have either, again, the raw ingredients of, they buy the exact same ingredients, or they have the pre-made item of. So you'll be able to walk in there and order maybe a White Castle hamburger and get a Cinnabon and get a, and just get all these different name brand items from one storefront, from a ghost kitchen. So that's kind of probably the 6 different iteration of what people are calling ghost kitchens. All right. Then we're going to have Amanda. I jumped right past your lead slide. Amanda Smith now is going to talk about kind of the business reasons behind this. And again, I don't know if you just want to hold this.
I think I talk with my hands too much to not drop it.
Just leave it sitting there.
Oh, we can do this. We can handle this, right? All right, so, hopefully if you were at the morning session, I established it's not great, right? So we got to be a little bit inventive. We got to put our creative hats on and figure out how to go forward. So 6 major topics of why we want to do this. Well, the overhead, lower overhead, right? Lower startup, lower investment, easy to scale, ability to maximize workflows, and meet those customers' needs. If people want to get wings at 4 a.m., we can have a driver bring them to you. There's market reach that we can expand on. We can meet consumer behavior quickly, very, very quickly. If we suddenly decide next week we're not going to eat chicken wings as a society, we'll start putting thighs in the fryer, right? It's very easy to change what we're doing. And I can dominate a food category. So what does all that mean? Okay, I decided I'm going to open a restaurant. I need to find a location. I need to find decor. I need a giant $25,000 neon sign. And that's just the outside. Now I need tables and chairs and flatwares and ambiance and all these other things. I need service staff. I need to build a hospitality environment. If I do this ghost kitchen thing and I don't have dine-in customers, ambiance isn't a factor anymore. I can buy really nice takeout containers, the cool octagon-shaped ones with the lids and the clamshells and the vent hoods on them so that they keep my fried food at the right moisture, a whole lot cheaper than I can buy silverware for a restaurant, right? So from a cost standpoint, this is much easier to get into. It's just dollars and cents. Lower startup costs for sure. So all those things I just talked about, plus all the kitchen equipment, and then I have to have my hours maintained. I have to have my door front open all the time. If I'm just running my business through DoorDash, I log into DoorDash and say, we're available, take orders for me. If we're not going to be available because I don't have staff, we're just not on the DoorDash option when you log into your app to buy. That's a huge savings. My whole team has COVID. I just take myself off the app until we can all come back in and reoperate again. If you go by a storefront and it's closed, let's let the rumor mill go. Let's let the social media go. That's bankrupt, they're closed, everyone's sick, 3 staff members died. I mean, whatever, right? You see all of those things happening. If all I'm doing is turning my app, my presence on those apps on and off, much easier to manage and control. The only capital investment I have is the actual equipment. Plan review, talking to you guys, getting everything set up. But that's a whole lot easier than that brick and that mortar and all those other things. The driving of traffic, physical signs, it's 100% digital. Digital marketing is very cost effective. It is not easier to do. It's more cost effective. If I actually have a storefront, I have to have all those things driving people to my storefront. Is that the church bulletin ad because I'm 2 blocks from the church? Is that the yearbook ad in the school because I'm close proximity to the school? It's all these other different things that we're not doing. We're just a digital world. We don't have that storefront. We don't have that presence. I'm not worried about driving the traffic. Okay, so all these things go into operating a restaurant: customer service, guest service, expectations, ambience. If I'm running my ghost kitchen, all I'm focusing on is the food itself, right? I can just focus on food. If I had $1 for every great chef who opened a restaurant and closed it in a hot second, we could all go home. Now, the only thing that matters is the food. All the other things are done with the third-party programming. So that's a whole lot easier. And I'm only working on online orders. You put that order in. You picked the sauce. As long as I make sure that my expediter puts the sauce that matches your paper that I'm going to staple to the top of that pickup order, I'm gold. We don't have to bring you 6 more sauces because you decided you didn't like the honey mustard you ordered. Next time you'll order a different sauce, right? Because you still like the wing itself. Lots of opportunity there. So we've also seen people, right, with the Maggiano's example that you gave with the Brinker. So out here, I'm running one concept. Out the back, I'm running another concept. So I already have this footprint. I've already made all these capital expenditures. This is a way for me to pump some revenue, especially when I had restricted seating out front. Maybe my capacity was only at 50% or 25% or whatever number, whatever jurisdiction I was in at that point in time said I could have. It was a way for me to keep the revenue at 100% if half of it's going out the back and half of it's going out the front. So that's another option. It's definitely easier to separate when I'm only running a ghost kitchen. So if I have, anybody ever gone in to a restaurant and there's like 6 or 7 tables and you're like, oh, this will be fast, and then it's not? And then you start seeing all the takeout go out. That's a little bit more to manage. Now we have to keep those things balanced. So if I'm running a true ghost kitchen with no storefront, those expectations just come out as fast as the delivery drivers instead of having people in the front. So balancing that is a hard thing. I think you're going to see a lot more people looking at those commissary-based kitchens or the not having a storefront at all. Storefronts are expensive. Property taxes are expensive. We fight over the ones that are, on a main traffic flow, the ones that are in the prime strip mall, the ones that are at an outdoor ambiance mall. All of that real estate's super expensive. I can be in kind of a crappy side of town. It's just a sealed building, key fob in, key fob out. It's just meeting the drivers where they're at. So a lot easier to manage. Okay. I think I got off my slides. I apologize. So one of the other things about third-party delivery in the research is we can get food pretty much anywhere. A lot of food deserts sometimes don't have a lot of great restaurants inside of them, or they don't have any restaurants inside of them because that storefront's too expensive or the barred window storefront isn't real attractive. We can absolutely get food in to some of the communities where there isn't food using third-party deliveries as a different mechanism. A lot of ethnic restaurants historically are known in a very small little community, right? Well, if we build that and we scale it and we do it all with third-party delivery, now we can have a whole separate section. You get into those food apps and you can search by anything. You've got a hankering for Chinese, you want pizza, you want fried, you want super healthy. All of that, logarithms are all done. These guys that are running these third-party delivery apps have the best computer programmers behind them. They're doing all the logarithms. They're eventually going to know, hey, it's you again, and you logged in, and you have pizza because it's Tuesday, and they're going to shove those right up to the front. You're not even going to have to put your filters on. So a lot going on there. And that brick and mortar is so expensive. I cannot say that enough. When it snows or power things or anything else that changes foot traffic, I may have to change my whole staffing situation, where if we know that it's football Friday in my small town, okay, takeout's going to drive everything that day. I don't have to worry about how much staff I keep on the front of the house. I can just shut that front of the house part down and do everything takeout. Allows me to adjust what's happening in my community real quick fashion. Oh, and parking's not an issue because the guests aren't coming to you, your food's going to the guests. You know how much money and how much time the people right over here on Front Street have spent trying to develop parking structures for their guests to be able to get into the dining on Front Street? Parking is prime in TC. Parking's also a huge issue for our staff. We have to have our staff drive in, then they have to park over here, and then we almost have to shuttle them in so that we still have guest parking. That's not an issue with ghost kitchens. Please know I still love my dining experience. It's my job. My job here today is to explain why operators want ghost kitchens. But I'm making it not sound like we should ever have an in-person kitchen. We should absolutely always still have in-person dining experiences. It is a thing. We are the heart and soul of these communities, right? But this is the whole why we should go on the other side of the equation. So a little bit of data for you. 60% of Americans have ordered online at least one time per week. That's a lot of business. If you don't have a good online presence, if you haven't partnered with one of them, yes, the third-party deliveries are expensive. But if you're not making it easy for people to use your app and buy your product, you are losing sales. 300% faster than dine-in only since 2014. Pandemic, 2020, 2014, we started to see this online. I think this is very much so driven in urban areas. I don't want to try to do parking. I don't want to have to take a subway to go get my food. I want it to come to me. I want it to come to me mentality. And it's just spread like wildfire into even more suburban or rural areas as well. The average American spends $67 on takeout per week. That's a lot of money. Times, a couple weeks, times a couple months, we're going to get into some pretty serious cash. Again, if you are not set up to do that, you are failing. You are leaving money on the table. Okay, so let's decide that I want to change my ghost kitchen brand. I log in, I change my brand. I am now a new company. Of course, I took the time to communicate with my local health department that I've rebranded and sent them my approved menu because I am a good law-abiding operator. But if I take that brick and mortar and I decide I want to rebrand to be something that's more reflective of a current food trend, I have signage, I have printed material, I have new logoed t-shirts, we can keep going, right? Like, there's so much to rebrand. All I do is have a high school kid that's in a drafting class draw me a logo, put it up on my website, and now I'm a new company. Done, right? So super easy to meet consumer behavior and adjust with consumer trends. I can also dominate a food category. So Rodney touched on this a little bit, but let's work with me here, okay? I'm gonna be a pizza place. I'm gonna be a pizza place ghost kitchen. And I am gonna have a low, a medium, and a high-grade pizza. I can control the entire market of my town and the price points for those pizzas out of my ghost kitchen. I can do what are the hot and readies now, $7.99? I mean, I can do that plain pepperoni churn and burn, $10 out the door, no thank you ma'am, super simple pizza. I can do one where, you make your own pizza, kind of like the Domino's app, where it shows you your little pieces of ham going on your pizza as you're checking out. I don't know if y'all know this, but in 2017, Domino's declared themselves the technology company that sells pizza. That's a very different mindset from a restaurant that's investing in technology. I can get a little bit more creative, put a little more offerings on the table, and then I can do this super high-end one that has the deep dish and takes 40 minutes to cook, or comes in the Detroit-style pans, the old oil pans with the burnt corners and all the burnt cheese. Where are my Detroit people? Come on, guys. Like, they're, what? Right? Before the oil or before I cook them? Well, It takes all the good flavor out. Anyways, I'm really able to own that market and really be able to be the pizza guy in my town. Now, maybe that's not a strategy that's going to work in Detroit or Grand Rapids, but if I'm in Clare, Michigan, I could own the entire market. If I'm in St. John's, I could own the entire market with these 3 different pizza offerings, 1 kitchen space, maybe 3, maybe 4 staff working. If I needed to have 3 different storefronts with service, with kitchen staff, I'm looking at probably 50 staff that I'm now doing with 4 or 5 staff. Remember, labor went up 40% statewide. We don't have any, we can't find any, and they don't want to come work as hard as we need to work in this industry. That's a real solution to continue to produce revenue and continue to be a profitable operator. So that's a big part of the process. So basically the key economic drivers right here: low barrier to entry, leverage your current investment that could be failing. So if I have that storefront and it's still not operational, or I can't find enough staff to run that whole space, maybe I'm gonna get some good old pipe and drape from Artcraft and section it off, and now I'm only a 50-seat restaurant instead of a 150-seat restaurant, and I can still have a kitchen big enough to feed 150 at a time. So 50 of it's going out one door and 100 people are getting fed out the other door. Meet the consumer demand, be super flexible with that branding, what I'm offering, really quick to adjust, and I can control my competition. That's an awful lot of economic strategies on why I want to do this. So it's not a perfect system. There are always challenges when we're being innovative and we're flipping switches in a matter of 5 or 6 seconds, but definitely given the economic losses and the hardships and everything else that we've gone through in the last calendar year, there's a lot of reasons that ghost kitchens are growing in popularity, and it's helping us find that balance of working with third-party delivery. So, any questions for me before I let Scott talk about it from the regulation side of the world? Yes, sir.
What was referred to a few years ago, our Board of Health routinely had a caterer bring the lunches for them. And after a while, we kind of wondered, who is this caterer? None of us had heard of her. And so we checked into it. Well, she's preparing these meals out of her home.
Oh.
And so we decided, well, you really shouldn't do this. So she hooked up with a church school and prepared her meals in a church school kitchen. Well, that kitchen has turned out, wound up doing 3 or 4 different food service businesses out of their kitchen. It worked out pretty good. It wasn't referred to as a ghost kitchen back then. What was that referred to a few years ago?
So, assuming, and this is a big assumption, but assuming that school church kitchen is a fully licensed, regulated kitchen, I'm just renting space. That's just a contract agreement. So that, I think, has been one of the ones that got thrown into the ghost kitchen conversation, but all I'm doing is contracting a licensed space. That's sort of how the incubators work, right? You go down to Shed 5, they have this beautiful incubator space. Everything's built with all the right stainless, all the right code, all the right ability to wash the sinks. The Grand Rapids market has them. I'm sure there's one around here. Those are really designed for those people that have a good concept, and they need to bring their concept into a licensed kitchen because their home kitchen and the cottage food law, they've crossed those boundaries. So renting that licensed space works really well for those.
Well, they had a great kitchen that could handle 3 or 4 businesses, and she was told us we're doing this out of her home kitchen. And there are several kitchens that one was doing it. I couldn't remember what that was referred to.
Rodney, did you guys have a name for that? Because they're licensed kitchens.
Yeah, I mean, people called it, like you said, incubator kitchen, commissary kitchen. It doesn't really matter. I mean, just one kitchen with multiple licenses. So.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that this could be beneficial to particularly kitchens run by ethnic individual or different ethnicities, I guess would be the right way for it, different ethnicities. however, we see some of our restaurants run by people of color and all that are also on the lower scale of technology. We're dropping off reports because they don't have email. They're very leery of the third-party people, and they're like credit card, cash only or minimum on credit cards. So how do you see them embracing something like a ghost kitchen when they're already behind what we're typically seeing technology-wise?
We're probably gonna need a third party that makes some of those documents and translate some of those documents, and nonprofit, a community-based organization that helps bridge that, especially if you could find someone that's ethnic speaking to do that. It is an opportunity for them to grow though, and you're right, the unknown's always scary, but a storefront that only has 20% of people using it right now, like the data definitely shows that they're leaving money on the table if they don't have that takeout. So if we're really gonna help, I don't know if that's economic development, I don't know who that third party is, but I think there just needs to be a lot more education, a lot more research.
Okay, my name is Scott Withington. I'm the Environmental Health General Manager for the Detroit Health Department. And of course, like most of you, we spent a lot of the first part of the pandemic providing support to our restaurants, in some cases becoming amateur counselors and dealing with trying to help them to emotionally and business-wise adapt to the pandemic. And then we started, and then I'm going to talk about how we first became aware of the concept of ghost kitchen in late 2020. So we got an application from Reef Kitchens, which the first one came in November of 2020, was an application for a kitchen built into a tractor trailer, and interestingly came with no menu in the plan review submission. And so we were looking at it as an STFU. And then we got a second submission in December. And then as we worked through the plan, about some of the questions with it, we found they were going to be doing a revolving menu with different brands that would be marketed primarily through delivery apps. As we worked through it, what they refer to their kitchens as is vessels, which fits with their name Reef. And their plan was, they eventually submitted 8 locations that they were going to be setting these up. They were going to be set up permanently in a location, whether it be a parking lot downtown or set up in a strip mall in another part of the city or what have you. And so we started rolling, and then their food would be partially prepared at a commissary kitchen, and then finished prep would be done in the trailer, and then they'd be primarily going through delivery apps for their food. We started having to work through how to regulate this highly variable menu, how to do the plan review approval. Whether the commissary could handle, because as the months went through, we started finding out more and more locations. Some of it was just them saying, well, we have these extra locations, but it's the same materials as for our previous one, identical design. And they would be set up also with exterior electricity, exterior water, and wastewater tanks to be serviced by a contractor. And they would initially start with a generator, but they'd be having it permanently hooked up to DTE electrical service. And their eventual plan was to have the trailers also connected to water and sewerage, at least some of them.
So they had a specific fixed facility commissary where they were getting their food supplies from?
So all the food deliveries would come to that fixed commissary. Some prep would be done in that kitchen, and the commissary they were using was an existing shared use kitchen that kind of rented to caterers or service food trucks or whatever. But as the number of these Reef kitchens expanded, we started having to figure out, could this commissary handle that kind of volume as well as their existing restaurants or caterers or what have you that were operating out of that. So then, so this is an example of some of their setup. And you may, if you see a truck that says MBRHD just sitting somewhere in your jurisdiction, you may want to check it out, because when they're not set up and their windows closed, they're fairly inconspicuous. So then things started becoming more complicated. As we requested menus, we found 19, eventually 24 separate brands that would be rotated between, they would rotate what brands would be served from a particular trailer at a given time. So we had to work out, okay, how would we know what brand is being served where if we got a complaint or a foodborne illness? They submitted 8 additional locations for a total of 10. Then we discovered 5 trailers were already set up and operating without a license. And we found additional trailers, so we had a total of 15 locations or proposed locations. Inspections of these units found some differences, so they were not an identical layout. For example, some had a mop sink in them, some didn't. Some had, while most of the cooking equipment was the same from one to another, there were some differences, like different model numbers or similar spec, but maybe different models, because maybe they were having trouble getting enough to expand to their eventual goal of 1,000 of these trailers in a few month period. So we started working with building safety, the Detroit Fire Department, because this also steps into zoning rules and issues for the city. For example, a parking lot, something zoned as a commercial parking lot is not allowed to be used for anything except parking of cars in the city of Detroit. So we worked, and then we started seeing news stories popping up around the country. Multiple cities had the same issue with them opening up without approval. New York City had something like 70 that opened up within a few week period, and none had been submitted to the health department. They had waves of violations in different cities. In Atlanta, they had a couple of them that they were requiring them to take them to and from the commissary every day. And gas lines started coming loose, and when they kicked on their fryers, a fireball emerged. Fortunately, the drivers only, or the employees only got singed in those cases, but that added some concerns for the fire marshal about how are they building these things, and would they potentially become a fireball in a residential neighborhood.
So were these being funded by big?
Oh yeah, they're the Brinker. She mentioned Brinker International. One of the large majority owners of Brinker was setting this up as a separate company with some other financial partners. To give an example, has anyone heard of Mr. Beast Burger? He's a YouTuber that's apparently very popular. We found out about them because he's one of the virtual brands. And he went from 0 to 600 locations in 30 days. Nationwide. And he went from, if you look at the news stories, he went from $0 revenue to multiple millions of dollars of revenue in a 1 month period. Just because he advertised on his YouTube channel, people started looking on delivery apps, and he contracted with different existing restaurants to produce his Mr. Beast Burger. And then there's Wow Bows, Mariah's Cookies, Nathan's Hot Dogs out of New York contracted with Reef Kitchens to expand nationwide. The Detroit Pistons licensed with them to do the Pistons, the same hot dogs they do at the Little Caesars Arena would be sold for delivery app. And then they did and actually there's 2 separate Pistons brands, interestingly enough. So then some of the requirements, due to zoning hearings, building safety, plan review process would be time consuming. Building safety determined they could not get, if they're going to be permanently located, they would have to go through site plan review. They would have to be approved through building safety as an accessory structure on a property that has an existing permitted structure. So for example, that strip mall that has more parking than they need could potentially lease some space for these. Some of the requirements they have to do is to secure the trailer so a windstorm won't send it flying across Woodward Avenue. and skirting to make it at least somewhat look like a structure, a permanent structure. And then some of the things we required is detailed SOPs and plans for us to be aware of what brands would be at each vessel and when, details on cleaning and sanitation of external water holding tanks, SOPs for each brand, including what is done at the commissary and what's done in the vessel, and some discussion about how they would make sure that the trailer could handle doing a Chinese menu, a burger menu, a Wingstop menu, and these giant Mr. Beast burger patties, and meet all the safety issues. And the requirement that the commissary can safely handle the work of 19 menus with different franchise requirements and 15 to 20 vessels. And some of our suspicion is that they chose Detroit to get all these approved, and then their plan is to then move them around the state once they got approved in Detroit. So regulatory considerations that we came up, of course, we drew heavily on Rodney to beat him up for what do we do with this? And as you look around the state, around the country, different cities and states are addressing the issues and how ghost kitchens or things like reef kitchens would be regulated. Chicago has a system that basically has a pop-up license and a ghost kitchen license process that are their own separate license categories. California is looking to add to the Cal Code specific requirements for this industry. But in reality, it mostly can be handled as just taking it back a step, think how it's going to be looked at under the Michigan food law. And that's why we made the decision that these are never going to go anywhere unless they decide to move them. So we would license them as a fixed establishment rather than an STFU. And so so there's two kind of interrelating, as Rodney and Amanda talked about. We have had for years the shared kitchen or incubator kitchen, where a single facility is rented by multiple different independent businesses to do their food prep. It might have both MDARD food processors and caterers and food trucks all using this shared kitchen. They mostly time segment the kitchen use, the existing ones that we had in Detroit, where they're renting it for a certain amount of time on a schedule. They pay a monthly fee or based on the amount of hours they want to use it per month. Like the food processor may be there one day a week to make their cheesecakes or what have you, to then distribute to the convenience stores and grocery stores and whatever. Okay, so what we do is we do plan review on the kitchen. Then we require the individual operators to go through kind of a mini plan review, and depending on whether they need to add equipment to it and so on. So we do it on a case-by-case basis. For the ghost kitchen, it's a single operator, so one person in charge who's operating it, one staff that's producing multiple menus. So those we're looking more for how would we know what is going on where when we get that complaint. We're looking for them to provide some method for us to know how they're operating. Before the pandemic, we had some cafeterias that were set up that they would have rotating restaurants of the day. And then they would, so then we had already started doing this concept before we learned about ghost kitchens. And some of the other challenges is scheduling inspections for a shared kitchen is scheduling inspections for all the individual operators, because they're not necessarily there on a consistent basis. So that requires some additional communication with the kitchen owner, making sure they would notify us if someone stops showing up. Like, for example, they might be deciding, we'll stop paying the rent and we'll just go produce in our home. For the ghost kitchen, the biggest challenge is knowing who they are and where they are. So putting make sure the licensee understands they need to notify us when they add a brand and how and where they're being prepared from, especially if they have multiple locations. And then, of course, the reef style kitchen, we could see them suddenly decide, we're not getting enough deliveries from this location, so we're going to move the trailer and find another location where we may get more demand. And because we're licensing them as fixed, we would have to do a new license because it'd be a fixed address. And I think I'm on to questions.
Yeah. Which we are actually a minute past our time, so I think all three of us will be around for questions if anyone would like to ask questions about the ghost kitchens, but we all appreciate you attending, and thanks virtual audience. So.
Awesome. Good to be back. It's cool to be back in an EH setting after being away for a while and seeing so many familiar faces. This may not be the first time that some of you have seen parts of this presentation. This has kind of been a working document that I've made back to my EH days. Gave a similar presentation back in 2014, I think. But it's kind of been updated and amended and tweaked. We've done some stuff with Southwest MEHA when I was still at the county. And I've always kind of wanted this presentation to really be kind of a working document that you can take back to local public health, have it in your office, so as you have new inspectors come around or people who haven't been in a brewery setting, just to kind of give some background and let you know what some of this stuff is, because breweries are so different. You know, you're as an inspector, you're tasked with inspecting a brewery, which is such a different setting than a restaurant. So hopefully some of this will make you a little more comfortable with both what you're looking at and what we're actually doing in there. So yeah, so basically what I just said, we're gonna get a basic understanding of what's going on. I am let you know up front, I'm gonna blow through a whole bunch of this. There's like 120 slides in this presentation. We got a half an hour, so I'm gonna rip through it pretty quick, but that's why there'll be a QR code at the end. You can actually download it right on your phone if you want and take it with you. So there'll be all kinds of stuff you can review. So we all know how fast the brewing industry has grown up until COVID. You know, they were popping up all over. So if, you know, I remember when I first gave this presentation, like people were, you know, that's when we were still growing really hard and saying if you didn't have a brewery in your area, you were going to have one soon. Well, I'm pretty sure everybody's got multiple breweries in their area at this point. And that's not anything new. You know, pre-Prohibition, there were over 2,000 breweries in the country. Prohibition obviously kind of collapsed that, and then there was a consolidation in the industry kind of into the 70s where we shrunk way down. You can see here, things just kind of fell off a cliff, and it stayed that way for a long time until basically you got that passage of the Homebrewing Act that made homebrewing legal. People got interesting, and off we went. And so the last numbers I have there in 2018, obviously pre-pandemic, I know that we got up somewhere around 9,000, I think. And the numbers now are kind of lagging coming from the Brewers Association. I really don't know where we're at this point. And part of that is I don't think we're going to see the true impact to the industry and how many we lost for a little while. Because it's very easy to count breweries that are opening as we're going up in numbers because we've got all the new permits coming in that's tracked by the TTB and all that kind of stuff. So the only way we're going to know how many we lost is when some of those aren't renewed, and then the Brewers Association can get their new count that way. We've lost a lot, and so numbers are back down. The Brewers Association is saying that we may not, as an industry, kind of get back to where we were pre-pandemic for possibly a decade. And we're definitely seeing that at my place. The other places that we're talking to, it's still a struggle. You know, customer habits have changed a lot and things are different. There's an older map of what it was like in our area. You know, we're all over the place. So just a little beer history and kind of how it comes together with EH. You know, beer's been around forever, back before we knew what bacteria was, back before we knew what the yeast was that we were putting in the beer. We just had the magic stick, and that's what we put in there, and that had the wild yeast on it, and that's what fermented. And so that does kind of tie in a little bit with an EH background, right? So beer was used because it was safe. So a lot of times when ships were going on voyages, you know, going out and exploring, and you wouldn't want to put water in a barrel and have it sit there and kind of fester for months, but you could put beer, you could put wine, you could put other fermented beverages in there, and it would stay safe because of the alcohol and the pH and everything would keep it safe so people could drink it. And that's kind of the old tie to EH with this. You know, you're boiling the wort, that's killing off the bacteria. We're fermenting it, which is dropping the pH, adding alcohol. And then in more modern beers, we add hops, which has even more antimicrobial properties to it. So what is beer? These days, it's a lot of different things, especially at a small brewery like mine that does all kinds of crazy, weird stuff. Beer is all kinds of stuff. Going back to what, you know, the Germans with the Reinheitsgebot basically said that beer could only be barley, hops, water, and then later yeast. That law actually goes back before we knew what yeast was, so they actually had to amend the law so that yeast could be added. here's all the different beer styles. There'll be a test at the end. Really, as an inspector, as someone who goes into a brewery, you don't need to know all this stuff. And you can look up at the wall and see all the 8 billion things are up there, and there's this Doppelbock this and Weizen that. Like, you don't need to know any of that stuff. You don't need to know any of that to communicate effectively with the brewers that you're inspecting and the people that you're talking to. But there are a few things that will help make it a little easier for you to communicate in their language to where you can kind of feel like you're maybe have an idea what you're talking about. So the two things you really need to know about beer styles is that there's ales and that there's lagers. All beers fall into one of those two categories, and essentially that just comes down to what type of yeast that they use. So most smaller breweries are mostly going to make ales. Lagers have definitely become a little bit more popular. It takes a little more specialized equipment. It's a longer, slower process, so most of your smaller craft breweries aren't going to do that sort of thing. Or if they do, not nearly as much. So ale yeast, what we call top fermenting. So the yeast actually float around in the top of the vessel and kind of do their thing up there. Ale yeasts are fermented at room temperature, essentially. We usually use temperature control on a lot of beers to some extent, but usually it's going to be somewhere kind of around room temperature, just slightly colder. Lagers, on the other hand, are fermented down here between 42 and 55 degrees, sometimes a little bit warmer than that. And that's why it takes longer and why it takes specialized equipment, because you have to have a way to chill down your beer, hold it consistently at that temperature, and that's why you won't see nearly as much of that. So we'll go quickly here through our 4 ingredients and kind of, you know, what the basic takeaways for all these things are. So water, obviously water is the most important thing in beer. If you don't start with good water, you're not going to have good beer. But it is a very water-intensive purpose that we do all the way through, whether it's the actual water that's going in to make the product. We use water to chill. We use water for steam generation. We use water for cleaning. It's heavy, heavy, heavy water usage. So those of you people that are plan review people, keep that in mind. Very heavy water usage in this. Most breweries are going to be on municipal water and sewer for the most part. I know of a handful that aren't, but usually that makes life a lot easier. Usually we can, at least in our area in West Michigan, we can usually use most of our water without having to make a ton of amendments. Depending on beer styles and stuff, some places will strip their water down and build it back up with minerals. Us being in Holland, being right on the lake, we have a Lake Michigan water supply, and it's absolutely perfect for brewing. All we have to do is heat it up to get the chlorine out, and that's really about all we do to it. Malt. So malt, generally barley. Barley is always going to be our base malt, but you've got wheat and some other malted products. Essentially, you're going to take the grain, and this is at a malt house. They take the grain, they add a certain amount of water content to it, they take it up to a certain temperature, and that allows that grain to start to germinate. That process of germination causes certain enzymes to activate within that grain. And then at that point, we dry it back out, goes into a kiln, and it's dried down to a certain temperature, color, and that's where all the flavor development comes from. So all of those different grains you see and different colors in beers and stuff like that, that all really just comes from different kilning in those grains and different types of drying processes that allow different colors and flavors to develop. So we take that malt, and you can see in this picture here, so this would be the raw plant, so 2-row or 6-row barley, and then this basically, you know, is when it comes off the stalk, and this is how we get it raw. From there, it would be milled down. Some of your small breweries will do their own milling. We don't. I buy all my grain pre-milled. It's way less of a mess, and it's one less step that I have to deal with, so it's way easier. But basically, begin the process, and we'll get into the whole brewing process as well, but that's going to go into the mash tun, gets added with hot water, steeped at somewhere between 148 and 156 degrees, and it's allowed to sit for a certain amount of time. That process takes those enzymes that we talked about earlier in the malting process and converts them into starches. The starches then become sugars. The sugars are what the yeast eats to create the alcohol. Hops. So billions of different kinds of hops. If you go to your breweries, you're going to go in there and you're going to see a whole freezer or a fridge or a cold room or whatever it is that they're using that impart different flavors, different amounts of bitterness, and that all comes from different acidities. Up here in the Traverse area, you know, you guys that are local, I'm sure you know what a big deal hops are around here. Still the biggest majority of them are still grown in the Pacific Northwest, but it's definitely becoming a popular thing in Michigan. This is what provides the bitterness in the beer, and you can see up top here, this would be like whole cone hops. Generally used by bigger breweries that have bigger equipment. Most smaller guys are going to use these kind of pellet hops that you see here that look a bit like rabbit food. So basically this would be fresh hops. These get dried down, ground up, and then pressed into these pellets. And the advantage of that is that there's a lot less plant material, which doesn't affect the flavor as much, and it's also much easier for a smaller facility to handle, because this might be bushels and, you know, bales as opposed to just kind of bags of this stuff. Yeast, dry yeast like this in little satchels is probably becoming the most popular. Guys like me that started as home brewers, we used to use a lot of this liquid yeast. Most commercial breweries now are using dry yeast. It's just easier. It's shelf stable. We refrigerate it just for freshness, but really it doesn't even have to be. You can leave it out at room temperature, and it's super easy to work with. So yeast is what makes the magic happen, right? So this is what creates the alcohol. So we're taking those sugars that were produced in the beer, turning them into alcohol, blowing off the CO2. It helps clarify the beer. It can be huge for flavor contribution. That's why if you go through and you look at your brewery storage, you're going to see most of them will have a house strain that they do most of their things with, but they may have, like I probably have 25 different yeast varieties at my place. You will get significantly different beers from different yeast with the exact same base beer. It can be a totally different thing. If you take a Belgian yeast versus a clean American yeast, take the exact same beer, split it in half, you're going to have two unrecognizably different beers. And that's why we work with so many of the different types of yeast. Adjuncts, near and dear to my heart. My brewery is kind of known for doing the weird stuff, let's say. The stupid beers is what we call it. And so basically, the Germans would say anything that's not barley is an adjunct, and that's kind of where the original term comes from. So as far as adjuncts go, like corn and rice, pretty traditional. You'll see those like in American lagers and stuff, but then you'll get into some other real weird stuff. You think of it, it's probably been in a beer at this point. One of my most popular ones that actually we use, I get 5-gallon pails of marshmallow fluff for an imperial stout that we use. Sometimes it looks like the UPS guy thinks that we are like running an ice cream shop out of the back of the brewery every once in a while because of all the random things that we're adding to our beers. So just real quick, brewery measures, just so you know what you're looking at in the cold room. Whoops. So half barrels, the big guys, 15.5 gallons all the way down to sixtels up at the top there. Those are going to be what you see most commonly in the breweries that you inspect, although small breweries starting out, you will see all kinds of different types and styles of kegs. You might see plastic kegs. You might see European kegs that are a different measure because those are the ones that are usually a little cheaper and easier to get. I know that when I opened, so I started purchasing stuff for my place 6 years ago, I was buying kegs at bulk for about $110 a piece. Right now, I don't think I could get my hands on them for less than like $170, and it continues to go up. So you're probably going to see a lot more plastic kegs, possibly even some keg rental stuff being more popular with the smaller breweries. So we kind of touched on this, but here's the overall process, right? So we're taking, whoop, I got to get this button straight. So we're taking that raw grain and we're milling it, putting it into a mash tun, allowing that to sit for 45 minutes to 75 minutes. From there, we're transferring the liquid that comes out of that into the boil kettle. Usually there's some water added to that point, boiling it for anywhere between 0 and 90 minutes. And then it gets cooled down, goes to a fermenter, and then either into a cellar tank or into a keg. So that's kind of the basic overview of the process. This process here, you're looking at somewhere around 5 to 10 hours for your brew day to get that raw beer to where you pitch the yeast, and then where you'd be coming out of the serving tank, generally grain to glass, somewhere around 2 weeks or so. Sometimes can be a little faster. Some of my hazy beers I can actually go grain to glass in under a week. I just said all that. Okay, so lots of different kinds of equipment, right? So any of you that you have multiple breweries in your jurisdiction and you've gone out, you've probably seen completely different equipment at each one, right? And there's, even within all the different equipment, there's different kinds that can be used. So direct fire for smaller systems, definitely the most common. Going to be using natural gas or propane for that. Pretty common for smaller breweries, up to about 3 barrels. You may even see some combinations that are direct fire and electric. I've seen that. So they use a heating element to actually heat it up a little bit faster, but then use the burner to really kick it into overdrive. Steam jackets, so once you get past 3 barrels, 5 barrels, pretty much everything is going to be a steam jacket. So you're going to have a boiler in a different room. The kettle is actually wrapped with a jacket, and that steam is pumped in. Way faster, way more efficient, less danger of scorching the wort, way better for bigger batches where you can't hit it with a burner without scorching it so much. So pre-boil equipment. Hot liquor tank, and this is obviously at a much larger brewery, but this is a 30-barrel hot liquor tank. So we have to have water at a very certain temperature when we add that malt to it. So that's the first vessel. So like I said, we're gonna steep that grain anywhere between 148 and 156 degrees. So you got an 8-degree range, and really you're gonna get completely different beers if you're at the 156 versus the 148. And so it's very important that when we add a certain amount of grain with a certain amount of water, that we're hitting that strike temperature perfectly. And so we do that by heating up water in a hot liquor tank or by using a tankless water heater. That's how we do it at my place. So here is this is a mash tun. This is at our brewing company in Holland. You can usually tell the hot liquor tank, the boil kettle, and the mash tun usually look fairly similar on most systems. The one that's always going to be your mash tun is going to be the one that has the doorway on here, because that's how they have to get the grain out. So when you're looking at those vessels, that's what that is. You can see here, this is the boil kettle, and it looks almost identical to the one that we just looked at. So same equipment manufacturer. This one has no door on it. It just has all of these different ports and valves. Some of these are used for sampling from. Some would be used for actually transferring the wort. Some would be used for whirlpooling. All different processes that we use while we're brewing. And then this is a compact kettle system. This was at Dutch Girl Brewing in Spring Lake, which is no longer. But very small compact system, which is actually kind of where I stole the design. I actually designed my own system, and this is basically essentially where I stole the idea from. Platform systems. You probably won't see this a whole lot as local public health. This usually tends to be the state or FDA when you get to this point. This is Black Rocks and Marquette. This is their 15-barrel system that they actually got from Founders. And so they call it a platform system because you walk up on the platform. There's usually a computer panel up here where you kind of operate everything from up there. So you've got mash tun, boil kettle, hot liquor tank there. Plate chillers. So cold side equipment. You'll see these could be very small. I use some fairly small chillers at my place. You'll see stuff up to even a small brewery. There's a new one in Grand Haven actually that has a massive one like this for a fairly small system. And so this is how we take that boiling wort, the fresh young beer, out of the boil kettle and basically transfer it directly from the kettle into a fermenter. So this will take a chiller that size. You could probably run 20 gallons a minute and take it from boiling down to room temperature like that. It would go directly through the chiller and right into the fermenter. And then after we run it through that chiller, we go off into the fermentation tanks. So up top here again, this is Black Rocks. I pushed the wrong button again. So bigger, those are like 15-barrel. This is our brewing in Holland, little 3-barrel fermenters. Come in all different shape or sizes. The only thing that's going to be the same on all of the fermentation vessels is the cone at the bottom. So if you see a tank that has a cone on the bottom, you know that it is a fermentation vessel. Some of them are uni tanks, which are used also for making bright beer, but that's how you can tell which ones are the fermenters, or the ones with the cones on the bottom. So this would be a bright tank. again at Black Rocks. The bright tanks are always going to have kind of a dish shape to the bottom. And so that's essentially the cone on the bottom of the fermenters is to catch the main bulk of the yeast. And we transfer out of that, we go into a bright tank. We've taken most of the yeast out, and this little dish at the bottom actually kind of collects that last little bit of yeast and gets that out of the system for you. So this is where we start to get into stuff that, when I say that things are completely different between a restaurant and a brewery, this is kind of one of those areas when you start looking at these big industrial pumps and hoses. These are not things that you're going to see in any kitchen that you go into, right? You might wonder, how are these things sanitized? How do they work? What the heck is this thing? So these are all food grade. So this particular pump cart and all, this is very similar to the one that I have. This little head on here, there's a stainless impeller in there, and this works with a tri-clamp, just like these do. That's all essentially a gasket that sits around the edge of the hose, a rubber gasket, and then there's a tri-clamp that clamps on top of those. Everything is either stainless or a sanitizable rubber. Same thing with all the impellers and all that stuff. It's all completely food grade, sealed, cleanable, gets cleaned with caustic and then acid, and so that it's you're running product through there, but it's all very, very smooth, easy to clean, very expensive. A pump cart like that would go anywhere between $2,000 and $10,000 depending on the size of the cart. Keg washers, a billion different kinds of keg washers. We started with a homemade keg washer. I think I've got a picture of that in here somewhere. I'll show you that because that's a fairly common thing. Again, very wide-ranging costs. You can build your own keg washer for a couple $100. It's going to be extremely labor intensive. This one here would be more, you can see all the levers on there. It's a very manual keg washer. Something like that is about $1,500 up to like a fully auto Premier stainless like that unit is about 18 grand. So you can see where the price points change. You're going to see a lot of different stuff from a lot of different places that you go, just based on what they can afford. We started with a homemade keg washer because literally that was one thing that I could make on my own that I knew would do a sufficient job where I could save some cost. And so once we finally could afford to get one, best believe we got one, and that was life-changing. More and more common in small breweries, seeing canning equipment. So this is a unit from Micro Canner, which is an outfit out of Grand Rapids. You can get a small footprint canner like this that for about 60 grand that you're able to run, I can't remember how many cans a minute, but it's effective for a small brewery to be able to do this. And so this is getting more and more popular. Obviously more industrial, but you could, even at local public health, you may run into places where you actually have places that have canning lines like this. One thing I should say, because I get this question a lot when I give this presentation, is who inspects what, right? Like where's the break for the state and local public health? And generally, it usually is based off of how much distribution you do versus what's in-house. So if you're over 50% distribution, usually that goes to the state. And if you're under that, it goes to local. Where that tends to drift, though, is some places will start out and they'll be mostly in-house only, and then all of a sudden they start ramping up into big distribution. So that's where you may run into some of this where, you may need to contact MDARD and say, I don't know who's supposed to be inspecting what here at this point. So here's my cleaning place at my joint. You can see my pumps running there. Just want to kind of show you how this works. So basically you've got liquid coming out, goes into the pump, shoots back up to the top, and then there's a spray ball up at the top here. And so all these big tanks that obviously we can't get inside and hand scrub and clean, this is how we clean them out. And this is very, very common through any kind of industry like this where you're doing large liquid things like that. Important stuff here, and I'm getting short on time already, but bacteria in beer, it's going to make it gross. So beer is kind of a self-regulating thing for the most part when it comes to bacteria. You do need to be concerned with chemical contamination, things like that. But if your breweries are not making clean beer, it's going to be disgusting, and it'll still be safe. So you can think back to all, like I said, thousands of years we've been making this stuff. It's a spoilage enzyme. It makes it gross, but it's still completely safe to drink. And so here's your quote. No human pathogenic bacterium has ever been associated with beers, found in actual scientific literature. Yeah, so bacteria obviously cannot reproduce real readily in beer. Super low water activity, you got the alcohol, low pH, low nutrients, usually refrigerated. Just not a great environment for beer, unless you want it to be. Sour mashes is something where we're actually introducing, normally not like by the process of sitting in it, although that does work. Normally we would be pitching lactobacillus or something like that into the mash to actually sour the beer. So a lot of your true sour beers, that's how they're made. I'm just gonna blow through a couple of these things just because I want to get to where, there we go. So sanitizers, this is another big thing that for local public health that is totally different. So bleach, quat, we can't use them in a brewery. And the reason why is both those products can actually create micro pits in stainless steel. So for cooking, stainless is great, right? Because it's durable and it's tough. Well, it's not clean enough for brewing. Both those products will actually create these little micro pits in the chromium oxide on the stainless, and that can harbor bacteria, which will then spoil the beer and make it bad. And so that's why we use these different acidic products. So peracetic acid, Star San's the most common sanitizer. There's a whole bunch of them on the market. There's a lot of them out there. You need to make sure that your people that you're inspecting understand how to test it, right? So we have to have a way to test that. So like Star San, it's a pH product. It's an acidic product. It has to be between 3 and 3.5 pH for it to be effective. You ask most brewers, they don't know that. They just read the label and it says, well, I add a half ounce of Star San to 2.5 gallons of water. How do you test it? Find out. You know, sometimes you have to email the manufacturer. I know I had to do that when I started, and I started doing all this stuff. That information is not available anywhere unless you actually go to the manufacturer and ask and say, hey, how do I do this? Yeah.
The iodine products.
Yeah.
Is that iodine? Is that to a concentration in like the food code, the 12.5 to 25, or is that a different concentration?
I'm not sure to be certain. I would assume so. Again, same thing. I would probably email 5 Star and say, hey, what's the concentration? What's the testing method on this? That kind of thing. So. I'm running out of time rapidly. I'm just going to blow through a couple things here. I want to get you to just kind of doing a quick little walkthrough of my place. Just a couple things. So you can see grain storage. This will be another big thing for inspecting. I've got my base malt up here on a pallet. I should have another picture of the shelves with all that, but these are other base malts. They're up on skids, so they're up off the floor. As an inspector, because you don't have to worry as much about the beer, you need to think about other things in terms of vectors. How are things being stored? Are they on the floor? Are they near the door? When you get to like spent grain and stuff like that too, here's my 3 compartment. That's really where you need to focus more. I had mentioned before that the system that I have is kind of a rip-off of that earlier one. So I do mostly 1 barrel batches. I'm able to use these kettle extenders and get as big as 2.5 barrels. This is the bottom of a mash tun. So you can see this is kind of how the water gets out, how that beer gets out the bottom. Here's my pump setup. Spent grain. So does your brewery have a way to get rid of their spent grain? A lot of them are going to get picked up by farmers. I'll tell you that I went through 3 farmers and gave up, and now I take it home and compost it at my own house because I could not get them to come consistently and pick it up. And then I would have buckets like this sitting outside my door in the 90-degree sun in the summer, and I've got wasps, and I've got birds, and I've got mice, and I've got everything else coming to get at it. So make sure that your breweries have a good way to dispose of their spent grain, that they're getting rid of it as fast as possible. So just some more pics here. Here's how I do my temperature control. You may see some small, this is my glycol chiller. So bigger breweries are going to have a big outdoor glycol chiller with big pipes that come in. I was able to do this little unit like this for about $700 rather than 15 grand for a big glycol chiller. And so that's how I do control on my tanks like that. How am I doing? Am I about out of time? 4 minutes? Okay. Sure. You may see some plastic vessels like this. We talked a lot about stainless. I like to do a lot of my small batches into plastic. Totally fine. HDPE, all cleaned, sanitized the exact same way as the stainless is. It just doesn't last as long. The thing with the plastic is if you get a scratch in it, that's going to harbor bacteria. It's going to make the beer gross. So those have to be changed out a little more often than the stainless. That's kind of the big difference. These are the bright tanks in my cold room. So rather than having temperature control on these smaller batches, I actually have my brights in my cold room. Something I wanted to mention on that real quick. The Brewers Association, their magazine this month, the article was on brewing safety, and they were talking a lot about asphyxiation risks and stuff like that. Keep in mind, when you go into a brewery, it's a little bit different than going into a beer bar that may have a huge cold room with a lot of kegs. If they've got bright tanks in there like that, they may be gassing off CO2. And when someone walks in and goes, oh crap, the health department's here, and they all scramble like we've all seen them do, someone may leave a valve open. They may off-gas all this CO2 into their cold room and then slam the door shut because they heard you were coming. And all of a sudden you open the cold room and walk in, and that cold room is now full of CO2. So think ahead a little bit, make sure the door is open. Don't spend a lot of time in there. Don't go into a cold room by yourself. Never stick your head into a vessel. Make sure that you're being aware of where CO2 could be. The thing with CO2 is that it's twice as heavy as ambient air. So like if they have a tank open and you stick your head down in there, it may be still completely full of CO2, even though it's open, because that CO2 will sit down right inside there. So there's a lot of ways to get hurt doing that in a brewery. Don't ever touch anything in a brewery that you don't know what is. Don't hang around in places where there's CO2. Those are a couple of very important safety takeaways. Again, there's way more in these slides and stuff, and you feel free to download all this. You can kind of go through it all. Here's our original keg washer that I built. So this was actually, I rebuilt it from the guys at Trail Point. So this, I washed probably 2,000 kegs through that thing before we got rid of it, and Trail Point probably did about the same before they got rid of it. So it's effective, it works, it's misery. Until I got that guy, and now this one I hit that green button and I walk away, and 8 minutes later it beeps and it says it's done.
With your old system, how long did it take to wash your keg?
So if I was going to go through a batch of say I was going to wash 12 at a time, that would have probably been about a 4-hour job with that. And with this new one, I can do it in about an hour and a half, and literally all I have to do is change the coupler, push the button, and I can do 5 other things while I'm doing it. Whereas the other one, I kind of had to be on the machine doing it the whole time. Here's my cold room. Again, a lot of beer, a lot of cold lines. It's, if you had a small gas leak off one of those, probably not a big deal. But if they're gassing off CO2 from tanks, it can be a dangerous situation. So make sure you're aware of that. Canner. These are more and more popular. Just a great little way. These things are bulletproof. It's so easy to use. The way we do it is spray a little sanitizer in there. They get a rinse. They get the beer, seals it up. Way better than all that. I'm not going to get into all the wastewater and all that stuff because I'm thinking we're mostly food people in here and not on site. There is some stuff in here on Planner View as well. Feel free to kind of download this and go through it. I'm just going to bust through to the end here because there's a QR code at the end where you can download all this. But I've got pictures of different places, different things that you're going to see. Open fermentation. This last one here, this is kind of cool. This is my buddy Mitch at Speciation in Grand Rapids. So they do a lot of wild fermentation stuff. So they will actually brew, put it in a vessel like this, and he did this series for all 5 of the Great Lakes. They take it around. They've got vents in this trailer. They take that beer, they allow the natural yeast to just blow in, and that's how it's fermented. And so he's got a different one for each 5 of the Great Lakes where they basically parked it at a state park. So pretty neat. Quick questions, if anybody's got a quick one?
Yeah, maybe like one.
And yeah, and feel free, you got my email there too. If you got questions, unfortunately I won't be sticking around today. I got to get right back to get my kid from daycare. So I'm going to be bouncing back, but feel free to email me if you have any questions on any of this stuff. Please take the presentation, save it on your local drive back at the office so that you can give it to everybody in the future. That's really what this is for.
Any questions?
Thank you very much. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone, virtually and in person. We are calling the annual business meeting to order. It's officially 12:31 p.m. We're in the beautiful Traverse City. People are eating happily, and let's start with Derek doing a roll call over here. I'm gonna pass the mic to Derek.
All right. Andy Priest.
Present.
Drew Salisbury.
Present.
Paul Hawk.
He's present.
Okay. Derek Hackey, here. John Texter. Present. Tanya Rule. Present. Kyle Keller. Present. Dave Peters.
Present.
Seth Stewick.
Present.
Greg Ron.
Present virtual.
Present virtual.
Jody Fessel.
Present virtual.
Jody's here.
Okay. My first step will be, is there any additions to the agenda that need to be made at this time? Having no additions, we'll move on to the Secretary's report with John Texter. Oh, going the wrong way. Secretary report going to Derek.
All right, so the Secretary's report was
We'll make that next.
The annual business meeting minutes from last June. It was not held in person, it was of course virtual. Didn't have a huge attendance, but I don't think we really expected us to have too large of attendance. How do I get here? Here we go. So present at the meeting. The meeting was called to order at 9:04. Present was Andy Priest, Drew Salisbury, Derek Hadkey, John Texter, Tanya Rule, Jody Pessel, Dave Peters, Greg Braun, and Seth Steenwick. Excused was Dale Latacour. And then we had some guests that joined in, some of the committee chairs and such. We approved the annual business meeting minutes from March of 2020. We reviewed the financial report for fiscal year 1920, and we also reviewed the fiscal report for May. Both were approved by the board. We had the president's report where we talked about some of the contracts that were signed, started listing some of the updates needed for the website, talked about holding the strategic planning session for the year. We did not have any special recognition on that day, and no MEHA delegate joined the meeting. Because we had not had an AEC for 2 years, we actually had no update from the AEC committee. Audit committee delivered their report on the audit for the prior year. Awards committee said all awards were sent and received by the recipients. No update from education and outreach or endowment. Grant and training funds just noted that there were still some additional funds available. Groundwater training had no update. Journal reported out that they were able to get a journal out to the membership in very short time, so I think it was a good move by the journal committee to get that out in short order. And they were looking for a full-time editor or committee chair to be more involved in the journal and make that more regular thing. No membership update, no nominations and resolutions update. Technology and web, we just kind of took a more holistic approach for the year, meaning a lot of us had our hands in the pots to make it so response times were quicker and able to keep it up to date as much as possible. Representative reports, wastewater conference, the committee was starting to meet again, and they actually did hold a successful virtual conference last year, so that's pretty exciting, or actually in January, just a couple months ago. And then as far as the affiliates had been largely inactive at that time. No new business. Election results were President-elect Paul Hawk and Member-at-Large Greg Braun. Paul was uncontested and Greg was contested. And Drew passed the gavel to Mr. Andrew Priest. The meeting was adjourned at 9:59 a.m. Any questions?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
A motion is made to accept the agenda with no addition.
Now you're going to pass this down.
Drew Salisbury seconds that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so the agenda has been accepted for today. So I'm scrolling back up to that agenda. So just to clarify, so the agenda from last year was now, or the minutes from last year were now approved, and we just approved the agenda for this meeting. So that is where we're currently at. So if it's hard to see where we're at, that's kind of where we're at right now. Next step is going to be the secretary report with John Texter. I'll pass the mic.
Can you hear me with this?
I'd say put this on. Put this on.
Oh, okay.
I'll bring up your.
Is this working?
We hear you.
Great. Okay, we had some exciting years here, but we came out in pretty good shape. We had a lot of refunds for our conference 2 years ago, and then we canceled last year's ahead of time, so we didn't have a whole lot of treasury work to do associated with that. At the end of the fiscal year for 2020, we had $82,809.48 in our checking account. And then throughout the year, through 2020, for the entire year, we had deposits that totaled $16,627.38. And we paid bills that totaled $15,132.18. So we came out a little bit ahead in our last full fiscal year with the ending checking account balance of $84,304.68. We also had a little bit of money left in the PayPal account at the end of the year, $3,890.19. We used a lot of that to refund the registrations from the previous conference, and most of that money has been transferred now to the checking account. The beginning balance for our reserve fund in 2020 was $19,395.07, and the ending balance on June 30th, 2021 was $19,221.98. The endowment fund started the fiscal year at $153,882.01, and we had a pretty good year for growth in the investments. It went up to $190,461.45 at the end of 2021, of our fiscal year 2021. So at the end of our fiscal year, we had $297,878.30 for our total assets. Now we're going to fast forward to February of this year, just to give you an idea of where we stand after 8 months of this fiscal year. And so our checking account balance at the beginning of February was $76,037.70. Throughout this month, or the month of February, we had $13,470.68 of deposits, and we paid bills that amounted to $5,340.58. So our ending checking account balance in February is $84,166.80. We had a PayPal balance of $2,267.72. Our reserve fund at the end of February was $19,222.94, and the endowment fund was $183,347.34. So our total assets at the end of February are $289,004.80. Anybody have questions about that or want to discuss anything?
I'll make a motion to accept the annual treasurer's report.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nope, and I am here too.
Do we have to do the
Motion
February
passes.
Yep. I'll motion to accept the February statement as well.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
February passes as well.
Nice job.
Good job, John. Thank you.
John, can you do the other mic as well? Sorry. Hold on.
Okay. So, next is the President's Report, and I'll try to keep it a little bit brief because we've got a lot of content to go over. I wanted to share just kind of where we're at with MEHA, with our membership at first. So I just want to show, I'm going to open up another screen, I guess, here. I know I've got a lot of screens open right now. But just for a second, I'm going to show you kind of where we're at exactly. So this is our current, as of today, membership. So we've got active 283 MEHA members. There's 4 administrative-only positions. There's 1 associate member and 30 emeritus members, along with 1 student who's registered. So that puts us at a grand total of 319 total members at this point with MEHA. I think that's pretty good from where we're at. I think we're about, like I said in my other speech, about at 200 or a little less than 200 last year. So the annual education conference really helps with those numbers, obviously, because people sign on because it's less expensive, believe it or not, to sign on and become a member and then do the conference. So just for, if you did pay the non-conference member fee, next year know that it's less expensive to actually become a member and then do the conference fee. So that's just my only spiel with that. So that's where we're at with membership this year. My other part of the report was just to reiterate that we met as strategic meeting last year, and it was actually in June. This year we're going to have another strategic planning meeting that Paul Hauk is going to be putting together, and we're hoping to do that earlier so we have better goals set for the incoming year. So that's kind of an addition to what we're going to be doing for the future with MEHA. Is we're going to set up a strategic planning meeting, and then that will give us a good outline for where we want to go moving forward for the future. So I'd like to do a thank you quick, just to all board members, chairs, and members. Just like to thank you all for being here today and for being online virtually as well. This has not been an easy year with COVID. We've had all virtual meetings, so we haven't been able to meet in person except one time for a strategic planning meeting. So that's kind of limited us because it's just harder to meet virtually and to kind of check on where people are at and make sure that things are happening and kind of moving forward. And it's been another hurdle, I'd say, for our group. A lot of us have never done this before, believe it or not. So without that time to talk to each other, it's been almost like relearning a new language. That's how I'd compare it, sort of, because I'd expect, oh, you're supposed to send this out. Well, I didn't even know that was a thing. So that's been challenging for a lot of us. Drew, I know, Derek, Kyle maybe, we've been challenged. So that's kind of part of my thing, is that hopefully we can start meeting in person again for some of these meetings, or at least 1 or 2 of them going forward. So as part of my, I'll be a past president after today. So that would be one of my things going forward, is hopefully we can meet more in person again. So my presidential summary is that we're moving forward. I think there's a lot of people who are passionate about what they do, and I think we've started filling up positions again where we can move forward. So we've had some surveys that have gone out about Ready Reference, you've seen. We've had surveys about having annual education conferences again. I think we're going to keep going towards that trend where we're building momentum, I would call it. So that's where we're at, and that's my presidential summary, is that let's keep moving forward with MEHA. So thank you all for listening to me for my presidential summary report. And I'm now going to do a special recognition. So I'm going to move on from my presidential report to special recognition. I'd like to say thank you to everyone on the AEC planning team. I don't know if some of you are virtual. If you give a big applause, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Our Brian, could that team come up? Is that team here? Brian, Steve, where are they at? Are they in the hallways? Could somebody go grab Steve? He's out there at the registration desk. And go grab Brian. We'll give him a round of applause in person. Cue music. Oh, there's some of them. Where's the rest of your team? Can we get them in here? Or no? Yeah. Anyways, there's a team that works tirelessly. Like, this is not an easy task. I've been a part of the AEC committee for 4 years, and you don't know what goes on in the background. It's just a ton of work to get these things to happen. If any of you have helped with it before, you do know. So let's see if they're coming in here. Could you guys just come to the front so we can give you a round of applause? Oh, she's not here? Okay, or she? Okay. Well, you're going to have to pass along then. If we could just have a round of applause for these people. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everyone. Brian Cecil was part of our committee this year. Janet Phelps, who's watching this virtually, is part of our committee this year. And Heather Blair, who's also watching this virtually, was part of our committee. So I'm not sure where Brian's at. He stepped out for just a moment. But that was our team for this year. Next year, we're hopefully going to be in Port Huron for the AEC. And we're always looking for volunteers to join us on this committee. It can be a lot of fun. It can be a lot of work at the 12th hour, but those of you who've done it, the volunteer group, that's what we are. You just try to find it fun. Okay? Thanks, Jamie. All right. Thank you.
Thank you once again. One more round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My next, I don't know if any of our corporate sponsors or conference sponsors are here. I know Derek's part of Myers. We got Meyer sponsors us. We got Cecil in the back hanging out. He sponsored us. He's hiding. What other AEC? We've got so many AEC sponsors. We've got a lot of people to thank. I'd just like to thank all of them for sponsoring. Oh, we got Myline, if you guys could stand up too. Maybe if everybody could stand up who sponsored us today or exhibited. Could all the sponsors, exhibitors stand up?
We got one.
Yep. Oh, we got, okay. Thank you guys for being here. We couldn't do this without you guys too. So just to say thank you for being here. I'd like to keep moving with that too, where we keep on expanding outward and find new members and new sponsors, new exhibitors. I think that'd be great. Oh, yeah. I'm going to let Derek do a little thank you too here.
So Steve just wanted me to also pass along our thanks to Creative Eyes, the company that made our...
Yeah, look at it. Thank you guys very much for being here today too. We couldn't do the virtual part without you guys, so thank you. Wonderful. Next, we're going to go to our conference exhibitors. Is there any conference exhibitors here? Could you stand up? Anybody? They might be out in the hallways still. You want to go grab them, Tom? Oh, yeah, and people stay. We need 50 people to vote, so if you could stay around, we need you to vote. Yeah, so do not leave. I know we're...
Should have hit that up first.
Should have hit that first.
All right, we can bump it up.
Yeah, we could. You want...
We already accepted the agenda as is.
Oh, yeah, we did. Okay, well, we're going to move on because I don't know if they're able to keep doing that. So next, we'd like to go to the NEHA delegate report. Unfortunately, Nikki Lemon was unable to be here today. She passes on her regards and says hopes to be at the next annual education conference. So she said she wants to be here. She's our Region 6 affiliate, so she's hoping to be here next year, but she was unable to this year. Next report would be to our AEC committee. And we're going to share their report. Oh, wonderful. Endowment.
Let's see some of the reports unless we have an actual delegate up here. I did do it in order.
Yeah. I don't know. It's being weird.
Internet's been bad today, too.
Well, I've got.
We have our exhibitors.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, here they are. Okay, if we could do a round of applause for all of our exhibitors and sponsors one more time. Thank you for being here today. Thank you. We couldn't do this without you guys, so thank you for being here. Yep, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So, appreciate you all. Thank you. Once again, this is my first time running this, so if it's not very smooth, that's why. First and last, yep, Drew said. Okay, we already did that part. Treasurer's statement. I don't know, this saved weird, Drew, Derek. Okay, well, I guess for those who are watching online, I'd say follow the PDF that we shared prior. We're going to just read it off of what we printed. Okay, so this is the affiliate report for the annual education conference. We go through all their charges? We're not going to go through all their charges. We're going to say they have their accomplishments was there was no conference held in year 2020 or 2021 due to COVID. Obviously, we were able to keep in touch with a lot of the speakers and exhibitors, and we were able to have the 2022 AEC. They also planned the 2022 conference as one of their main accomplishments. Their suggestions for the next year would be to begin the AEC campaign earlier in order to set record attendance in Port Huron. So I guess that's their goal is holding the biggest one ever, maybe next year in Port Huron. So next, we're going to keep moving through these affiliate reports. Next is through the audit committee affiliate report. If you want to read the charges for all these different affiliates, you can look at them online. I'm just going to read their recommendations and their accomplishments. Okay. So the audit is, their charges are to perform an annual audit of financial records within 180 days of the end of the fiscal year. It was performed December 2nd, 2021. There's a follow-up meeting that happened January 13th, 2022. There's submitted written recommendations to the board within 30 days of the audit, and they're emailed to the draft, was emailed to the board on January 15th, 2022. And then by February 15th, we had a discussion, and that was completed by January 27th, 2022. They updated our finances on the website and requested audit documentation over 7 years to be removed. So we removed a lot of documentation doesn't matter anymore. Also, they emailed MEHA secretary for annual business meeting packets. This was completed by January 27th, 2022. Their response and recommendations were due to the unusual circumstances of 2020 and 2021, with the pandemic minimizing in-person contact and the cancellation of March 2020 and 2021 AECs, a limited audit was performed again. Where possible, the audit committee was able to review and discuss MEHA revenue and expense reports via video conference. This included checks for expenses such as services of the accountant, MELF, surety bonding, and member awards and scholarships. The checking account is very robust, and the endowment fund continues to grow. They provided a graph of the endowment fund investment to demonstrate this long-term growth. The reserve fund reflects the revenue from NEHA conference held in Grand Rapids in 1983. A table of checking account revenue expenses also included and is reported by the treasurer. So they gave us a very long, we're not supposed to go through all these pieces, are we? Okay, they provided us a very long report on this. Yes, quite a bit. So the recommendation. Oh, we're going to lose our 50. Okay. So I guess we're going to share all this virtually. So maybe some of the reports we'll just have available to you after this. So if you'd like to look at each and every report from different committees, we'll share that just for time's sake because we're going to run out. Oh, Jennifer wants to talk. Well, site selection. Let me go to that.
Well, when we get there.
When we get there. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. So would the awards committee or the audit committee like to commit or to discuss their reports at all? Okay. Next we have the education outreach report. Would anybody like to discuss that, Rebecca? No? Okay. Okay. The committee and affiliate annual report. Would anybody like to discuss that? Okay, next one is the Grant and Training Funds Committee. No, thank you. Okay. Next is the journal editor, Nora Birch. I believe she's online. Would you like to discuss? Oh, anything, comments? Nothing to report. Okay, wonderful. The next one is for nominations and resolutions.
You submitted the report and that, and we'll be covering that.
Okay, yep, wonderful. Next one is Site Selection Committee. Jennifer, you've got something to come on up?
I just want to say, next year's at Blue Water Convention Center in Port Huron. We've never been there before, so we'll see how it goes. The convention center is connected to a DoubleTree hotel. It should be plenty big for all of us. Is anybody still here from St. Clair? Okay, I'm gonna have to go with them later to help with planning and what's over there for us to do since we've never been there before. And then the year after, so we were waiting to catch up with this contract and working on this contract. We're grateful that Park Place and Port Huron have worked with us through the COVID issues and honored our contracts without any extra fees. We'll be back in the mid to southeast side of Michigan after work.
So it's going to go Port Huron for the next AEC next year, and then after that, the southeast side of the state. And we're working on contracts for Southwest. Okay, Southwest, and we'll be working on contracts for that for the Site Selection Committee. Next committee is, this was in regards to Michigan On-Site Wastewater Conference. Is anybody here who wants to say anything about that? It was really good. Dave Cotton says it was really good. So we got that, and there's a report that's going to be available online to anybody who wants to read it. Next is our student representative, Katie Perry. And she's a Central Michigan student, and she was on here. Katie, anything? Okay. I'm assuming, she says hello. So Katie Perry says hello from Central Michigan. We will share these reports so you can review those reports from her. Next one is the Southeast Michigan Environmental Health Association report. Anything to discuss there?
Sure, I'm gonna share since I'm the current rep. Our board had the MEHA board had to postpone obviously 2020 and 2021 our annual education seminars due to the pandemic, of course. We've resumed our meetings. We currently have a 2022 fall seminar in the works. Information will be upcoming on the date it will be held. Typically we're like late September, early October in that range. If you're in the 16 southeastern Michigan counties covered by this affiliate of MEHA, hey, we're just like at the state level here, we're always looking for people to get involved, right? So if you want to get into board positions or help out, we're always looking for stuff. So because of our, the cycles were interrupted due to the pandemic in terms of our, when you go on and off the board and elected to new positions, this coming fall we have an opening for president, secretary, Region A representative, and Region C representative. Region A is Saginaw, Bay, Tuscola, Sanilac, and Huron counties, and Region C is composed of Washtenaw, Wayne, Monroe, Lebanon, and Detroit. So we have openings coming up for that. We're also looking for nominations from within the 16 southeastern counties for our SMEHA affiliate Kim Beanham Coleman Recognition Award that's presented to a SMEHA member for his or her achievement, professionalism, dedication, and attitude pertaining not only to their normal job requirements, but going above and beyond what's asked. So we take great pride in awarding somebody that prestigious recognition for the SMEHA affiliate. If you're interested in any additional information about SMEHA from those 16 southeastern counties, you can reach out to Nora Birch. It's N as in Nancy, and then Birch, BIRCH, at meha.net, or any of the board members or myself. So that's the SMEHA report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We also have the Southwest MEHA report and Northern MEHA report. Would either of those people like to speak?
I would.
Okay, you'll pass it along.
I'm Kyle Keller, the new director of the Northern Michigan Environmental Health Association. So if you're a MEHA member, you're a Northern member. If you're above District 10, Central, and Midland, that's us, the Northern membership for MEHA. So we're just getting started back up again, like Dave was indicating. It's been a couple years on hiatus. So I would like, if anybody gets a chance, if you could, I got a little sheet out there, it's just across from the sign-in table. If you wouldn't mind putting your name, rank, and serial number down there, so I can at least reach out and touch bases with you and kind of keep you up to date what's going on. And it's not a lot right now, but I'm looking to get things moving again. So and definitely push for something this fall again. Along the September, October lines. Do one of our little mini conferences again somewhere up in the northern region. So. Again, anybody wants to reach out, wants to be a part of it, you're more than welcome, and I'm sure we can find something for you. So, my information is on that form as well out there if you needed that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanya, are you here? Would you like to speak about?
Yeah, I'm here.
She's present. Double checked. I double checked.
The UP affiliate covers all the counties in the Upper Peninsula, obviously. I'm not on the board, but I'll just provide a kind of an impromptu update for you guys for them. Obviously, they canceled their conferences due to the pandemic as well. This year, they did, they called it a lunchtime series. It was very well thought out. It was a virtual training. They offered it for every Tuesday for 4 weeks in a row. And it was a completely virtual conference. If you've never attended the UP conference, it is a very comprehensive 3-day conference that does cover all programs in environmental health. I would encourage you to attend. They plan to have their conference planning for next year. Scott Barr is hopefully going to be joining that board, and if you have interest in attending or speaking or being a sponsor, feel free to reach out to me and I can make sure you get forwarded information. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So after that, we are moving on to new business in our packet. And we're going to flip-flop the wastewater conference representative to the vote on proposed amendment to the Constitution. So I'm going to let Derek explain this a little bit, and I'm going to pass the mic here.
All right. So I don't know how long everybody's been around for with MEHA. Some of us have had to learn the hard way to change some things. We've got to go through some hoops and hurdles. And one of the things is to change the Constitution and bylaws, we actually have to have a membership vote, right? And we have to notify everybody in advance. And so we were looking at some things that were restrictive, especially looking at the goals of expanding membership. We had a meeting one time where you look at our student member position on the board and it says it must be environmental health. And we all asked each other, how many of us are environmental health? Not one of us raised our hands, right? Like I'm a biosystems engineer, biology, geology, like lots of different backgrounds, right? So we said, why are we restricting ourselves? Right now there's one active environmental health program in Michigan that's strictly environmental health at Central Michigan. I think Katie said there's 10, 15 students in that program. So we're really limiting our pool. So this year we'd like to propose an amendment to the Constitution that was sent out to everybody already. I think it was emailed. I think I posted it on the website. I put it in 3 different places. So if you haven't seen it, I guess didn't look hard enough. I don't know. So currently, Article 4, Section 10 of the Constitution states a non-voting student executive board representative position will be made available for each college or university in the state of Michigan that has an environmental health degree program and that has a student environmental health association or club. So really limiting, they've got to be a part of the club and they've got to be in the program. As I said, not very many students meet that qualification in Michigan. So the board proposes a new Section 10 be adopted to state a non-voting student executive board representative position will be made available for each college or university in the state of Michigan that has an environmental health, public health sanitation, sanitary science, sanitary engineering, or allied degree program as approved by the executive board. So we'd like to not limit ourselves to the students that can be in that position and learn to love environmental health or public health or food safety or whatever all of our passions may be. Hopefully this will help attract more students to the association and more future members and more active members to the committees and all those sorts of things. So we would like to do a vote, and it has to be a membership vote. So if you are a member, I guess you can vote, but we've got to have 50 of us at least. Then it can be online too. So there's us 11 board members plus how many online? Is that including the board members though?
So seven online, and then how many are here?
Okay, so if you're a MEHA member, can you raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46 plus 7. So we've got 50. Right. So we've got over 50, because that's what the Constitution says. We got to have at least 50, and if not, I was going to make somebody go drag people in from the hallway. Yes. So I'd like to propose a vote. Essentially, it's got to be a 2/3 vote of the 50 in order to adopt this amendment into the Constitution. So if you're in favor, I'll ask at this point time you raise your hand, and if you're virtual, do the little hand raise thing, and we'll count. Sure.
Can I ask a question before we go on?
Yep.
Has the board already evaluated how many schools this might be? So is my understanding each school would have a student member of the board?
No. Each school would be eligible for that position. One position. I had the similar interpretation because Dave and I was like, so wait a minute, we've got to have like 100. And he's like, actually, that's interesting, but no. So when you, one position, but it just opens it up to more individuals. Great question, though. Okay, so at this time, if you're in favor, I'll ask that you raise your hand, and we'll count. All in favor says, yeah. All right, so we'll say everybody voted yes. So we will update the Constitution then with that particular amendment and repost to the site. Everybody was, so nobody was opposed? Great. All right, thank you, everybody.
Next time, I know that we put that, the vote should go at the front. That's what we now know.
Yes.
So that's great.
Because everybody leaves.
They're happy to leave. Okay, so next we have the wastewater conference representatives section, or do we need to go back? I think we need to go back to affiliate reports. Okay. Representative reports. So wastewater conference representative, they submitted a report, and then IAFC representative, Dave Peters.
Yep, I'm the association, IAFP, with the International Association for Food Protection. We are also, much like we are an affiliate of the National Environmental Health Association, we are also an affiliate of the International Association for Food Protection. So, much like MEHA, IAFP also has like a well-attended annual conference. So, my one report for the IAFP as the rep.
No, I got to move it. Yep, sorry, my bad.
That this year's IAFP annual meeting will be held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, July 31st and August 3rd. So if you're saying, I've never been to one of the national conferences, you could opt for MEHA or IAFP or both. Since the MEHA AEC, I believe, is at the end of June, I think it is, June into early July. So you could go to two big conferences in basically less than a month, if you can find the money. So that's my IAFP report.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So next is upcoming events, conferences. National Environmental Health Association this year, 2022, is in Spokane, Washington. It's from June 28th to July 1st. So if you're interested in that, I'd say definitely look into that for a trip. Sounds like a beautiful place to go. Next, our golf outing for MEHA in 2022 is TBD. So it's not been set in stone yet. I believe we're reaching out to the people who've prior put that on for the endowment fund. So we're looking into putting that into fruition for this year. And then MEHA 2023 will be in Port Huron, Michigan, like Jennifer Kosak said. That will be in March again. So we're excited to have that go on. And next is, so the election this year, we were too late for the people to actually be nominated within 90 days to have a vote, a formal vote on those people who want to be elected. So what we're going to do is the board's going to do an executive session after this to vote in those people. So I was hoping to just explain that process normally will not be this way. It was partly due to COVID, partly because we didn't have a lot of engagement with MEHA throughout not having an AEC, so we couldn't get the name out there very much, and it kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. So we're going to do a special election after this with the board to elect those people. And Brian, you got to.
As part of the nominations.
Yeah, as part of the nominations and the.
I was going to expand on it just a little bit and say we have candidates for only three of the positions. There'll be one position still open. We didn't have an additional candidate for that when we published it, and I myself made multiple phone calls to multiple different people. We reached out to DH directors and received no additional nominations. And because the candidates, like Andy just alluded to, with everybody working remote, there was no way for anybody to physically collect the 50 signatures that the Constitution currently requires to put somebody on a ballot. So one of the things we're going to do going forward this year is expand the opportunities for people to run for an office, because everybody's working so remote, and that nowadays that is really outdated in our Constitution. So we had a couple of constitutional hurdles
Yep.
to try and accomplish and get candidates to actually run for the office.
Correct. So we're.
Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, to reiterate, so we're going to hopefully change the Constitution a little bit to account for a virtual setting and to account for maybe just more flexibility with getting people into positions. And another thing that we've discussed and might go forward for the future is we've discussed maybe some sort of credentialing or something to have the president-elect position going forward, potentially having maybe an amount of service or amount of time in MEHA prior to going for that president-elect position. And that's in discussion, so that's nothing set in stone for that part. That might be going forward for next year. Wonderful. So the people that we've got that are going to be for those positions is President-elect Dave Peters over here is going to be voted upon in this executive session. Our treasurer is going to be John Texter, who's uncontested, of course. He's treasurer. John, how many years for treasurer now? Since 05 for treasurer for John Texter. Yeah. 3 more years. Yeah. And then Blake Walters is in contention for the Southwest director position. And then member at large is Megan Gavin, if she's still in here. Okay, so she's not in here right now. So our outgoing board member awards, we'd like to do some thank yous at this point. I think Jody Pessel is online right now. Jody, are you still? Yes, she's on. So we'd just like to say thank you for being on the board. Seth Steenwick has been on the board for the past 3 years, and we'd like to thank him for his service. And then also John Texter, who's going to be the treasurer again. And then also, last and not least, Drew Salisbury, who's been a president through a really tough time. He did not get to have many of the advantages of a president, and he really was kind of, I'm going to say it, shortchanged with what he had to go through. And so I want to do a special thank you to Drew for all he's done. So if we have a round of applause for those people. Yeah.
The plaques are in the mail.
Plaques are in the mail, so watch out for those. Wink. Yeah. So we might need to send those later, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. So imaginary plaques. Yes. And then I'd like to pass the gavel. I don't even know if we have the gavel up here. I'm going to say this is my gavel, I guess. So I'm going to pass my, Paul just said they're ordered and will come in April for the plaques. Wonderful. And I'm going to use this opportunity to say thank you for allowing me to be your president this year. I've enjoyed it. I'm a little bit goofy, but I have enjoyed being president of MEHA for this year. And I'd like to pass the gavel on to Mr. Paul Hauk. He is the son of Al Hauk, and he has been in environmental health for multiple years now. He's a great, he's going to be a great contribution to MEHA, and he's going to keep this momentum moving forward. So I wish we could have him talk because I was hopeful that the speaker system would be able to do that. I apologize, Paul, to you. I'm going to bring up his face so you can at least see what he's in. Looks like he's in Hawaii. Yeah.
Look at that.
Yep, so he's in Hawaii right now. Is there anything you want to say, Paul? I can look at the chat quick if you want to tell anybody something. Where's the caption?
Can you hear him?
Oh, Paul, anything? He says, thank you, I wish. Oh, wait, he's typing. Thank you for dealing with us today with all of our technical difficulties, too. So thank you for staying for the meeting. Paul says, I hope to keep everything moving along and keep building on everything. Oh, that's it. I think that's it. There might have been a period. Okay, sorry. He's going to pass along some information on the next strategic meeting that's happening in the future. So watch out for an email for that, everybody on committees and board positions. So he will be setting that up for hopefully June to keep this kind of going. And then the tech committee will keep on working, updating board email addresses and making sure that, he said, keep a lookout for me and message in your emails and on my plans. So I'm sure he'll send out a message to everyone in MEHA. Thank you, Paul, for doing this president-elect position. We appreciate you. I'd also like to do, or being president, I'm sorry. I'd like to adjourn now and welcome these new members to the board. So thank you, new members, for who stick around. And we'll make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to go to a special session. Executive.
Okay. So we got a motion by Derek to adjourn. Oh, we got a question. Sorry.
Second.
Oh, second. Brian Cecil, second. All in favor? Aye. And then I'll make a motion to go to executive session for our crew. And Derek has seconded that, so we're now going to go to our executive session meeting. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. That was rough.
General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan Health Departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche public portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau District staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche public portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google type search on the home page, or you could click the property search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There's also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche public portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WSIN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that when you're ready to browse to the repository and find the documents waiting for you, you again confirm that all information is correct before clicking the button which sends the sample to the state reporting website. When you do that, it disappears from the queue and automatically stores itself in the appropriate folder based on county, lab name, or WSIN, depending on what you prefer. It also tracks all those little pieces of data we gathered which can be used for tracking and creating reports in the future. When you click the button to send this report to the state tracking site, you invoked Laserfiche robotic process automation. And while you normally wouldn't watch the process, I want you to see here how we trained the Laserfiche bot to log on to the website. We trained it to expand the selection list on the left and then navigate to the appropriate page. It then performs just like a human, entering a WISN number and clicking the Find button, and then it's able to select the appropriate laboratory and wait for the system to recognize that lab and then enter each piece of data. The bot would then click the Save button and close this window so it could start entering the next report. While we only showed a single report here, you could actually send multiple reports at once and the Laserfiche bot would do your work while you go grab a cup of coffee. I hope you were able to see that these automation tools could potentially save an incredible amount of time, remove the need to store physical paper files, and remove the potential for human error. If you would like to learn more about what we designed for health departments, please reach out and we'll provide a more in-depth look at the system and work to understand how Laserfiche could work for you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to meeting you soon.
Elgin Corporation is celebrating 50 years of success after its founding in 1970 by World War II veteran Lieutenant Colonel Joe Glasser. Since its beginning, Elgin has led in the passive treatment and dispersal market. Its humble beginnings started with the perforated drainage system, PDS, and grew with the development of the GSF system. Elgin produces all of its products in Windsor, Connecticut. The geotextile sand filter, GSF for short, is distributed from Australia to Europe with greatest use in the United States. The first installations in 1982, this product is versatile and proven. This treatment product is 100% passive in gravity dose designs. However, more complicated sites employ a pump for pump-to-gravity and pressure dose configurations. Designers enjoy the high flexibility of the system. Capable of use in trenches, beds, and mounds, there is a system configuration that fits whether you find yourself on a sloping site or a site with a high water table. The GSF system is your tight lot, high water table, and poor soil solution. Due to the flexible design, tight lots become dream lots, high water tables become gentle sloping lots, and poor soils are just another soil when employing the Elgin GSF system. The system excels at intermittent use sites as there are no startup procedures needed for the product. The GSF module is comprised of cuspated core wrapped with a geotextile fabric. The module is designed in such a way to maximize the vertical surface area inside the product. The vertical surfaces inside the GSF module promote the growth and management of the biomat. As the system is dosed, whether through a toilet flush or the pump in the pump tank turning on, effluent flows down the distribution pipe into the GSF module. The effluent is then filtered through the GSF module before passing through to the surrounding sand. Each dose charges the module with effluent, raising the water inside. As the effluent passes through the geotextile fabric, the module backfills with air and a biomat forms on the fabric. The air promotes and facilitates the growth of aerobic bacteria, which eats away at the biomat. This management process helps promote the long life of the product. After the effluent enters the sand, it flows to the receiving soil in an unsaturated environment. That is to say, the sand pores above the receiving soil are not entirely filled with effluent, rather they are filled with pockets of air. This process provides treatment and dispersal in the same footprint. The Elgin
Thanks for coming to our food safety considerations of using local foods in schools. I'm Lori Yelton. I'm with the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I will be presenting along with Linda Stull from the Michigan Department of Education and Noel Bielzak, Michigan State University Center for Regional Food System. When the presentation is completed, we will go through a roundtable of question and answers and bring in a couple more experts. We have Rodney Blanchard with the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Kristen Schweihofer with Washtenaw County Public Health. So, the idea of the session came up because there were concerns on different messaging coming out regarding what's allowed or what's not allowed when it came to local foods and what's allowed, whether it's school gardens or using produce from school gardens. We've had food service directors concerned also about food safety and what is the parameters of what they needed to ask a farmer, or what is allowed or what's not allowed. So with all this confusion and information, we're hoping to bring something to you today on what you can provide back to these schools or answer if you get these questions. So our agenda today is just going to go over the importance of these local foods in schools and why it's such a push, the current regulations and some guidelines. We're really going to get into school gardens a little bit. And then the early child care education is just there because this is a really growing area. We have seen the schools with the local produce, but this is a really big area as well. So I don't know if you know, but because Michigan grows such a wide variety and diverse amount of crops, and our farmers take such pride in what we do, what they do, we have an opportunity to increase those local foods in our schools and in our early child care education programs. If you didn't know, Michigan leads the nation in production of several crops, apples, asparagus, I could go on, celery, dry beans, cherries, here we are in Traverse City, right? So we have such an opportunity here. Actually, Michigan's agriculture contributed over $104.7 billion annually and to our state's economy. And we are second in the nation only to California in the diversity of what we grow. So in other words, we grow so many different things in that short season compared to like California where they can go year round, right? And we have that to be able to offer to our schools and to our early child care education centers. So efforts are underway to increase Michigan products other than just having these local foods. We have a few other things. USDA meal plan, which Linda's going to touch on, increases those fruit and vegetables. USDA has pushed since 1997 on the farm to school efforts through programming and research and different things they've done, different initiatives. We also have the National Farm to School Gardens program. So schools are increasing with the school gardens as well. We have a fruit and vegetable program. This is run through the Department of Education, and this is to combat childhood obesity and allowing kids to try more fruits and vegetables. And we also have, if you haven't heard, the 10 cent a meal program. This is a new state program. It was a pilot for many years. And this is just to allow an extra 10 cents per meal to purchase locally, minimally processed fruits, vegetables, and legumes. We also have farmers markets, co-ops, food hubs, and other ways to source these local foods. So with the growth of all this local foods and many questions coming up on regulations and guidance, that's what we're here for today and hopefully can answer your questions. So food safety guidelines, you know, we have USDA, FDA, we have the state, and we have the local. And this is what we often are teaching and training on the different levels, and people are asking questions. One thing we have within the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is actually a food safety committee. And this committee meets usually about monthly, and it's made up of members from MDARD, Michigan Department of Education, local public health, and now EGLE as well. So when MDE comes up with questions that they get, they can bring this to this committee and we can work on things. One of the things that came out recently was, or maybe in the last year or two, was a sharing table. So what's allowed and how do you have that time temp control, right? So that was one thing that came out. This presentation today is also part of that committee that we've, and the things that we're working on. So we know our regulations and our guidance are provided by all these different agencies, and it's all because of the Healthy Food Safety Divisions and what we want to provide to our residents. So federal, you know, we have the FDA, we have USDA. With USDA, the Child Nutrition Program does not have any additional food safety requirements for sourcing local products compared to any other market. Okay, so they do not have any other additional food safety requirements. The state's department now, when it comes to livestock, that's when we would recommend if they're gonna, you know, it's maybe not so much in Michigan, but you will have livestock. We would then recommend that the school contact the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to help with that. With FDA, we really have the FSMA produce safety rule. This is an example of a federal law, and it applies to produce farmers. And that's to let schools know that that these farms have been inspected. So this is another way for that school to market to their superintendent or to the food service director that I do have a food safety checklist, and this is what they did. They've gone through this inspection through MDARD. Schools, again, they're not required to have these things, these practices, but they're trying to follow and practice food safety in some ways. Other things you may hear of GAP, if you heard of good agricultural practices. This could be group GAP or regular GAP. A lot of grocery stores require the schools. Superintendents may say, I only want things that are group GAP certified. That's the school coming down because they want to cover themselves for food safety. So we're out trying to educate that there are other things too. Because the GAP is good, but you know, it's an audit, right? It's an audit. It verifies fruits and vegetables that are produced, they're packed, they're handled, they're stored to minimize risk of microbial food safety hazards, but they are not required. Schools are not required to have that. Other things we tell them for food safety is about the Produce Safety Alliance, the PSA training that a farmer can go through. And that helps with getting ready for any kind of Food Safety and Modernization Act rule or getting that inspection. There's also, have you heard of the on-the-farm readiness review? And this is nice because it's not an audit or an inspection, but actually it is something that's voluntary and confidential. And it's usually your conservation person that's going to come in your district over, and they will talk to the farmer confidentially and visit to increase the education on food safety or having a food safety farm plan. They can identify areas for improvement on that and prepare them for the food safety rule inspection. So again, these are not required, but they're a best practice. They are recommended. And you know, at the state level, you guys all know probably about the food code and food law, and that's really for our food establishments, right? But when it comes to produce, we have a produce safety unit within the department now. And again, that goes back to that FSMA and the licensing of farms. And not all farms, everybody falls under the law, but some are exempt either to a different year or they're exempt because of size or other things, depending what they grow. We also, the department puts out resources. One of our resources is a guide that is on local approved food sources that we can provide. So that's just some of the things at the state level. At the local level, our public health, if you're in here, you probably are going to be the ones that get the calls most often. You do the inspections with the schools and things. And a lot of the things that are written, and Linda's going to go over a lot of these resources, they provide documents and they say, well, check with your local public health or your state authorities. They'll tell you what to do, right? So one of the things we wanted to do is make sure you have the resources at hand and that you know some of the things that are going on, what's required, what's a best practice. And Linda will get into that in just a minute. The other thing, make sure you know, I've got a list up here, other than Department of Agriculture, you have the Department of Ed, you have your conservation districts at the local level, you have your MSU Extension at the local level, and you have MSU Center for Regional Food System. They're all other ways or groups that can help with the food safety component or questions and answer for schools as well. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Linda Stull to talk a little bit about schools and local produce. If I can get this on. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So I'm Linda Stull with the Michigan Department of Education, as Lori mentioned. And how we made this connection is through these regulatory agencies she's mentioned, all the child nutrition programs fall under USDA, okay, United States Department of Agriculture. And as she mentioned, their last caveat is always like, you know, drill down and always check with your local health department. Well, this school garden stuff kind of came up. There was a lot of chatter in the field, and it's like at our meeting, we're like, guess what? Chris is like, the local health department doesn't regulate school gardens. So we're like, oh, so with this meeting coming up, we thought this would be just a nice platform to go through best practices in case you're out at schools and get questions. Of course, certainly direct everything back to MDE if you want to, but again, we're hoping you walk away with just some basic knowledge of why they want to garden and maybe what's going on. So I'm going to kick this off with a video that was just hot off the press about a month ago.
we have some gardens that are in process as of now. Our middle school has actually a little indoor garden, and they have grown all different types of lettuce for us, spinach, and we have actually used it to make our salads for lunch.
Baxter actually is really focused on community gardening. Our Farm to School program really was built out of that. We have an on-site greenhouse, we have on-site raised bed gardens, and we worked with the community to build raised gardens for our neighbors. And so it was really about bringing a lot of those foods into their breakfasts, their lunches, their snacks, and getting them to be able to have sort of hands-on experiences with the food, so they were more comfortable trying them once they were put on a plate in front of them.
This past spring, we provided seedlings to all of our gardens. Students grew the seedlings for us. We distributed them to schools and helped get everything planted. And it's really fun to have them see a plant go from a seed into something that they can eat.
I like picking the fruits and veggies and like just kind of eating some of them as I go sometimes. This year we picked like some zucchini, we got lots of tomatoes, lots of banana peppers, and lots of beans.
Through our Food Corps service members, we do assist with school gardens. Right now we've got a gigantic hoop house at one of our schools that's pretty new, and they've got carrots that will be overwintering there this winter. So all winter long, students can go in that hoop house and dig up the sweetest carrot they'll probably ever taste.
We're surrounded by a lot of agriculture produce here. You drive by, you see it, and you wonder how it happens, and there's opportunities there, and you know they're exposed to growing and producing their own stuff.
They can take part in growing it from start to finish. And it's part of their, not only their school program, but it's also part of their lunch. So they're really excited about that.
Farm to School is important because students, especially in urban districts, they don't get that experience. They don't necessarily, they don't grow up near farms. They just don't interact with their food in the same way that more rural districts do. And I want students to understand how to grow food. I want students to understand where their food comes from. And more importantly, that growing and eating their own food is a health conscious choice. People are realizing that nutrition is just as important for being healthy and disease prevention as other more common things.
My involvement with gardens specifically includes the promotion of garden-based learning and farm to school in general as a childhood obesity prevention strategy. As a public health nutritionist and dietitian, I see the value of school gardens as a hands-on learning activity that really aims to bring food and nutrition to life.
So it's really fun for me to get my hands dirty in the garden and share that with kids. It's full circle, and it makes me very happy.
Doesn't that just warm your heart a little bit? Yeah. Okay. So you understand, kids are our future. We want them to be good learners, we want them to be educated, and we want them to be well nourished so they can learn. So USDA has a big push right now to really ramp up, quality of meals, and this includes, trying to get as much good quality fresh produce, in the meals, in snacks, at-risk dinners at night, and like the child and adult care food program. So again, that's why we're here focusing on encouraging schools to buy locally and to ensure that the produce and everything they're getting is safe and that they're using good food safety protocol when they are working in their gardens. So just a little overview. This was mentioned a little bit by Lori, but by and large, you all know, you inspect the schools. We ask that you come in twice a year. A lot of times you don't do a second inspection because they're not high risk, that type of thing. But USDA, this is where I want to say the disconnect is. Not really a disconnect, but I have to help audit and report to USDA, how many inspections schools got. We have to request to, but again, legitimately, they're there might be staffing issues, or again, not high risk, you don't want to, you don't inspect a second time, and that's okay. And that's kind of how our committee evolves. We try and put together the connection between, USDA and maybe what the state might want, and drill down to, the local health department. So without, not further ado, but when you're in there, schools basically get most of their stuff from distributors. This can be cleaning agents, equipment, food, produce, that type of thing. Believe it or not, this was kind of interesting. You might not know this, but the Department of Defense, which is an arm of our government, they have a big produce program. And so our schools in Michigan, actually, they divert a lot of product, the DOD, into our state. And the good thing about that is all DOD produce has to be grown domestically in the United States. So it's a win-win for the farmers. And just to be totally 100% right with crediting this, just want to let you know that the DOD program is operated by the Defense Logistics Agency at the Department of Defense. But there's other government programs that use DOD produce. So didn't know if you were aware of that. It's just kind of a little offshoot side little trivia thing here. In a lot of geographic parts of the state, we are encouraging schools, child care centers, we also, in my world, we service residential child care institutions, which some of you may have inspected in the past, maybe not. These are where we call the high risk, the juvies, might go to, the residential where they have to live on site at these institutions. Some attend school at them, some go for the day, and then they get to go home to their parents, but we call them RCCIs. But just all over the state and whatnot, and to try and link RCCIs and schools and that type of thing, we want to let them know, there's farmers markets available, there's co-ops, there's food hubs all over, and these are growing, and they are a great source of where these institutions and schools can get produce. I did throw in grocery stores because, again, they are a source of produce for a lot of schools in our smaller rural areas. No surprise to all of us, supply chain issues, cost of gas, the distributors can't get product to schools or even restaurants. They don't have drivers. So it's really, I could go on getting so hard for schools to sometimes source foods, get trays to, serve things on, plastic bags to bag things. You think restaurants have issues, schools were, cutting takeout containers in half and using those as trays, for the kids, paper products, all kinds of issues. But going back to grocery stores, in these smaller rural areas, it's almost cost prohibitive sometimes. They don't have a big enough volume that a distributor will do, a weekly delivery. Maybe it's once every 2 weeks. So again, now I think more than ever, with the logistics and the supply chain going on, people are, sourcing or buying things, where they can, kind of desperate measures. And then lastly, the focus we're really focusing on today is school gardens, because more and more schools are getting interested in starting their own gardens, and it can be community-based. Some faith-based organizations can come in, and help, especially over the summer when kids aren't in school, and might, help water and and that kind of thing. So they're really big, and USDA is really, encouraging school gardens. Just letting you know. So when we were, our committee met and we were doing this, it was suggested, hey, Linda, why don't you talk about a school meal for a minute, So I know that you all come in and do inspections, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of tutorial about a school meal. Again, I'm just focusing on, say, a lunch here, but again, schools serve breakfast, snacks, at-risk suppers, that type of thing. But what schools have to serve, in this case a lunch, to get reimbursed, meaning they get some federal money for a reimbursable meal that they serve to kids. But the only way that they will get this reimbursement is if, when they are planning or making, say, this lunch, they have to have 5 components. And if you want to call them food groups, if that helps you understand it better, that's fine. But they have to have some kind of grain, in the meal. They have to have a vegetable. They have to have a fruit, milk, and protein foods. And like the protein can be your eggs, cheese, nuts, that type of thing, legumes. So again, we call these 5 components. And for a lunch, the school has to plan this, all right? And depending on the age or grade groups of the kids, there's certain minimum portion sizes for these components. And then generally, definitely at the high school level and sometimes at middle school, the kids come through and they can decline some of these items or components, and it's called offer versus serve. So if the school is using offer versus serve, the kids can decline 2 of these items or components, but USDA dictates of the 3 components they take, 1 has to be at least a fruit or a vegetable, and it's in a half a cup serving. So, you know, we want food consumed and not like, you know, thrown in the garbage, that type of thing. So again, because of the emphasis on fruits and vegetables, we want, you know, we're working with schools to try and have the most wholesome, fresh, you know, fruits and vegetables. So that is, again, how the meals work. And schools are not big profit centers, okay? So they depend on the students to take a reimbursable meal to get their funding, because they have to pay for food, labor, indirect costs, you know, that kind of thing. And again, with food costs going up, it's going to be a real struggle for schools this year. So when they are serving like the fresh produce where they're getting it, there have been so many good resources developed. So again, if you're at a school and someone says, hey, you know, do you know of any resources, or can you direct me to finding some, or hey, I'm thinking of a school garden, you're like, you know, you can direct them to me, Linda, or I'm going to show you some of the already developed wonderful materials that kind of like all their homework's done for them, all right? So when they teach their staff or teach volunteers or work with people with produce, this stuff's already been developed. So this one's called Best Practices for Handling Fresh Produce in Schools, and it was developed with funding from USDA, and it was developed by the Institute of Child Nutrition. And just to show you how wonderful this is, this just happens to be a screenshot of one of the pages, and it covers everything from purchasing, receiving, washing, prep, even serving and storage. Okay. And the link to this, again, it was on the slide, and it's also in our resources. So this is just a really nice resource. And then too, as Lori mentioned, there is nothing from USDA that, at least in the regulations we have to follow, it's the CFR 210 for school meals, but there's no regulation about any special specific food safety practices, you know, or regulatory things that have to be done if they're using fresh produce. So as I put together this presentation, I did look through lots of different sources, and I kind of pulled together what I thought were key best practices. But again, as the asterisk clearly says, these are best practice suggestions, and they're not regulatory, okay? But I've talked to some food service directors that, you know, have gardens, and you know, I said, did you have to get any special ordinance, or was there some kind of zoning requirement from your city and stuff? And the gentleman, the Detroit gentleman there that talked, you know, they have tons of gardens in Detroit. No, nothing. The gal in Macomb, I said, did you have any liability issues? Did you have to, you know, check with your district's any insurance policy to, you know, cover that? Nope, nothing. Okay. First and foremost, though, my probably strongest suggestion is to link these schools, or, you know, the directors with MSU Extension. You know, they will have people physically come out to the schools and work with them to help them with their gardens, and they've got just great resources. So the other thing too is, again, food safety practices. It's kind of common sense, but again, you know, produce from the garden, don't treat it any differently than you would produce that you buy from a distributor. You know, the food safety handling practices, your, you know, employee hygiene, hand washing, that type of thing should still occur when you allow, you know, people into the gardens, whether they're volunteers, you know, or the kids. So you would just practice, again, good food safety practices. So when the yield is harvested and whatnot, you know, refrigeration, of course, is important. And again, not required, but if schools have storage, they might want to separate their school garden produce from what they might have bought from a broadline distributor, just from traceability if something would happen. But again, I'll say it again, there are no regulatory regulations in terms of the school gardens. Okay. So these are some of the resources that are colorful, beautiful, just wonderful for the schools. This is the school garden ones that I have, and unfortunately, my low budget, kidding. I made 50 copies, and I apologize. I didn't know how many people would be here, but feel free to pick up a copy after that, and if you don't get one, if you want to go to this link, it's there. But again, these just it gives you an idea of some of the resources that are already developed that are just wonderful for our schools to use. And that's the resource page. And now I'm going to turn this over to Noel.
Okay, hi, my name is Noel Balachek. I'm a Value Chain Specialist at the Center for Regional Food Systems. I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the wholesale options for sourcing. Lori and Linda talk more in depth about some of the opportunities to source and serve through school gardens, things even going to farmers markets. But as Linda said, really the majority of local foods are coming from these wholesale sources. So for example, if you, when we look at the evaluation data from the 2018-2019 10 cents a meal pilot project, which is primarily focused on produce, we found that about 40% of all the produce came from food hubs. So these some of these alternative wholesale sources are very important when we're talking about local products. I'm also going to talk specifically about sourcing local proteins and eggs and some of the food safety considerations that come into play. In the case of meat and eggs, there's really some important differences in the way regulations apply to direct consumer markets like farmers markets and commercial channels like institutions. So when we're talking about sourcing local proteins in particular, there's a lot of overlap with the market channels that you would find schools sourcing their produce from. They're finding local eggs and proteins from food hubs, broadline distributors. They can purchase them direct from farms or ranches. In that case, there's going to be a processor intermediary that's taking the animal, processing it, and then returning the meat to the farm. And then the farm can distribute that directly as long as it's processed in a USDA facility. I'll talk about that a little bit more. Some schools might find that it makes more sense to source product directly from a meat processor or a packer, again, a USDA inspected facility. And I'm putting a link in there that's for the FSIS Meat, Poultry, and Egg Product Inspection Directory. This is just a really useful mapping tool if you're looking to find inspected facilities that handle meat, poultry, and eggs. It's a tad awkward, but it is a good tool with tons of information. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about food hubs because food hubs are a thing that's going to come up in local food sourcing, and it's not something that folks are always familiar with. But food hub is essentially a business or organization that aggregates and distributes local products. So that's not limited to produce. We see a lot of our food hubs, almost all food hubs are going to sell produce in some form, in addition to dairy, meat, value-added products, things like eggs, for sure. Another unique aspect of food hubs is that a lot of them are able to provide light processing services. So some food hubs in Michigan have an inspected kitchen, and they're doing sort of fresh cut type products, frozen IQF products, and things like that. Some examples are we have a food hub in Flint called Flint Fresh Food Hub. We have the KVCC Valley Hub, and Farm to Freezer in Eastern Market is another big one that does IQF produce. Some of the advantages of that is that's the sort of product that's easier to handle in an institutional kitchen. A lot of kitchens don't want to handle a bunch of product they have to wash, cut, and handle too much, especially with labor being an acute challenge right now. And it also provides some season extension for a lot of the products that we grow in Michigan during a very short season. But in Michigan we have the the paradox is that when all the fresh produce is available, kids just aren't in school. So to make that work a little better, we have some of these food hubs who are really focusing on chopping, freezing that product when it's in season, and then schools can source it in the fall and winter. And also another advantage of food hubs is they're doing a farm identification and sourcing information. A lot of them are going to require group gap or GAP for their growers. So there is a food safety requirement for the most part. And it's just going to be a much more cost effective and a lower transaction cost for schools rather than working directly with 10 different farms. They can work with one food hub, saves them 10 different invoices. So for a lot of the programs that Lori and Linda talked about, that's going to be much, much easier for them to deal with. So just quickly going to touch on meat. Meat's one of those things, local proteins. When we start talking about sourcing local proteins, alarm bells, sometimes start going off. But in this case, I think, the rules are actually fairly straightforward. There's a sort of a flow chart there that folks can take a look at online if they'd like. It's just a way to sort of visualize the way meat is regulated, depending on the market channel. But for schools, local livestock like beef, pork, goat, and lamb, red meat is generally where those fall under, that's going to be sold for commercial consumption, must be slaughtered and processed in USDA inspection, under USDA inspection, and have the USDA establishment seal on that product. So we don't have state inspection here in Michigan, and we don't participate in the cooperative interstate shipment program, which is something that states with state inspection use. So if it doesn't have a USDA seal on it, it can't be in the kitchen. Same general rule is going to apply for poultry, which includes chicken, turkey, duck, goose, and anything else with feathers. They must be slaughtered and processed under USDA inspection. The only exception is that small poultry producers who raise and process fewer than 20,000 birds a year can do that on farm and sell that product to schools without the benefit of federal inspection. With limitations, they can't sell that out of state. There's more limitations that you can look at, but for the most part, child nutrition program operators are allowed to source poultry from producers that are operating under the poultry exemption. So, but other than that, everything has to have a USDA seal on it, and that's fairly straightforward. So if a school is sourcing meat or poultry from a food hub, a distributor, or packer, or a processor, or directly from a farm, it just has to go through a USDA inspected plant. Eggs are another thing that make people a bit nervous when they see in a kitchen. Eggs are another food, local food that schools can't just really go to a farmer's market to get, because at a farmer's market, those eggs are typically intended for a direct-to-consumer audience, so they're not going to be under, not going to have a license or be under inspection. So for a school who wants to source local eggs, they're going to have to go through a MDARD licensed egg processor. Michigan food law requires egg processors to be licensed. Egg processors are folks that clean, grade, and break eggs. So, so the food code here in Michigan requires that food establishments that receive requires establishments to receive eggs that are clean and sound and be grade AA, A, or B. And obvious things like eggs need to be held at refrigeration, and the egg cartons need to be labeled. Aside from that, it's fairly straightforward again. Any egg producer that wants to sell to a school has to be licensed through MDARD. The only other sort of exception I wanted to mention is egg products, which are dried, frozen, or liquid egg products, which a lot of institutions use quite a bit of because it's quite labor intensive to crack thousands of eggs all day long. Those type of egg products need to be USDA inspected and meet some regulatory requirements, like they have to be pasteurized, they have to be tested and found negative for salmonella. But we have seen schools and some other institutions make their own liquid eggs using a centrifugal egg cracker, like the one here in this video clip. You basically just dump eggs in there, it spins very fast, liquid egg comes out. As long as they're using eggs from a MDARD licensed processor, that is perfectly fine. They have to follow their safety practices in the kitchen, keep the eggs cold, things like that. But if you want to see that or learn a bit more about it, there is a video link. I'm not going to show the video now, but that's somebody from Bronson Hospital walking you through the process of how they create their own liquid eggs from local eggs. So a few local meat resources. I have a couple of colleagues that I often refer to folks to with very specific regulatory questions. Janine Schweihofer is a great resource. Jason Hoffman as well with the Product Center. A couple of links there for folks to check out. Again, I think we're going to provide the slides as a handout so people can check those links out afterwards. And I'm going to turn it back to Lori, and then we're going to transition to more of a discussion Q&A. Thank you.
So before we get into the questions and answers, again, I just want to go through some key points again. We're talking about how the local foods are becoming so important in Michigan and how we're trying to increase the nutrition component of that. Schools have these options for getting these local foods through food hubs or other areas that we talked about, like farmers markets. Again, USDA is encouraging these farm to schools and these school gardens. Again, USDA does not require GAP certification for school gardens. A school can come back and say, I want to buy your produce if you have this food safety plan or if you're GAP certified. They can do that. Or a food hub can say, we are only taking GAP certified. But it is not a regulation that has to be. Again, there's a lot of resources in the slides. Please, we will be sharing the slide deck with you. And then again, schools may ask or require farmers or producers to have food safety practices, but again, they're not required. I just want to make that point over and over because I think that's some of the confusion that sometimes we get. And so again, in here is another list of additional resources of what we talked about and some of the food safety things I talked about. And we will get ready now for our roundtable and some questions. And this is our contacts. If anybody want to take a picture of it, or again, you'll get the slides, but feel free to be able to contact if any questions come up, and we can refer you. And I think what we will do now is we'll get Noel and Linda up here, and we've got Rodney and Kristen, and take first any questions in the audience. I've got a few listed, but does anybody have anything? Yes, sir.
So, like they mentioned in there, say the peak of harvesting time is, the kids aren't in school. So what about like TSA shares to the community or anything there out of these school gardens? What's the stance on that?
Wow, so are you saying I want to make sure I understand your question. So would that be like they're renting out the garden space to?
Well, or they just harvest what they have and they say, hey, to the parents or the local community, we've got extra produce out of our school garden.
Yeah.
So we'll like run like a CSA program for CSA shares, and you can come pick up your box of assorted, freshly harvested produce from our school garden.
Okay, that's a great.
Anything? I mean, or is this assumed that all the grown produce will go into the schools? Student.
That's a great question. So you're absolutely right. So, oh, sure. The gentleman asked. Again, we all know the abundance of produce is in the summer when kids basically aren't in school. So he asked, is there a possibility of TSA, and that means they would grow and they would have like a guaranteed entities to buy some of their school produce. Yeah, that may come down the road. I can't answer that. I think we're too new for this. But in the video, the one with Detroit was the guy. So I'm just saying, you've got to understand. So some of these gardens, the yield isn't, that great. So they couldn't really produce enough produce to serve in, like, say, I want to say 60 schools type thing. Okay. Detroit really, because of how many gardens they have, they can do that. I'm still not answering your question correctly, sorry. But to answer, so one of my questions was, and I asked you all too, to your point. So I said, what if I get the question, we have all this produce like green beans, okay? Yeah, and so we've got people coming in and picking them. Can they be frozen so the schools could use that, when they're back in session? And
this is live, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, there's absolutely no problem with the school just freezing some of that produce for later if they want.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, that school garden is going to be below the level of exemption under the Food Safety Modernization Act produce rules. So again, there really shouldn't be any concern of that little locally grown produce being distributed in the manner you're describing.
they probably could. I don't know. It depends. So it could be, I don't know, like a sixth grade teacher has a passion. So he's like, I'm going to, we're going to grow this garden. And then I think that would be on a district level to decide, is the purpose, are we going to internally keep that? We really don't want to. Or, when you read through some of these handouts, other schools in other states and stuff, yeah, some of their groups, they do sell the produce that's made. So I think, again, we're kind of not real new to this in Michigan, but I think it's going to evolve. I hope that answered your question. So it's more, I think, at a local level, what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, it ends up being more like, what does the school want to do? And they're the property owner, and then it goes back to, and I think we talked about this as like a city township level of like, are you going to put a farm stand out in front of your school? Like, if your city, and it's not a produce safety item, it's not a local health department decision. That goes back to, what kind, are you zoned for that? Or, if you're going to all of a sudden be a farmer's market every weekend, like, yeah, great, but that's not under the local health department jurisdiction.
Okay, that was another point
Yeah.
I wanted to try to drive home. Okay.
Was there another question? I thought.
Yes.
Yeah, so that, the 20,000 small poultry exemption for selling to schools, if they use a third party like food hub type source, does that void the exemption? Does the school directly have to purchase from the farmer, or can they use the food hub for that?
Yeah, the poultry exemption is intended, the question was whether the small poultry exemption can be used through some sort of intermediary distributor, and my understanding is that it's for direct sales. And Rodney, you know a bit about this as well. So, but yeah, my understanding is it's for producers who raise, slaughter, and sell their own poultry. But if you want to elaborate.
Oh, absolutely. I would like to defer to Jim and Jim Padden, our Food Safety Inspection Program Manager.
So all I'll say is that poultry exemptions for those kind of processing are very complicated. And so if you have a specific question, then get in touch with us at MDARD and we'll work through that specific situation, because the poultry exemptions are just bizarre and they have to be dealt with case by case.
So Jim said,
If it was an exempt facility like that, it would still need to be licensed by MDARD.
for the virtual audience, Jim just said if that's the situation, please contact MDARD directly, because the produce exemption rules are really complicated, and it would be a small poultry producer through MDARD. So please just get in contact with MDARD.
I have a follow-up question on that. So if you are and it could be any operation, doesn't have to be school, and following into that less than 20,000, what is the verification process for a purchaser to make sure that they're purchasing from a verified operation? Would that be straight through MDARD?
Yes.
Any other questions?
I have another one. It may be going a little beyond the scope of this presentation, but it's in regards to GAP gift, this Produce Safety Alliance food safety training. Are these considered equivalent programs? Because GAP is very much involved. It requires an on-farm audit during harvesting and things like that. It's expensive for the growers. So we work with local growers and we require GAP certification for like our on-campus farmers markets. So, but it's been in hiatus for the last couple of years, right, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So now I have one of our local apple growers that went through the Produce Safety Alliance training just back in January. And they're wondering, is this equivalent to like GAP? I don't see it as being equivalent.
I think it's one more way to market to that school, to say, you know what, we've done this and we've done this. Again, a GAP is an audit, and it is expensive. Thank you. And that's why they have group GAP, where they can get a bunch of farmers together to do it and pay. So that, again, it's just an audit, but it is very intense to pass it. So it does give some satisfaction to the school superintendent or your food service director. Like, you know, when you go to a grocery store, most of those things are going to come from GAP certified farms, right? So that's what they're getting. But there's other ways, especially when we get, in Michigan, we're different than a lot of other states. We have very small, medium, and large size farms. And with that being expensive, we try to get all our farms to make sure that they're practicing something. So getting them and getting MSU Extension out there to work with a food safety plan, or getting their conservation district person out there to work with them on the readiness plan. It gets them. A lot of them, we just had a conference at KVCC Monday with the farmers, and you know, they were like, no, they don't even have a food plan, but that's what they want. Because they want to be able to sell this to an early child care center, another place that's going to be asking, what are your food safety plans? So again, an audit is not required, but it is something that really markets, like, wow, I know this is coming from this farm. I feel good about this. Almost like asking, do you have liability insurance, right?
Right, so again, it would be our decision to decide whether we take something. I consider GAP like the gold standard.
A lot of people do.
I'm not familiar with the PSA program, so other than I had a farmer send me their certificate, but it was a one-day course. And I don't think it involves any type of on-farm audit.
No, but I think it gets them ready for the GAP. Like, it gets them in that training mechanism, so they're starting to look at where's your water source, where's, you know, your dirt, if you look, you know, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I have a couple questions from the online format. The first, are there existing partnerships with local health departments and school gardens, or is it primarily through the MSU Extension?
I don't know if it's, I mean.
Should we repeat the question?
Yeah, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Are there existing partnerships with local health departments and school gardens, or is it primarily through the MSU Extension? So are there any health departments in Michigan that currently are working with community gardens for this specific purpose?
Oh, yeah, I know, like Macomb, I think they have a list of all the farms for schools that they can use in the local area, you know, and there's other farms on Taste the Local Difference that you can go to, and you can look for your farms to find these different produce and things. So I think communities are very much involved. I think MSU Extension is just such a great component of that education, and look when they're looking for where to buy this produce. Does that answer that question?
Yeah, that's good. So it'd be a good idea to maybe in your local area get your farmers on that list.
Right, that's one of the things we're doing. We have the Cultivate Michigan list, we have the local, what's it, I just said it, the Taste the Local Difference. If you go up, they can go to what they want, like green beans, where are they, what, you know, and then you'll find, like in Macomb, I know that's one, but there's other areas that list their local farms for that reason, so that they can find those and they can make that connection. Or they're working with a food hub, because especially if it's a smaller school or preschool, it's easier to get the diced carrots already, you know, or whatever they need from that. So those are just, but yeah, I think the communities are very much involved as well.
And then one more, who do we contact if the school is not following the requirements in reference to health, such as not providing milk or vegetables?
Call local public health. Actually, call Sean, he's retired.
Don't say that.
No, don't say that. Yeah, that's all Linda here.
They should contact that, it sounds like from what you said, they aren't, the school wasn't offering maybe all those 5 components type thing? Okay, so send it to me, please. It's STULLL. It's not number ones or anything. So STULLL@michigan.gov. I'll forward it. I'm suspecting, though, sometimes we don't get all the pieces of like the puzzle. So I don't know if this was like maybe offer versus serve, where the student, you know, didn't take everything and came home and the parents like, what, you only took this and that was your lunch? I mean, so we have that going on. But I will say with this pandemic, USDA had like 80 to 90 waivers. There's been a lot of waivers. And so I'm thinking too, with the supply chain issues, milk just recently, nobody had the cartons to make the milk, so some schools could not offer milk. So I don't want to read too much into the question, but there's a lot of gray areas and what ifs, and I think a lot of it could have been pandemic, it could have been supply chain, or perhaps it's, just the misunderstanding that the student was doing offer versus serve and maybe didn't take all the items. But again, clearly, you can direct, that's a definite MDE question. Okay. I think,
Please feel free to take one of the handouts on USDA school gardens.
this live and online thing gets a little tricky for me. I almost forgot about it. I'm like, what's he doing? No. Okay, we got this. All right, so in 2019, the association got one of the food safety education grants. Lori's managing those. Lori was here. I don't know if she's coming back. I think that's her bag. But we got this grant. They have this notion, right, that somebody goes, they do their ServSafe Manager certificate, and then they come back and they teach managerial practices, good, sound food safety practices to everybody in the building. That's how it works in a perfect system. I think you've all been in the field long enough to know it's not always a perfect system. So we really started talking about active managerial control, and we just wanted to put this like pocket resource together. Well, this is a very heavy pocket resource. So it's a little more than just a pocket resource, but I'm just gonna go through the booklet with you and really talk about the whole idea of F and Q in one central place. So keep your ServSafe book on the shelf and keep this right there next to it as a reference guide, as a way to help you. Make sure that you are teaching those food safety practices all the way through your organization. So, of course, like all good reference material, there's a disclaimer that our lawyers wrote. Things change, and if the last 2 years haven't shown us that, nothing else has. So really, you are the certified manager. What does that mean to be the person where the buck stops in charge of a restaurant for the food safety? How do you make sure that your team is compliant? So you need to be a certified manager first and foremost. Every 5 years that things expire. I'm sure you guys have all gone into inspections and were just shocked that expired and they needed to do it again because they did it last time you told them to do it 5 years ago. Each food service establishment has one person, right? But that doesn't mean that that's where food safety begins and ends. So we also have information in here on the allergen mandate. If you are a person that really follows laws closely, you will know that this mandate has had a sunset on it. That doesn't mean that those posters are not valuable and a good resource. They are still available in all of those languages, and they can be downloaded from michiganfoodsafety.com. I still have Japanese and Korean if anybody would like a physical copy. The Spanish, the Arabic, the English are all gone. Spanish for sure is all gone. Those were very, very popular when they came out, but we do have those resources available as well in physical copies. But making sure people are aware of the allergens didn't go away. The mandate to do a second course went away. We still need to know what the allergens are. We need to be able to answer questions about allergens. So the next thing we go is on some resources on how people can keep their team safe. We always are going to promote more training. The food handler is really very cost effective. It's $15 if you have a person do it online. I can order a case of booklets like this. If I order them in a quantity of 10 or more, they're like $4. It's a very easy thing to do. And yes, this happens in industry. Boyne Mountain, right? Every fall we bring in a whole new group of people. We train them for ski season. We run everybody through the food handler, every last person. Get into spring, everybody gets laid off. It starts to get to be to July. We got to have a lot of tourism bodies come back. We hire in a whole nother group in late June. We run them through the food handler again. It just helps. So some of the other resources that we hit on here are these bad boys. So this is the MichiganFoodSafety.com site. If you haven't been here or you're not familiar with this page, I encourage you to know about it. It's broken into 3 main categories: the consumer, the industry, and the regulator resources. If you have anything you want to share with me, I will add it to this collection. It's a communal thing. But these active manual control documents have been for years one of our most used parts of this site. People download these. They open into Word. I'm hoping this all works like it does on my computer since I'm using somebody else's. But they open in Word so that you can change this. If you want to actually put the temperatures in there, you can. obviously, people are supposed to record what the actual temperatures are. That's how they use these documents. But if you want to put the right answers in parentheses so they can notify you if there's something wrong, that is certainly an option. So chemical dish machine one. These are all meant to be manipulated and adjustable, but you've got a lot to choose from here, an absolute ton of managerial control documents to choose from. So there's that bridge, right? Like, we don't formally require active managerial control unless there's an actual HACCP plan in place to show us all those charts. But if you're not charting it and you're out of temp, you're throwing that whole cooler away. If you've got a chart and you can tell me that 20 minutes ago you were not out of temp, then we don't have to throw that whole cooler away. There's reasons why you want to embrace this. Sorry, I'm talking to you as the industry, but there's reasons why industry wants to embrace these active managerial controls. And I think, as we talked about this morning, technology is going to become more and more relevant. There's no reason why those active managerial reports can't just spit out every 15 minutes. There's nothing that can't set an alarm off automatically. I know bigger operations have the sensors inside the coolers and they're tied to the cell phones, and you're getting those notifications. Like, that technology is starting to come. If you don't have the capital to make those kind of investments, you can go print those forms off and just make sure that at a minimum we're doing an hourly check and making sure that we're keeping things. This is the crazy part. Hot stuff hot and cold stuff cold. Let me break food safety down. The other part on this resource here are those posters. I did tell you we have all of those allergen posters in all the different languages available for download. We also have the big 6 posters there, also translated into the different languages. There's big, giant, yellow hand washing ones that we have at the table. There are smaller versions of that that can also be printed from this site. This was a very, very popular poster when we first made this one. It's just a very simple 8.5 by 11. We took it to the Gordon Food Service show with us. We made this poster. That was our first event taking it to. We had like 500 printed. We came home with none. And they came home with a whole list of people that wanted them. So sometimes industry needs you to physically put it in their hand to realize that they need it. But norovirus is still one of the ones, and I think it's the hardest reputational one to recover from. There's something assumed that the person that had the norovirus was on your payroll and they made your entire building sick. It could have been someone who came in, right? It's really hard to manage as a crisis management team. We've spent a lot of money teaching owners how to give a basic interview, how to handle basic crisis communication skills, but norovirus is definitely the hardest one. So, and you can't just wipe it up. It has to be cleaned with the right chemicals. You have to know what you're doing when it comes to cleaning up norovirus. So this is a very, very popular poster. So employee hygiene. Oh, how I wish this isn't why. Is Lisa still here? In all of her charting she does of where all the foodborne illnesses come from all the time. As much as I don't want it to come back to employee hygiene, it often comes back to employee hygiene. Hand washing, hand washing, hand washing. So funny, we've made the whole world want to wash their hands since coronavirus started, but of us here in food world have been washing our hands for a few more years than that. So washing hands, making sure that we're enforcing hand washing. We have some stickers that you can use on how to hand wash. We have some little charts you can download of what's supposed to be at that hand washing station. Anybody ever gone to an inspection and found a hand washing station without soap? Without paper towel? Without a trash can? Without water? Without hot, I was gonna say hot water. I wasn't gonna go that way. Yeah. Friction. It's all about the friction. Yeah. Remember those those executive orders we talked about and how some of them weren't quite in line with food code, like just use hand sanitizer everywhere? No. We need hot water. We need warm water. We need soap. We need a trash can. We need disposable paper towel. We need to turn the water on and off with that paper towel and dispose of it, not with our aprons. Not with our hair, not with our t-shirt extended over our arm. So there's a lot here on that. We have, as long as I have, oops, this video section is quite entertaining, if I do humbly take a minute to tell you that. But there are a lot of videos on here that actually show you how to properly wash your hands. There's some about your food and your leftovers. And this guy right here. Please, please, if you hear me say anything, go to MichiganFoodSafety.com to access the poop video. Do not go to YouTube and Google poop video. You will never recover mentally from that. Might I also encourage you not to sit with your 13-year-old son when you tell him that your new poop video is done and have him Google it, because you'll never recover what comes up. Please only access it through this site for your own safety. But these videos are super helpful in really trying to show it, not to pick on the Gen Zs or the millennials or anybody else. But the more we go down the age gap, the more dependent we become on our cell phones. Cell phones carry everything. Cell phones carry everything. Yes, ma'am?
And I was just going to say, I love this video because even if you aren't proficient in English, if you watch it, it shows graphically what's going on so well, I think, that they get the idea of how things are transmitted to a phone or what you touch and things like that.
Do we know if I'll have sound if I hit play? Because it'll play.
I think so.
Okay.
Chances are you're using social media a lot, connecting with your friends and sharing content at the speed of light. It's possible a friend might accidentally encounter a virus, and so we hope they pass on a warning to the rest of us to protect ourselves. Because if we aren't warned, we might accidentally spread that virus ourselves. Just like that cute dog video, a computer virus can spread instantly. Now, let's think about all the places our phone has physically traveled today. And how many different people have touched it? This is how it all starts. Just like that virtual virus that infected your phone, real germs can infect your phone with an actual physical virus. For instance, a friend uses the bathroom and scrolls through their phone for a moment. Afterwards, they wash their hands. But they may have already added something special to their phone. Meet Pat Oran O'Shea Petrie. Now, POOP is taking a free ride on the phone. First stop, inside your friend's pocket. Second stop, your hands when you have a look at some pics on your friend's phone.
Aww.
Now you are taking POOP along with you as you travel. Your next job is to make a sandwich. You washed your hands before you looked at your friend's pics, so all good. You quickly build the 12 sandwiches you need for the lunch hour. They get wrapped and placed in a display cooler. And along comes the lunch rush, and all the sandwiches are purchased. And go out into the world with a little bit of POOP along for the ride. The very next day, your friend calls in sick, and they have told you all the gory details about being up all night. They think they have norovirus. Being conscious of a virus that will shut down social media is no different than a virus that is actually on your phone. Anyone who touched it and is sick or has not washed their hands after using the restroom can add a little bit of POOP. No one would deliberately touch feces, but if proper hand washing does not happen, poop travels, and it will hop from place to place. Some people will only have minor damage, but the potential for a major outbreak exists, and people will get sick. Like any virus, it can produce some devastating results. Starting with the basic safety protocol for your phone, let's reboot. At the very least, learn to wash your hands properly. And sanitize your phone. You know how far social media will travel and how quickly? Now think about how far poop can travel and how quickly.
So, If you need to really break it down for somebody, there it is for you. So that's, but please, please don't Google that. All right. The hand washing posters are huge, restroom signage, when to wash your hands. I think that's probably the most important part. I like to use my hands when I talk. I like to put my hands in my hair sometimes, especially when I'm trying to learn something. I'll put my hair up and down in a ponytail like 30 times. Yeah, very guilty as charged. Things like that. So we got a basic checklist right there of all the times you need to wash those hands, you know, ready to eat foods versus regular prep, making sure that you're changing gloves, washing hands, changing gloves, all the different times. I think taking garbage out is probably one that people get, right? But so often we have servers pull dirty dishes and grab clean dishes simultaneously. That's just a hard habit to break, right? It's not trash, it's not that, but you're taking something that's been with a consumer and is contaminating you. So a lot of different ideas there. The food safety poster as well can be downloaded and printed. So this became a big one. During the Hep A outbreak, we would tell people, no, you have to ask. They're like, we can't ask these questions. We can't ask these questions. We would talk about this in circles. I had board members go back and they're saying, my HR says I can't do that. That's a HIPAA violation. That's a code violation. I can't ask employees that. Well, guess what? If it's on these big six, it's on this big six. And yes, you can ask. No, you can't ask age. No, you can't ask cancer questions. No, you can't ask diabetes questions. Yes, you absolutely can ask questions about Hep A, about norovirus exposure. Why are you yellow today? It's absolutely questions that need to be asked. It's your responsibility as operators to know if you have somebody that has one of the big six and follow the right protocol if you do. Some of those take doctor's notes, some of them take clearance from you guys at the health department.
And is my understanding that HIPAA wouldn't cover like symptoms, like necessarily. It might cover specific treatment or something, but to say you don't look so good or you've been going to the bathroom a lot, that's not covered by HIPAA.
Right. It's not covered by HIPAA, but those are hard conversations that you need to practice. And we encourage that our operators do, especially if you're a male operator with a female employee, young female employees. And it's none of your business why I'm going to the bathroom, okay? Dude, I'm cramping, leave me alone, right? Those are hard conversations. We have to talk about bodily functions. Fecal oral matter doesn't just roll off the tongue the first time you say it. You kind of throw up the first time you say it, right? So those questions have to be practiced, and if you're managing an operation, you are the person responsible for the safety of that operation. Those are the hard questions that have to be asked. So giving somebody a chart that they can refer to, starting the question with, God, Bob, are you drunk? You've been to the bathroom 22 times. Or, hey, are you feeling okay? I need to make sure you don't have one of these because you have been in the restroom a lot. Like, should we check into this? Different ways to approach it, but practicing it, words matter. Words always matter. And so making sure that you know how to handle those hard conversations. The vomiting, the diarrhea, the jaundice, right? Those are the big ones that we always have to watch for, especially the Hep A. Knock on wood, that's one that hasn't been out in a while. You just had to deal with coronavirus for the last few years, so you got a break from Hep A. But Hep A especially is one that we can inoculate if we're aware of fast enough in advance. Do we have any Detroit? Yeah. How many of those clinics for Hep A did you guys run back in 17 and 18? Millions?
Sadly, the food service workers turnout was not great unless it was post-exposure prophylaxis for restaurants that had an employee.
Yeah. And I think like with all things, us non-Detroit people said, oh, that's a Detroit problem. Well, guess what? It spreads. I remember specifically asking my doctor saying, hey, should I get my Hep A shots? And she's like, no, we don't have any of those cases. And I came back with my daughter 2 weeks later, and she's like, you asked about Hep A when you were here. I'm like, yeah. She's like, you're getting a shot. We've had 3 cases in Clinton County today. I'm like, okay, well, I asked about it. I told you this was happening. So it's just, sometimes when you have an outbreak, it's in a specific community. No disrespect to Detroit, I love you guys, but same thing, right? Oh, that's just something that they have over there in northern Michigan, or that's just something going on over there. When we have one of these big 6 in an outbreak status, it travels across the whole state and to our surrounding states incredibly fast. You know, the way that that little poop emoji quadrupled and ended up on every bag, they're really hard to sometimes visibly show what it means to grow exponentially to the general public. I know you guys all can do the actual math as part of the science that you've all taken, but to really explain that to somebody, sometimes that visual aid of how quickly that stuff grows is needed. So that's a big part of what we put in here, and we really wanted to say it's not just HIPAA versus food code, right? When they come down, here's the code. So if you do have somebody that's like, well, my male employee wanted to know why I was doing this and I feel threatened by that, or you run into some sort of HR-based issue, we gave them the food code sections, the numbers. This is why they're asking you those questions. It's not them picking on you. They're trying to prevent a foodborne illness outbreak. Here's the cited codes. Normally, data and factual information slows that stuff right down. We worked a lot with what is now our legal center in putting this together, and the HR lawyers. Written policy, written policy, written policy. If you guys have operators that don't have any written policy as it relates to how people call in, how people report symptoms, if they don't have anything like that in place, our legal center members can get 15 minutes with a lawyer every month for any issue. It's really important that they have written policy that they're following and they're keeping people going forward on. Making it up as you go tends to get people into legal trouble. So the more we can encourage them to have written policy or follow some sort of guide like this, the less chance of having problems we have on the legal side of the equation. So also a ton of stuff on CDCs in here. We tried to bring out a lot of that stuff. How about this one? ADA in the food code. How about dogs on patios? How about my Shetland pony is my support animal? How about I hired you to work in a restaurant and you showed up with your support animal the day I hired you but didn't bring that support animal to your interview? Okay, those are fun questions. I don't answer those anymore. We take those straight to the legal center and let the lawyers work that through. But ADA accommodations are real, and most of the time they're easy to manage and they're easy to handle. But the support animals in food service, we need to make sure that we're able to protect the food code as well as ADA. It's not one or the other. So how to manage that, we have a lot of this inside of here. And I'm not asking something that violates your ADA status. I'm asking something that protects my status to prevent the general public from the big 6. So, the records, the record keeping, Michigan Paid Leave, Medical Act, a lot of these things are in here. This is just as much an HR guide as it is a management guide for the food code. Making sure that your employees know not to come to work if they're sick, making sure they know what the law says about FMLA and all those other things. If they have a family member that has a communicable disease, they can't come to work. They need to use family medical leave time, or they need to take it unpaid. They cannot be in the food service operation. So that's basically what we put inside of this guide. Remember, ways to prevent sensitive conversations, but make them happen all the time. Role playing, role playing, role playing. We have a brochure similar to this size. Actually, don't have any of them with us, but it is it's a 31-page thing. It's got a ring on this side, and it's like a huddle card. We called them for those pre-shift meetings, ask one food safety question to your team before you start the shift every day, right? Ask one basic food safety thing. What is the right temperature that we're gonna cook those pork chops to today? Every time before you start your shift, like let's just do one thing. We're gonna talk about what the specials are for today. We're gonna touch on reservation status, times that we're expecting to be busy, our scalable timeline. Let's have 1 second, take 2 minutes and ask and reinforce those food safety principles that we learned inside our ServSafe training, our food handler training, or just looking at this resource. Let's reinforce that and make sure everybody that's gonna be cooking the burgers know what they're cooking to, or anybody that's gonna be cooking shellfish today knows what we're cooking to. If we've got an order coming in, what are the temperature degrees that we're going to be accepting those products off that truck from? Those are easy ways to reinforce these standards. When you look at that ServSafe book, when that book comes in the mail, it's massive. I mean, once upon a time, we said it takes 16 hours to read cover to cover. We assign that to the ServSafe, and that's how many continuing education hours you can get if you are a person that needs those for doing the manager level certification. It's overwhelming when you try to do 16 hours worth of work at one time. If you do a little bit every single day, you help build active managerial control. You help ensure all the team members are doing the same processes, following the same guidelines, and meeting the same standards. So a little bit about having those conversations, and the best way to manage them is, well, hang on a second. Apparently I can't handle a mouse. Technology, we're not doing that yet, right? Okay, where'd I leave off? Medical leave, employee health issues. There we go. Okay. POS system. A lot of these are digital. A lot of your employees clock in on their phone. A lot of those can be programmed to have a pop-up. We did a lot of that during COVID. Have you taken your temperature today? We did a whole screening question, those 5 questions everybody had to ask, the ones that your doctor still asks you every time you go into the doctor's office. We were able to put that to pop up and have them visibly check the boxes that said, I haven't been exposed, I don't have a fever, I don't have this symptom, I don't have that symptom, and then come to the time clock where they actually check in. If we're not doing the full COVID screening requirement anymore, why don't you program that to say something else? You know, if you know that you've got norovirus in your community, do you have any nausea symptoms? Have you been exposed to this? Have you been exposed to that? Or even simple reminders, right? Hey, we have a group of 20 coming in today at 4 p.m. How can you help us get ready? Easy platforms, those technologies, those time clock systems, those are all things that are coming down. There's even a couple scenarios here where you can practice and role play some of those hard conversations with your teams. Active managerial controls, all of these different checklists. The easier you make it, the easier it is to enforce. Okay, what do you mean I have to take temperatures? What do you want me to do? Go look at it? Do you want me to write it down? Do you want me to chart it? Where do you want me to chart it? We have a few AI companies, a few technology companies that are building apps that just send you text notifications that you need to take those temperatures. You can take a clipboard and print those off the website, put them there, and just have somebody write them every hour on the hour. When it's in front of your face, where it's easy to grab on and easy to hold to, it's easier to do. The other thing that makes up the majority of this is the FDA annex, the food code. And so the entire food code is in here. That's why we tell people to keep it. If you think that the health department is crazy, if you think that your employees are crazy, you have it right there at your fingertips where you can answer questions or you can look things up. I think this annex also really, really helps put it in a different visual aid. I like our Big 6 poster. I'm very proud of that poster, but the annex is another way to help people look at some of the symptoms, some of the things, and really make decisions quickly about how they can adjust the situation with the annex. So I think I got my warning that I'm going to run out of time, so I want to stop there and answer any questions about some of these resources. I got 9 minutes? Oh, okay. That's not a... Sorry, that was at 40, not at 4 minutes. Sorry. One of the other things that we have at MichiganFoodSafety.com, one of the things that is used a lot by the general consumer is they will call us with, I was at the Burger King on Red Arrow Highway Tuesday at 4 p.m. and their person was mean to me. Oh, well, that's good to know. What would you like us to do? Well, somebody needs to go talk to them. Like, do you want me to make a customer service call, or do you think that they need to have something verified about how they're doing things? Well, aren't you the regulators? No, we're not the regulators. So we built out this interactive map that has each health department on here. They can click on their health department, if it'll work, other people's computers, and it will bring up the contact information for that health department. This is all intertwined, and this all ties back. I don't know if all of this information is correct. It was very, very correct when we published it. But the last 2 years with coronavirus, there's been retirement, there's been changes in staff. Laura's in the back corner. She has a clipboard at our table. If you guys want to check your health department and make sure that everything is still correct that's on there, let us know. And if it is not correct, we can make the changes. We're absolutely happy to do that, update it, make sure that we have the right point persons on there. It's also because the website is in those 3 different categories, we have lots of industry members that also use that. So when we have a Buffalo Wild Wings, right? They're in almost every county in the state. If they have questions for health department in Clinton, because the one in Ingham County told them to do something, but the Clinton County person didn't tell them, and they just want to verify. It's really a really great resource. We've shared that with a lot of the chain operators so that they can get verification from each county that they're doing business in. So we want to make sure that that's current. Any questions? Because I can show you a couple of the other assets on this site too real quick if we've got time. Yes, ma'am.
So the languages for which the allergen poster, I guess this is kind of two part question. The languages for which the allergen poster was offered, how were those languages decided?
Pretty much everything that we do in English first and vet it, and then we do it in Arabic, Spanish, and Chinese. Those are the 3 biggest languages that we have. And then we've actually surveyed. It's been a couple years since we've surveyed, but those were the other ones. There's been definite very small clusters of different languages in different areas. So I think if we re-surveyed right now with all the Afghan rescues that came in last year, we'd probably see a different dialect of Arabic. The Arabic was vetted in Dearborn originally, which is a little bit different variation than some of the The ServSafe textbook is not available in Arabic nationwide because of the dialect variations. It's actually very hard to translate. So we actually had a group from Dearborn translate originally. I know that there's also a small Arabic population in Branch County of all places, and they made changes to the poster. Those students adjusted it for us. Sometimes Spanish has that too, where you have different Dominican area or different islands that have different variations, but overall it works pretty well between them. So we should probably survey again.
Who are you surveying?
We surveyed health departments when we translated them. Yeah, but like I said, I bet it's been 5 or 6 years since we've done that survey, and the population just continues to grow and change.
So then I guess my second part of my more question or comment is like, we are seeing a need for like Thai
Yeah.
posters. Not a commonly spoken language when you survey like populations, but there's a high, we have.
What region of the state are you in?
We're in Ottawa County. Right?
You're Ottawa? Okay.
Yeah, so like Thai or like Hindi for Indian restaurant, so some of of
Yeah.
the smaller languages seem to
Yeah.
be an issue, so where we can't find resources. So
Yeah.
I guess if that is an issue, is there someone we can contact to kind of just
Yep.
let you know, put it on your radar, or is there another resource for languages? What would you suggest?
I leave for vacation tomorrow. I think if we really want me to make those languages, I'm going to ask that you send me an email and tell me what a language it is, and when I get back, I will make sure that that happens. I might not retain everything that you just told me, because no, full transparency, full honesty, things that get me in trouble all the time. But please send that in writing. My email is asmith@mrla.org. Or there's a comment section in this contact us section here at michiganfoodsafety.com. Those emails all go to me as well. So any of those would be a great way to let me know what languages you need. Like I said, we have the basic format and the basic poster. It's actually very easy to get it translated and made available.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem. What other questions, guys? What other things do people need? You know, we always hold these little focus groups and try to find out what they need. The cell phones was a huge issue for a long time, and that poop video really helped industry be able to communicate to their staff. It's not just about customer service. There's actual food safety risk in you using your phone and putting it in and out of your pocket. It helped them to have something that they could show their new team members. Like, this is why we have our phone policies the way that we have them. I'm not just trying to be mean to you. This is for the betterment of our operation, your safety, and the guest safety as well. Yes?
Can you tell me what resources you guys do have for Spanish speaking, as far as like trying to get Spanish speaking folks certified online or through classes? I'm having a little bit of trouble just trying to get them in the right direction.
Sure. So we have a Spanish textbook for the Serve Safe Manager. We have the food handler in Spanish as well. Online, it's also available in Spanish. And we also work with Gleaners in the Metro Detroit area. They have a Spanish instructor that's down there. And we also work with a group in Grand Rapids that has a couple Spanish instructors on their site. I don't have one in every county, but if there's a particular area, we can try to find some resources there as well. In a few weeks, we are in a grant with Lori making looking at the top 5 ways that food becomes contaminated. According to the FDA, we're making a video. We're making one in Spanish and one in Arabic. And we had the worst time finding a talent that would speak on the subject. I'm like, no, we're liable. We're the ones that are writing the script. We're the ones that are telling you what to say. Like, we're the ones that are liable. They were so apprehensive, but we finally have secured the talent. Those are being produced. We will have those probably by the 1st of May. We'll be able to share that out to anybody who's interested in those as well. But it's that native language, native person actually explaining what they're doing and why they're doing it, why they're taking their rice and spreading it out in a shallow pan that has ice under it to make sure that it cools properly. You know, it's just extra work unless you know why you're doing it. So we've spent a lot of time developing those videos. Yes, sir.
Just a comment to her language thing. I've got a facility in the Detroit area that has quite a population of Bangladesh.
Okay.
And we sent food safety documents to their mosque that they attended.
Okay.
And had people at the mosque translate those into their language.
Yep. Yeah, churches have been helpful. Gleaners has been helpful. MSU's language studies department has an actual for-profit arm that the lead professor does, and we've paid to have things verified there as well, just so that we have a legal step that said it was verified. So there's a couple different resources, but if Bangladesh is a growing language that we think we need more of, we can certainly look at it.
Well, I mean, actually, sushi has a lot of Burmese as well.
Burmese?
Yeah, so like, I work for Meijer.
Okay.
Sushi vendors in a Meijer store.
Uh-huh.
Majority of them are from Burma.
Okay.
So they don't, completely different language.
Yeah, for sure.
But, I mean,
okay. No, we're happy. I mean, we have worked really closely with MDARD to, when we just make the poster and you just download it, it doesn't take a lot of money. It's when we mass print them and mass distribute them that it takes a little bit to get them out into circulation and everywhere. So we could do some of them where if we don't print them, we just house them for super smaller populations. We could do something like that too. When you look at some of the posters, they're all like this where they have that high gloss. Laminating's not a cost-effective way to mass produce anything, but they do have this high gloss finish on them, and they'll take beating. They won't be submerged, they won't be able to be dipped in spaghetti sauce, but they do wipe off a little bit for a year or two of just basic splashes. Good?
General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan Health Departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche public portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau District staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche public portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google type search on the home page, or you could click the property search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There is also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche public portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WISN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that when you're ready to browse to the repository and find the documents waiting for you, you again confirm that all information is correct before clicking the button which sends the sample to the state reporting website. When you do that, it disappears from the queue and automatically stores itself in the appropriate folder based on county, lab name, or WISN, depending on what you prefer. It also tracks all those little pieces of data we gathered, which can be used for tracking and creating reports in the future. When you click the button to send this report to the state tracking site, you invoked Laserfiche Robotic Process Automation. And while you normally wouldn't watch the process, I want you to see here how we trained the Laserfiche bot to log on to the website. We trained it to expand the selection list on the left and then navigate to the appropriate page. It then performs just like a human, entering a WISN number and clicking the Find button, and then it's able to select the appropriate laboratory and wait for the system to recognize that lab and then enter each piece of data. The bot would then click the Save button and close this window so it could start entering the next report. While we only showed a single report here, you could actually send multiple reports at once and the Laserfish bot would do your work while you go grab a cup of coffee. I hope you were able to see that these automation tools could potentially save an incredible amount of time, remove the need to store physical paper files, and remove the potential for human error. If you would like to learn more about what we designed for health departments, please reach out and we'll provide a more in-depth look at the system and work to understand how Laserfish could work for you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to meeting you soon.
Elgin Corporation is celebrating 50 years of success after its founding in 1970 by World War II veteran Lieutenant Colonel Joe Glasser. Since its beginning, Elgin has led in the passive treatment and dispersal market. Its humble beginnings started with the perforated drainage system, PDS, and grew with the development of the GSF system. Elgin produces all of its products in Windsor, Connecticut. The geotextile sand filter, GSF for short, is distributed from Australia to Europe with greatest use in the United States. The first installations in 1982, this product is versatile and proven. This treatment product is 100% passive in gravity dose designs. However, more complicated sites employ a pump for pump to gravity and pressure dose configurations. Designers enjoy the high flexibility of the system. Capable of use in trenches, beds, and mounds, there is a system configuration that fits whether you find yourself on a sloping site or a site with a high water table. The GSF system is your tight lot, high water table, and poor soil solution. Due to the flexible design, tight lots become dream lots, high water tables become gentle sloping lots, and poor soils are just another soil when employing the Elgin GSF system. The system excels at intermittent use sites as there are no startup procedures needed for the product. The GSF module is comprised of cuspated core wrapped with a geotextile fabric. The module is designed in such a way to maximize the vertical surface area inside the product. The vertical surfaces inside the GSF module promote the growth and management of the biomat. As the system is dosed, whether through a toilet flush or the pump in the pump tank turning on, effluent flows down the distribution pipe into the GSF module. The effluent is then filtered through the GSF module before passing through to the surrounding sand. Each dose charges the module with effluent, raising the water inside. As the effluent passes through the geotextile fabric, the module backfills with air and a biomat forms on the fabric. The air promotes and facilitates the growth of aerobic bacteria, which eats away at the biomat. This management process helps promote the long life of the product. After the effluent enters the sand, it flows to the receiving soil in an unsaturated environment. That is to say, the sand pores above the receiving soil are not entirely filled with effluent. Rather, they are filled with pockets of air. This process provides treatment and dispersal in the same
Thank you very much for being here. This is going to be a conversation from the Local Health Services team, just kind of our annual update, and then Amanda Garvin is going to do a presentation on a project that she did with the IFPTI Fellowship. So welcome to our virtual audience. For the virtual folks, just a reminder that there is a chat function, so if you have any questions, feel free to put those in chat, and we would love to be able to answer those for you. Hopefully this will be a fairly quick update. Obviously, there hasn't been a lot of action in our normal work the last kind of couple of years, but we did want to give an update. A lot of people may not even know exactly what our roles are, what our current consultation map is, that kind of thing. And most importantly, we wanted to have this be a final salute and tribute to Sean, who is leaving us here in a couple weeks. So.
Why my name's not on the slide?
Exactly. So the folks over at the table, my name's Rodney Blanchard. I think most of you know Becky Vogt on the end there, Steve Zarnicki, Shane Green, Amanda Garvin, and again, Sean Dunleavy, who I think all of you know. He is retiring on April 8th, so if you haven't had a chance to buy him a retirement drink, he is always open for that. So. So for those of you who don't know, and I want to make sure we kind of just zip through real quick what our team does. Our main role as food service consultants is we support the local health departments. We're the local health services unit, and we do that through accreditation, standardization, our large group trainings. And for our team, we each kind of have specialties that we lead. So just quickly, we'll go through these and have each person kind of give a quick update on where they're at with each of their specialties. I'm listed first, so I'll go first. I'm the lead for standardization, kind of large group trainings, and Public Act 188, which, does anyone know what Public Act 188 is? Yeah, that's why I don't get very many phone calls. So. No, that would only encourage people to call me, so let's not do that. So standardization, we just sent a memo out to the health officers and EH directors last week, I think, that kind of laid out 2022. So it started going back to March of when the pandemic started. We had halted doing maintenance inspections with our standardized trainers, and the plan is now for 2022 that we're going to start doing those again for any counties that would like us to. So if a county still has concerns of us doing that in 2022, we won't. For any standardized trainers that are coming due in 2022, if their certificate's expiring, we'll just renew it as long as the county wants us to. But otherwise, we're going to start back with doing 2 maintenance inspections per year with each of our standardized trainers. We're not going back in time. So if this is the 3rd year, with our standardized trainers, we have a 3-year cycle. Over 3 years, we do 6 inspections with them, so 2 each year. So if this is the 3rd year for a standardized trainer, and we didn't get to the first 4 because of COVID, we're not going to go back and try to make that up. We'll just get the last 2 done this year. We'll reissue them a new certificate, again, as long as the county still wants them to be a standardized trainer. The one thing we had maintained during COVID was the new standardizations. We had continued to provide new standardized trainers for those counties that wanted them. So we actually did a number of new standardizations the last 2 years. So obviously we'll continue to do new standardizations as well. And then we are doing back to doing in-person large group trainings. So we did 2 of those in end of January, beginning of March, or end of January, beginning of February. I say March because the second day of our Kalamazoo session for our food law, food code course got snowed out. So anyway, Vern is not here. So how many of you know Vern Johnson? Okay, so you'll appreciate that. He's retiring. So the morning of February 1st, the forecast was we might get some bad weather, and we were like, hey, can we get this training done today and tomorrow? And Vern came walking into this room with Vern confidence and said, I've talked to our emergency management people. There's absolutely no way we're closing tomorrow. This isn't going to be very bad, so it will happen. So at 4:50 the next morning, we of course got the phone call that all the offices were being closed and we couldn't have the training. So, so we have done 2 of the large group DARD food law food code course sessions. We're going to schedule another one for September-ish. We're just waiting on some other dates to clear for some other trainings. And we're still deciding whether that September one will be virtual or in person. Now, the reason we'd conduct it virtually is just because we think probably the greatest need will be from northern counties and a few in the UP. So if the predominant number that would come would be coming from a long way away, we'll probably just conduct it virtually again. During the pandemic, we did actually do 2 or 3 large virtual sessions of the MDARD food law food code training. So we do have that kind of all created, and we'll probably do some of those going forward. We're also looking at starting up with some other large group training, which I'll let them each tell you about as their specialty. The one final large group training we may have this year is we do have verbal approval to have an annual training conference for our standardized trainers. We had like that for 4 or 5 years in a row, and obviously had to stop doing it in 2020 and 21, but hopefully we'll be able to do that again this fall. So we're just trying to line that up. Shane Green is the lead for accreditation and the voluntary retail standards. So I'll let Shane give kind of quick updates. Yes, I'm sorry, question.
What Public Act 188 was.
That is correct. I did not. That's excellent. That's attentiveness. It's the indoor smoke-free air law.
Oh.
So, did you have a question, Scott? Okay.
All right, so initially for accreditation, I was going to say there was no updates. MPRs are still suspended. We're still not holding to the minimum program minimum requirements. However, just as of today, a letter was sent out to the health officers to all 45 local health departments calling for an end to Cycle 7 accreditation, which means Cycle 7 is now officially over, so that there's 10 health departments who have not had their Cycle 7 visit, and they will not get one. Their accreditation status is going to be carried over, so we're officially done with Cycle 7. As for Cycle 8, I know people are going to ask, when's it going to start? I don't know. Don't ask me. But something we do have, and this is in the letter that went to the health officers, is that Cycle 8 is going to be, we're going to try to gear it towards more consultation, technical training things, trying to help local health departments get through what they've been a hellish 2 years. And we recognize that their accreditation agencies of DHS, MDARD, EAGLE, we see that. So Cycle 8, when it does start, might look a little bit different from what you're used to in the past. All right. So.
Talk about voluntary retail standards?
No. No, that's right. The only thing I do have on that, there is a retail standards symposium that is virtual this year that is occurring June 7th through 9th. And if you are on, by chance, one of the health departments that are enrolled in standards, you would have got the email I posted this morning on the Google Groups listserv with the registration link for that. That'll give you a little more information about the standards and moving forward with it. So, all right, Becky Kay, as she used to be known.
Yeah. Well, and I had to call that out because, you know, that retail symposium is CFP and MEHA cooperative, so. All right, so I am Becky Kay. No, I'm Becky Vogt.
I'm telling Dave.
So everybody knew me for Becky Kay for how long? Now I can just be Becky because, as you can see, no one else up there is named Becky. So for the new people in the room, back in the day, there were 2 Beckys on the team. So we had Becky P and Becky K. So one has since retired and the other has since got married. So that's how. Now we're just Becky. So I am the specialized processing kind of guru, answerer, however you want to call that. For those of you who are not familiar with specialized processing of the food code, then you go read 350211 and 350212 and get back to me. Anyway, that really slowed down with COVID. So we didn't have restaurants doing as many fancy new things. So that was kind of a refresher. I kind of almost forgot a little thing or two about that whole section. It has picked up in the last few months. We did put that training on pause. That training is quite intensive and hands-on. FDA does offer it virtually, so if any of you wanted to take it virtually and then wanted to retake the Michiganized version, you're welcome to do that. So we will be picking those back up in December of this year. So that's all I have on that, unless anybody has any questions. No? Okay, Amanda.
I've got my own mic. I'm
Ah.
special.
You are. We knew that.
So my specialties are plan review and specialty foods. Specialty foods include STFUs, temporaries, mobiles. So if you have any questions on those, I'm the person to ask on that. And my plan review classes were paused. I am taking an FDA virtual plan review class in May, hopefully to steal some of their ideas so that I can see how well I can implement it virtually, because that has been a request I've gotten from quite a few people. My dilemma is I don't want to lose the tabletop exercises. That is what plan review is. And if I do not feel like we can't do it in a manner where you still get that good exercise, I don't want to do a disservice for everyone. But I have thought of some options of maybe mailing a plan review to you guys and doing it in mini groups. So we'll see. It's on the table. But I am going to do an in-person somewhere October, November-ish. I'm thinking middle of the state, Lansing-ish area. If anyone's got any ideas of nice conference rooms, let me know. I'm still up in the air on that because I've contacted a couple that are not available. So, oh, I'll see. We'll talk. That is all I have for plan review and specialty food.
They're going to let me talk today. This is really exciting. My name is Steve Zarnicki. I'm kind of the black sheep of the group. As you can see, my primary focus is the quality assurance for the state programs, for REMDARD's food programs, both manufacturing-based as well as the retail. I also work with Shane involving the retail standards. I handle, again, on the state end of things. So I handle a lot of the audits of our food program. I do work with these other folks, though, as well. I do help out with some of the accreditations. I help out with some of the training, especially the food code, food law. I do the food law portion of that. And kind of there's an emergency backup for them, too, should something arrive. So I was warned not to talk too long, so that's all I'm going to say.
Alrighty. So, does everyone here know who their consultant is? All right. Well, we changed the map. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Although, don't be shocked if, with Sean retiring, I mean, there may be changes to the map in the future. So, but right now, if you don't know who your consultant is, this is a map, the consultant territory map of the state. So, I have the maize in the southeast corner. Mascot. I have the maize in the southeast corner. Becky has the blue in the north. Maize and blue, go. Shane has the green. And then, of course, Amanda has the not white, unfortunately, so we can't see green and white. She has the gray area in the southwest. So that is how it is split up right now. Let's see here. One thing I did want to just kind of talk about again, this MEHA AEC has been awesome. It's awesome to talk about things other than COVID, you know, it really is. So we've had some great sessions. Well, septic, a lot of topics, food, it's been great to re-engage and have conversations about food safety. And in that spirit, just kind of reminding people that we do have these 4 email groups. So all the standardized trainers in the state are on a standardized trainer email group where they can talk to their peers and ask questions of their peers and toss out things to that peer group. So, you know, please avail yourself of that as we kind of re-engage and get back out there doing more and more routine inspections. The plan review group actually has remained somewhat active. They've probably been the most active of the 4 groups because, as I'm not telling you guys anything, we've continued to get lots of plan reviews in the state of Michigan, even during the pandemic. So The plan review folks have continued to talk about what they're seeing in the plan review world. The voluntary national retail program standards one's been fairly quiet. That was the last thing that most people needed to work on the last couple of years. And the specialized processing group, as Becky mentioned, had really died off. People were just getting back to basics and not focusing on too weird of things. So, and of course, there was in a lot of areas limited inspection, so kinda, who knows what crazy stuff people were doing? We'll find out in the next year, won't we? So, but again, as you get back out there, if you're seeing some specialized processing stuff, that's where everyone who has passed the FD 312 course is in that email group. So that's, again, a peer kind of group where if you're seeing something for the first time, you can throw it out there and say, hey, I just ran across this, remind me how I'm supposed to talk to people out of doing it. Because that's largely what that group is for, is to talk people out of doing crazy shit. So, all right.
It's a good thing you're leaving it to me.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. That'll get bleeped on the virtual, right?
Oh my God.
So that it's not for children.
MDARD, we did want to put up for you guys the MDARD region map and prosperity regions. I don't know how many of you have seen this map, but there's 10 prosperity regions, but mainly we wanted to show you that for our MDARD side of things, our inspectors are split into 6 regions, and if you didn't know that, well, here they are. So the northern region covers quite a large area in the gold. We have 2 regions actually in the southeast in the red area, and then the south, the west, and the east. So most of the time, if there's an issue around licensing, predominance, who should license this facility, all the foodborne illness investigation stuff, you guys will be wanting to contact the regional supervisor or the MDARD inspector for your region. So we thought we should kind of show that most current map up here. Again, these PowerPoints will go out to everybody. So, if you haven't seen this map before, then look for that when we send out the PowerPoints. Any questions on the regions? Or we did want to let you know we're in the middle of a kind of a deep dive on our web page. They just recently had updated it. So if you haven't gone onto our website in a while, it really does look quite different. And stuff's been added, stuff's been taken off. So we have begun a pretty thorough review of it to say, hey, is a document needed? Does it, if we're going to keep it, does it need to be updated? So that all the stuff, especially on the page labeled resource for regulators, is as current as possible. Right now, these are the bullet point tabs for the resource for regulators. So we're going through and making sure the content on all those pages is what we want it to be. So actually, if you have any feedback on the content of any of our web pages, please feel free to send that to your consultants because we're actively working on that right now. The other thing we're going to do is this historic food service correspondence searchable database, which holds some historic memos that we had issued in guidance documents. There's 295 of them. We're going to go through those, redact the ones that are just completely outdated, and then the ones that still are current are actually going to get housed in a different way. So we're coming up with a different way that you'll be able to find those, search for those on our website. But that is just a really outdated format for a database. We haven't been able to put things on there really for the last 3 or 4 years. So we're also updating that database. So we kind of want to make you guys aware of that. The other thing that we really wanted to highlight is we had started a fair project back in 2017 to transition the inspections at county fairs to kind of those local health departments that wanted to do those temporaries. And we didn't add any new ones in 2021, and we don't anticipate adding any new ones in 2022. We're kind of going with status quo. But at this point, just kind of wanted to give you what the current listing is as we get back. Oh, Grand Traverse is not, so down on the bottom, ignore that. So I think this is the correct current list of the counties that are doing, the 31 counties that are handling the temporary food licenses for county fairs. It's been a great project. The counties that have taken over the temporary licenses at their county fairs, it's run very smoothly. So we expanded it from 2017 to 18, 18 to 19, and then obviously, 20 hardly any fairs were done. 22 actually a lot of fairs did occur, and it went very smoothly. So just wanted to give you a reminder that process is out there. So, and then Amanda, do you want to cover the kind of memo releases?
So we kind of wanted to give everyone a reminder of some of the more recent memos. The 2018 food service license fee memo is up there, just to remind everyone that that is the most recent license fees. It is still the same. There is no changes. So just in case while you're sending out licenses and getting them back, that is the current one. The Starbucks cold brew memo I sent out the very beginning of the pandemic, so people might have missed that it came out for some reason. That one is just saying that we reviewed cold brew process at Starbucks and they are following NACMF's style study. They are okay. Their way of doing it is safe with the way that they submitted to us at the time. So if they change anything, please let us know. We do have some others we are looking at because they keep changing things. So the standardized trainer one.
Oh, that I already talked about that.
Okay,
did you send out that memo? So
we just sent that out, and then a CAVA memo we just sent out also. And that is basically, to try to sum it up, it's super complex really, but in the end, it is not a food additive, it's not an approved food additive, it is not on the GRAS list, it cannot be added to food safely according to the food code. It is a dietary ingredient as a whole root. As soon as they start processing it, it is a dietary supplement. Since it's a dietary supplement, it can be eaten as a dietary supplement, not as food, under the Dietary Supplement Act or whatever that one is called. I can't remember off the top of my head. So there's some complexity when they start taking a dietary supplement and adding it to food, is basically the summation. And if you have a facility that happens to be open with it, give us a call. There are some ways we can work with them. It's not a your business is shut down type of deal. So we do have some ways that you can work with them. But that was the summation of all the memos. Any questions on any of those?
How'd you come across the CAVA?
We had 2 different facilities at 2 different counties that tried to open, and the counties said no. And they contacted us. We contacted FDA. They also contacted FDA. One of the facilities did. So FDA gave us a heads up that they contacted them, and CFCN gave them a, what do you call them, a memorandum or a, they basically said what their stance is to them, but would not share it with the county or us. So we don't know what it says. There's that. But yeah, so that's what kind of how it got started, and it started us on a loop of looking into it. So I don't know if anyone saw in December, CAVA actually was on the plan review listserv, so that was one of the facilities. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. So is there any other questions on any of that before we go to IFPTI? Okay. So I did an internship with IFPTI. Totally recommend it. Be prepared to do lots of work. I'm kind of glad a pandemic hit and I suddenly had some time on my hands to work on this project because it was much more time consuming than I expected, but it was fun. So I did my research project on the use of copper as a food contact surface for alcoholic beverages within retail food establishments. So I want to highlight this is not at all manufacturing, it is not CFRs, it is food code. And something that we have to keep in mind is food code differs on each state. So I took the definition from the 2017 FDA model food code, which is guidance, and the state does not have to take the verbiage of it. We realized that in the food code it says you cannot have a food in contact with something with a pH of less than 6.0. Well, if you look up here, the Moscow Mule has an average pH between 2 and 4. So a drink that we put in copper mugs commonly shouldn't be really in there. And it around that time was getting pretty big in Michigan for places to do this. So we took, the Great Lakes Conference for Food Protection took an issue to CFP and asked FDA to explain to us either why this is not safe because we're seeing it, or can we change the code if it is safe so that the industry can do this legally. And we basically got, there's not enough science out there. So I decided to do a little bit of research and try to figure out if there is any science out there, or what is it we're missing, what is it we need. So maybe it can help somebody at some point to get that information. So copper is very desirable for using. And the reason why on a Moscow Mule specifically is the last one. It's believed to change the flavor of the product. Now, we're talking a single service cup. There's no science known saying it does. Now, if you are talking distilling a liquor, there is actually a process that does occur that does actually change the flavor. Something to keep in mind, copper is very essential to life, but if you have too much of it, just like anything else, it's not good. And that this is super important for the next couple slides, is copper release increases based on temperature increasing, pH decreasing, so more acidic, and more contact time. So those are the three things. And when I'm talking about copper in contact of food, I'm going to be talking about Moscow Mules and distillation. So in some places, distillation, we actually do under the retail code versus CFRs. And actually that was one thing when I was doing the research on the copper mugs, is we had realized that these distillers are out there and they're doing the same thing. They actually take the process of distillation, they're heating it up to about 160, 170 degrees for 12 plus hours sometimes. So if copper increases, copper release increases at the higher temperature and for the longer times, that's a pretty long time in a pretty high temperature. So if we're worried about copper mugs, shouldn't we be worried about craft distilleries that we're doing under retail code too? I'm not sure what the CFRs are. That's not my lane. So I'm going to stay in my lane. But when I did find some research, as you can see up here, these ones, this is what numbers you found in them. So whiskey with 1, rum 2, tequila 7, brandy 8. Keep those numbers in mind. When we're talking about the EPA max goal level of copper in drinking water, it's 1.3 milligrams. So all of these are over 1.3. So I decided to delve into what does that 1.3, why did we set the 1.3? By the way, if you're ever bored, it's like 60 pages on why they set this to 1.3. It's not the easiest fun read, but basically what it comes down to is there's 4 different diseases, 3 childhood diseases and Wilson's disease. Wilson's disease is estimated to be about 9,000 people in the United States. The childhood diseases in our case don't really matter because we're talking about drinking alcohol, so I didn't even look into them. But they're all rare diseases that basically make it so that your body retains copper in its system so it can build up. Normally, copper is emetic. It can't build up. It'll actually make you throw up, so you really can't actually build it up into your system. But that's actually one of the nice things about copper is because you can't really build it up and you throw it up. Most of the time, if people are getting copper poisoning, they probably think they're hungover or they had too much to drink, so they're not actually getting poisoned by it. They've thrown it up. So something to keep in mind with that. Not that we want that to happen, but that's kind of nice. Because they can't, it's not life-threatening then, basically. But they did find out that there's one study I found with 3 milligrams per liter of copper is mild, non-life-threatening symptoms, but it increases gastrointestinal illness by 12%. So there is a little bit out there that kind of does figure out, how much is actually too much. And then I looked up to see what are the past outbreaks. So there's also not much information on outbreaks. So I did go in the food system outbreak systems, NEARS and whatnot, looking it up. There's not hardly anything out there. I found in some studies, and I found in the poison control data system some information. But mainly it's your beverages, go figure, faulty backflows, soft drinks, not a good combination. Any type of acidic beverage sitting in a copper carafe overnight, there was a couple instances of that. And tap water, those were the main ones. So not a lot again. So I decided, in order to do my research, what is it that I wanted to find out? And this was my problem statement. The risk of using copper as a surface in contact with alcoholic beverages by industry in retail food establishments is unknown. So we want to figure out if there is a risk. So my questions were, how commonly is copper used in contact with alcoholic beverages by industry? And later on there's going to be a slide. This was the beginning of the pandemic. I got the National Restaurant Association to be willing to send out a survey until that happened, which makes a lot of sense because at this point in time, a lot of these restaurants, when I was gathering the data, were not even open. They were dealing with, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to stay in business. So unfortunately, due to timing, I could not get this, which I really wish I could because I'm sure it's out there quite a bit due to what I found out on one of these others. So, and then the next one was the how do local, tribal, state regulations differ from the 2017 Model Food Code regarding allowing the use of copper in contact with alcoholic beverages, and then how many foodborne illnesses are associated with copper that have been known to occur. And the different ways that I collected my data was for the state, local, tribal regulations. I got the AFDO list, CFP, and the FDA inspection training officer. So those are the standards that FDA standardizes. And I contacted all of them. The restaurant and craft distilleries was supposed to be through the National Restaurant Association, and then the illnesses and outbreaks was through the National Poison Data System. The survey that went out to the regulators went out to 573 people in the end, and I got 88 responses back, which I think was really good considering this was November of 2020. I was thankful that anyone took the time to answer this. It ended up representing 36 different states. Of those, I only included the ones that said we do follow, or we do retail. Of the retail ones, I think there was 86 that were retail, no, 83 that were retail. And of those, how many of them had a regulation that was based off the FDA food code? And 80 of them said yes out of 83. So there was 3 regions. Now, remember, this is also locality regions. So yeah, all of our states have some form of the FDA model food code, but some of the localities do not. And then I realized, by the way, there is a mistake here. It should be 33%. But of those 80, do you allow copper mugs? So copper directly in contact with a Moscow Mule or a mule beverage. And 33% of them said yes. 36% of them said no, and the other 31% said, I don't know. That's a great question. It depends on the pH, which means they don't know what the pH is, because if they knew what the pH is, they'd be saying no. And some of them didn't want to answer because they were a home rule state, which means everyone could have their own, what do you call it? Their own food law or food codes, basically. So each individual area could be doing something different. So they didn't want to speak for their whole state. Question.
Yeah, so did you differentiate, when you say copper mugs, do you differentiate between the ones that actually have the copper lining on the interior, or do you also include the ones that just have the stainless steel and it's not exactly?
So that was actually a question in the survey, and I made sure that it was, when this question was asked, it was stated with copper on the inside. So unlined copper mugs. And then so then I also asked, okay, so now that we've talked about copper mugs, let's talk about distilleries. So how many of you take and do distilleries under food code, not CFR's food code? I'm forgetting the number right off the top of my head. 52% of them said that they did distilleries under food code, not CFR's. 2 of them specifically said that no matter what, their distilleries, even if they serve directly to the public and not wholesaling, they did them under CFR's. Everyone else, or 52% of them, said they do them under retail. So then this graph breaks down the 52% of respondents. Of those, I guess it was up there. 58% of those respondents allow copper as part of the distillation process. So that's the distillation process is the part where it gets heated up. So that's the part where it's in quite a bit of contact time with it. Or some of them also could have had the copper as the barrels in the end too. So there is that too. 23% of them said they, again, didn't know. And 1 person said no, they do not allow it. 1. But majority of them either didn't know or allowed it, again. So this to me right now is showing we might need some help here figuring out if we should do this or not, because if this isn't safe, we've got a problem. And then when I was again looking up outbreak stuff, and I'd already talked about we don't have anything for the industry, which really sucks. The actual outbreaks, I contacted the American Association of Poison Control Centers because they had the most amount of data, and they literally said to me, according to a senior member of AAPCC, in their opinion, copper toxicity in general is very rare in National Poison Data System, and we won't help you. So I went and found their annual reports and at least pulled up their annual reports, because that didn't really tell me, like, what do you consider rare? I don't actually know. So at least this gives us something to say, this is what they mean by rare. So if you look at this, this is their annual reports, and this is by any method of copper poisoning. It could be ingestion, it could be, I'm trying to think, it could be just surface, it could be, so we don't know how they got copper poisoning. But what I did is I just did, these are the total number of case mentions for each year, and then I pulled out the ones that were anyone who could possibly be an adult and not a child. And then I also got to pull out some information on, so how serious is it when they are exposed to copper? What's our likelihood of death? What's our likelihood of major outcomes? And those 2 were like 1 or 0. So again, that matches up with what we expect to see. But there's about 200 to 300 every year that do end up with copper poisoning. So my conclusions were 1/3 allow the use of copper mugs, and 1/2 of them allow copper as a food contact surface in distilleries. And that's with knowing that most of them said they follow the food code, which doesn't allow it. There are inconsistencies between jurisdictions in how they enforce their restrictions, and we still aren't really sure how often foodborne illness actually occurs from copper, so we still don't have an answer there. So my recommendations were to perform a full risk analysis, including a risk assessment, risk management, and risk communication on the toxicity of copper used in this method. We need more studies to determine a maximum safe level of copper in alcoholic beverages. So for distilleries, for example, what could a maximum be in your beverage? What is safe? We don't really know, because again, the way that they do their water numbers is a little bit different. They're expecting you have to drink it. How does that change it? And then we also need more research on the low incidence of copper poisonings. Is it because, like, why is that occurring? Is it because of our regulations in place? Is it because we don't have that many methods of people getting sick by it? Or, why? And that was it. And if anyone doesn't know, the Environmental Health Journal in January or February had a copper mug study in there by Carolyn Farr and her team. I can't remember which university she's with, but she did an awesome job too. And basically the conclusion of hers is, yes, it is a problem putting copper, having a mule beverage in copper does leach copper into it, and it is a problem. But we do have a lot of states, there were 6 states that do variances and allow variances. So there is a way that people can still do it. So that's it. Oh, I like how the 10-minute breaks up there. Question?
I have one question for myself and one question for the screen that's more Rodney.
Okay.
Haha. But for the copper mugs, did you contact anyone outside of the United States or look at data in Europe or South America or something?
No, some of the research studies that I looked at are from outside the U.S. That's where I got a lot of the distillery information, actually. But the copper mug itself, no. I tried to do what I could, but...
Do they even use them in Europe or for distillery?
Mm-hmm. It's very common to use it as a distillery.
And then for the PA 188, will marijuana be included in the law?
No, that's not part of the P8 188.
Yes.
Yay, that was easy.
Yes, but will it?
What's that?
But will it?
No, there's no intention to combine the smoke from tobacco with the cannabis regulations or laws. I mean, none that I'm aware of. Obviously, I don't have any control over legislation this passed, but no.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible, but Scott?
Separate law, but since marijuana under the public referendum is not to be consumed in public areas.
Right.
It's there, and since restaurants are defined as public accommodation.
Unless they have a consumption
Yeah,
license,
and that's
Scott, so there is
an
an
exception.
exception for that.
Somewhat not of the public area by the restrictions on the consumption levels.
Right.
Could you repeat that into the mic?
Sure. So the point that was made by Scott was that actual marijuana laws and regulations prohibit the public consumption of marijuana. So really the smoking of marijuana in a food establishment can't happen because of that, although there are just now starting to be some licensed consumption sites through the Marijuana Regulatory Agency that will start to change things a little bit there. But another question?
I have a copper mug question.
Excellent, a copper mug question.
You're giving me a lot of data, but is industry allowed to use copper mugs or not allowed to use copper mugs?
So the question from Amanda Smith was, is industry allowed to use copper mugs?
By the Michigan Modified Food Code and the FDA Food Code, if the beverage is below 6.0, no. Moscow mules are, between 2 to 4 pH, so they can't be used currently. Or
If they are lined with copper on the inside, no. So they have to be cheaper, fewer copper?
they cannot be.
Right.
They can be, So to reiterate what they're saying is they have to be coated on the inside. So you actually can have either a clear coating on the inside, which a lot of them have. They'll look like they're pure copper and they're not. Or like Spencer said, the steel coating on the inside.
And just to follow up, because
Yep.
my job is, are we doing anything to prevent retail establishments from selling straight copper mugs to general consumers that do not have this knowledge?
We only regulate
We don't
food.
regulate that. It's not regulated by the food code.
Retail establishments, they are selling them. Grocery establishments are selling
It's not,
copper mugs.
it's not regulated by the food code.
I can't make the customer, I don't know what the customer is gonna do, delivery at home.
Yeah, because
As a consumer, I'm buying a product that I assume is safe because I'm buying it at my grocery store.
We never
Right.
talk consumer product safety, that's not food.
yeah, so the follow-up question was, is the sale of them then prohibited at a retail location of copper mugs? And the answer is no. Copper mugs can be used for some intended uses, safely, certainly. And then obviously our group doesn't have any effect on the overall retail sale of something like a copper mug. So, yes.
It would be nice though if they said, do not use for highly acidic drinks or foods, like that would be nice if they.
Not our program though.
Yeah,
Right.
I know, I'm just, yeah.
Right.
Not your division to enforce, but I think that the general consumer, if I'm drinking a Moscow Mule at a bar, I don't know if that cup is lined or not. I mean, do I? Right? Like you guys do, but that doesn't mean that I as a general consumer
Well-
does. So then if I go buy some at Myers, if I wanted to make them at home, I don't know the difference of what I buy.
And if you saw though, a lot of regulators don't know the difference either.
Right. So obviously, this has raised an issue of the use of copper and acidic beverages that we need to continue to explore. So, yeah. Scott?
I was gonna say, the water consumption levels for EPA are based on 3 to 5 liters per day being consumed. So obviously, the amount of liters per day, unless you're certainly will make use.
Right.
Well, and that's another thing that's actually in my paper but not in the presentation is the Wilson's disease is really the only one it applies to, and they've already got cirrhosis of the liver. So if they're already an alcoholic or they've got so many other problems, I'm not sure copper is what they need to be worried about at that point. So there's a lot of complexities to it, and that's why there's no conclusion. So,
All right, we had a question over here.
So the number, I don't know if it was 4,000 or 6,000 with Wilson's. Is that in the U.S. or is that the world?
I think it was 8,000 or 9,000. That is in the U.S.
So the question was the number of people with Wilson's disease that was in the presentation, was that in the U.S. or world? And Amanda believes it was in the U.S.
That's annually?
Wilson's that's the total number of people alive with Wilson's disease in the United States.
Any other questions? Yes.
So I have two questions, I guess, both for Amanda. The first is what the clear coating of the copper, like what typically is that, and is that even something that like could be a corrective action where we say coat it with something, or like what is that clear coating?
I don't actually know what they clear coat it with. They just buy them clear coated. Okay. And there was some comments in there of people saying that they look for that, and if it's scratched or anything, they immediately make them get rid of it.
Okay.
So.
And then my second question is that the copper food code exempts certain parts of the brewing process. So what do you, like, I guess, how did that get in there versus the distilling process?
Okay, so
what's the difference there?
The question is, what's the difference between brewing and distilling, basically? So copper in brewing is okay because it has to grow yeast. And yeast, if the copper is too high, I think it's 2.0 milligrams per liter, it actually kills the yeast. So at that point, you're not going to have a product. So it is self-limiting. Whereas with distilling, there's no yeast at that point. It's after it's already done all of its thing. So there's no self-limiter. There's the difference.
Any other questions? Yes.
I have a question. Okay, so is Wilson's disease, right? Is that the only adult symptom, or are there other types of symptoms that could be like synonymous with other impaired diseases, like you wake up, you don't feel good, you said you think you're hungover?
So Wilson's disease isn't the symptom. It's just the disease that they started to set their EPA copper level with, because there's only a few different diseases that you can have that you'll actually keep copper in your body and build it up. The symptoms are your normal symptoms you think of when you've drank too much. That's part of the dilemma.
So part two question.
Yep.
So has there been any research into syndromic surveillance and looking into different state syndromic systems to look for symptoms that could potentially be copper poisoning?
Well, it's gastrointestinal, so there is not, to answer your question, because it's gastrointestinal.
So it could be anything, really. Okay, thank you.
Excellent questions. I'd like to know who she works for. Just kidding. Any other questions?
No, I just said she worked for me.
For 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Any other questions going twice? So I want to bring it to your attention. You have 8 minutes to ask Sean any question that you've never asked him before. This is your last chance to grill Sean Dunleavy. Oh, they love.
roast 'em.
They love you.
Roast 'em.
Yeah. Yes. Question.
What are you gonna do during retirement?
Whatever I want, whenever I want.
Hey, Sean, remember I ran into you at Motor City Casino. Did you win anything that night?
I don't recall.
Oh.
All right. All right. Thank you all very much for your attentiveness. Have a good night tonight.